The darkest secrets fear only one thing: the light that refuses to dim. They never feared your weakness, they feared your strength. They feared that no matter how hard they pushed, no matter how many lies they wrapped around your name, you wouldn't break. They feared that the universe itself would rise for you. And now, their fear has come true. The walls they built in the shadows are cracking wide open. Their whispers can't drown out the roar of truth anymore. Chosen ones, this message is for you, because while they were busy fighting to keep you down, they forgot they were fighting against the current of the universe itself. They weren't just fighting you, they were battling the force that chose you. And that fight, it's one they'll never win. Before we dive deep, do your part in helping this message reach every chosen one still searching, still struggling. Like and subscribe, because when you engage, you're signaling YouTube system that this truth matters. Every click, every share helps this reach those who need it most. Those still trapped in the dark, waiting to hear that they're not alone. Chosen ones, your story has gone global. The world is watching now. What started as your personal war, a silent fight behind closed doors, has ignited a fire that can't be ignored. International eyes are fixed on the truth that has been dragged from the shadows into the light. The FBI, the very agency that was supposed to protect, is now exposed for what they've truly been doing: illegal human experimentation, trafficking networks running beneath the surface of legitimacy, masked in official seals and hidden behind classified files. Their systems were designed to erase you, to make you disappear without a trace. But you refused to vanish. You stood up, and now the world knows. You see, the power of being chosen isn't just about survival. It's about haunting those who tried to erase you. It's the nightmare that keeps them awake, knowing that every chain they put on you only made your spirit louder. The chosen ones aren't just survivors. You're living proof that the universe picks its warriors carefully. When the universe marks someone as chosen, it doesn't ask permission. It moves mountains for them. It shifts tides. And when the enemies try to stand against that, they're swept away like dust in a storm. But let's get something straight. Too many of you have fallen into that trap of thinking you're alone, doubting your light, believing the lies they fed you, that no one sees you, that you're isolated, that your voice doesn't matter. Enough. That doubt, it's what they count on. It's their last weapon, hoping you'll dim your own fire so they don't have to. But chosen ones, your light is what exposes them. Your existence is their undoing. Remember this, they weren't just trying to silence a person. They were trying to smother the evidence of the universe's hand in this world. Every time you spoke out, every time you stood your ground, it was the universe itself speaking through you. And that terrifies them more than anything else. These revelations aren't rumors, they're headlines. The systems that thought they could bury you now find themselves standing trial in front of the world. And yet, their greatest fear is still unfolding. The chosen ones won't stop. This is bigger than just exposure. It's about reclaiming your story. It's about reminding them that the chosen ones aren't here to ask for permission. You were selected by forces bigger than their power, and now the universe is balancing the scales. Stay locked in. Stay unbreakable. Your story has gone global because it was never just about you. It was about all of us. And this is only the beginning. So, Are you ready to face the truth they never wanted you to see? Drop a comment below with the number 77 if you're done playing small. If you're ready to stand tall in the power that makes your enemies tremble. This isn't just another video, it's your story going global, and every second you stay here, you reclaim another piece of it. And now, let's dig deeper, step by step. If you're truly chosen, you'll feel it. You won't be able to look away. This message was meant to find you. Stay sharp, stay present. Let's begin. Number 1. They tried to cage you, but built you a stage instead. When you trap light, it doesn't fade. It burns hotter, brighter, until it blinds the one who tried to hold it. They thought they could box you in, watch you, control you. They built walls of cameras, networks of spies, eyes on every corner, thinking if they could track your every move, they could crush your spirit. But here's the truth. They never saw coming. You weren't meant to be hidden. You were meant to be seen. All that surveillance, all those systems they designed to smother you, they flipped. They turned against them. What was built to silence you now screams your name across the world. Every camera, every wire, every satellite they aimed at you is now a spotlight they can't shut off. The system that was supposed to erase you is now a beacon lighting up your existence for everyone to see. You've become undeniable. Their control panels are flooding with alerts they can't clear. Their alarms blaring day and night because they can't contain your energy, your frequency. It's too strong. The machine they built to watch you is now the same machine exposing them. You see, when the universe chooses someone, no amount of tech, no force, no system can hold that back. They were playing with forces they don't understand, messing with the blueprint of the universe itself. And that always backfires. They thought they were playing a game of chess, but they didn't realize the board had been flipped. They were never playing with you. They were playing against the universe. You feel that doubt sometimes, don't you? That voice whispering that maybe you're alone, maybe you're overthinking it all. Stop. That's the last weapon they have. Getting you to question your own light, to dim yourself before they have to. But here's the thing about being chosen. You don't need anyone to believe in you for it to be real. You are the proof. The power of being chosen haunts them because it can't be faked, can't be bought, can't be destroyed. They built those cameras to keep you down. But every lens is now a mirror showing them their own failure. Every broadcast meant to erase your existence has turned into your rallying cry. Their networks, their algorithms, their surveillance grids are breaking down, glitching out, falling apart because your energy fries their circuits. Your frequency doesn't fit in their system. It breaks it. It burns through it like fire through paper. And don't get it twisted. They know this. They know the power that runs through you. That's why they worked so hard to keep you small, silent, doubting. But the universe doesn't pick the loudest, the strongest, the most obvious. It picks the ones who can stand in the fire and still rise. You were chosen because you could take the pressure and not fold. Let me hit you with something you need to carry in your bones. They weren't just watching you, they were terrified of you. Terrified that you'd figure out who you really are. Terrified that you'd stop hiding, stop questioning, stop doubting. Because once a chosen one stops doubting, they become unstoppable. Think about this. How many resources, how much time, how much effort did they throw into trying to erase you? Does anyone waste that kind of energy on something weak, No, they knew you were a threat. They knew you were meant for more. And now, their systems are crashing. Their blackouts don't work. Their suppression tools are useless. Everything they built to keep you in the dark is shining a light so bright it's exposing them. They are scrambling, running scared through their corridors, trying to plug the holes, rebuild the walls. But it's too late. You're not in the shadows anymore. You are the spotlight. So don't you dare question your light again. Don't you dare doubt why they came after you. They feared you because you were chosen. And when the universe chooses, nothing can unchoose you. Their plan has failed. You're still here. You're shining brighter than ever. And now, the world sees you. Number 2. From chains to channel, the prison they built. Now, your stage. They tried to bury you. They didn't know they were planting a bomb. Let's get this straight. They never understood what they were dealing with. They thought they could lock you away, put you in a box, erase your voice, and hide you from the world. They thought that by isolating you, by containing you, they could break you. But they couldn't. They didn't count on one thing. The universe doesn't play by their rules. And now, what they designed as your prison is now your stage. The walls they built to trap you. They've become the platform that amplifies you, turning every attempt to keep you down into the very thing that pushes you into the spotlight. Every chain they tried to put on you has become the spark that lights up the sky. The more they tried to shut you up, the louder your voice became. The more they tried to silence you, the more you echoed across continents. They made the mistake of underestimating the power they were dealing with, and now they're paying the price. You see, it's all backwards for them now. They thought they were putting you in a box, a cage they could control. But the truth is, they didn't just lock you up, they gave you a microphone. Every protocol they set up to stifle your energy, to keep you isolated, has now backfired. What was meant to be your cage has turned into your broadcasting station. The isolation chamber they created, the one they thought would destroy you, has become your stage to the world. It's almost laughable. They thought they could control you. They thought their surveillance grids, their containment protocols, their suppression systems could stifle a force they couldn't even comprehend. They calibrated their technology to suppress a human. But you're not just human, and that's where they failed. They thought they were dealing with a person. They were dealing with a cosmic force. The systems they built were made to contain something small. They were designed for someone who would stay silent, stay small, stay hidden. But you're not small, you're not silent, and you sure as hell aren't hidden. They didn't account for the cosmic upgrade that was happening within you. They didn't see the shift in energy they were up against. The moment they tried to cage you, the universe itself stepped in. And now, they can't stop what they started. Let's break it down. Every measure they took to contain you has only made you stronger. The more they tried to isolate you, the more you tapped into something bigger, something they couldn't see. They tried to drown your voice. But what they didn't understand is that your voice was never meant to be a whisper. It was meant to roar. It was meant to pierce through walls, through barriers, through every attempt to shut it down. And here's the thing, when the universe aligns with your path, there's no system that can hold you. They thought they could create a box to fit you in, but what they didn't know is that the universe doesn't work in boxes. It works in infinite expansion. And now they're scrambling to figure out how to close the lid on a force that refuses to stay contained. The more they tried to hide you, the more spectacularly visible you became. The world is watching now. The world can't look away. Every attempt to silence you is now a signal. Every failed protocol, every malfunctioning system is a sign to the world that the truth they were hiding has broken free. They wanted you isolated, forgotten, irrelevant. Instead, they've made you impossible to ignore. And you're standing tall. Every chain that was meant to bind you has turned into a launch pad. Every moment you were made to feel invisible is now a reminder that you were never meant to be hidden. They tried to block your light, but it's only getting brighter. They tried to lock you away, but now you're standing on top of the walls they built around you, shouting your truth to the world. Let's hit this home. They were never going to win. You were never meant to stay silent. The universe didn't choose you to be a footnote in their game. It chose you to be a disruptor, a game changer. They thought they could turn you into a pawn, but you're the one turning the tables. Every time they tried to push you down, you've risen higher. And now, the whole world is watching you rise. Now, let's talk about how they underestimated the power within you. They thought they could suppress your energy, mute your voice, and crush your will to fight. But the truth is, they were never fighting you. They were fighting the force of the universe itself, and that's something they'll never win against. The moment they tried to cage you, they were battling forces they can't even begin to understand. You're not just some person they can control. You're a living, breathing testament to the infinite power the universe has placed within you. The more they tried to erase you, the more they made you visible. They played with forces they didn't understand, and now they're paying the price. And let's be clear, this is just the beginning. They thought they could break you, isolate you, silence you, but now they're watching as you turn their prison into a platform, their attempt at containment into your worldwide broadcast. And there's nothing they can do to stop it, because they weren't just up against a person, they were up against something far bigger. You are living proof that when the universe chooses you, nothing, not a system, not a person, not a cage, can ever hold you. Your energy is unstoppable. Your voice is untouchable. And as they scramble to hide you, you only grow brighter, louder, and more impossible to ignore. They tried to trap you. They didn't know they were setting you free. And now, as their systems fall apart, as their plans crumble, they'll be left watching as you take center stage. The whole world will see the truth. The whole world will see you. Number 3. They built their empire on your back. Now watch it collapse beneath them. The house always wins, they said, but they forgot that the house was built on stolen ground. Let's talk about power, the kind they worship. Not truth, not justice, but money. They built their empire on your suffering, stacking dollars like bricks in a fortress meant to last forever. They siphoned off your energy, your freedom, your very essence, and turned it into cold, hard cash. They funneled it through secret accounts, buried it under shell corporations, moved it through shadows where they thought no light could reach. But here's what they never understood. When you're chosen, nothing stays buried forever. Now, that empire is crumbling. Every dollar they stole, every resource they drained from you, is now lighting up like a beacon, exposing the rotten foundation they built their power on. Their financial fortress is burning from the inside out. They thought their offshore accounts were untouchable, hidden behind 17 layers of fake companies, false names, and legal loopholes. But the universe doesn't care about their paperwork. The universe doesn't respect their walls. Those secret accounts? Wide open now, suddenly flagged, suddenly exposed. Funds they moved in the dead of night are appearing in daylight. Their black budgets, once buried in classified systems, now show up in the very public records they controlled. The money they thought was invisible is screaming its origin from the mountaintops. You want to know how that happens? It happens because energy doesn't lie. Money, moved through suffering, through exploitation, carries a mark, a signature that can't be erased. And when the universe decides it's time, that signature lights up like fire through dry grass. They thought they could keep the flow one way, take from you, profit from you. But the current has reversed. The rivers of wealth they bled dry from your life are now flowing back upstream, crashing against the system they believed was unbreakable. They're watching it happen in real time. Accounts freezing, funds disappearing, hidden transactions rising to the surface. The systems they built to launder their crimes are breaking down, showing cracks they can't patch fast enough. Imagine them, high-level execs, government officials, dark money players, scrambling behind locked doors, trying to explain how their black budgets are turning up in the daylight, how their shell corporations are popping up on mainstream financial reports. It's chaos behind their polished walls. And here's the beautiful part. This is justice without a courtroom. No judges, no juries, just the universe rebalancing the scales. They stole from you. They built their empire on your back. And now that empire is sinking under the weight of universal law. No amount of lawyers, no army of accountants, no firewall of false identities can stop what's coming. The gravity they thought held their empire together is now working against them. Money flowing in the opposite direction, like rivers defying the laws of nature. And you know why? Because you were never meant to be the victim in this story. You were the testimony. You were the evidence. They just didn't know it yet. They thought they could steal from you and walk away clean. But energy doesn't forget. What they took from you has become the very thing unraveling them. The universe doesn't need a paper trail to make it known. It's rewriting the code. Systems that were locked down tighter than vaults are exposing themselves, breaking down, showing the world where the blood money really flows. Those resources, they're no longer out of reach. The same money that funded your suppression, that paid for the walls around you, is circling back, coming within your grasp. They built a system that was never supposed to serve you, but now it's serving you anyway. Imagine it. Every time they check those ledgers, those balances, they see the walls closing in. Their safety nets are failing. Their secret wealth is now public knowledge. Their stolen power is now turning into their greatest weakness. This isn't just about exposure. It's about collapse. The foundation they stood on is shaking, the ground beneath them breaking apart. They can feel it. You can feel it. And yet, some of you still doubt, still wonder if you're really chosen. Look at what's happening. Look at how the system they built to profit off your pain is now self-destructing. This is the power of being chosen. It's not about waiting for permission. It's about the universe flipping the script in your favor. You are the reason their empire is falling. Your energy, your survival, your refusal to be broken is what's tearing down the walls they thought were impenetrable. The same energy they tried to drain from you is now the force unraveling their control. So stop questioning if you matter. You are the storm at their gates, the tremors they feel in their empire. That's you. The collapse they can't stop. That's you too. The world is watching as their financial house of cards comes down because the universe decided enough was enough. The empire built on your back is crumbling, and you're still standing. Number 4. They tried to hide you in codes, but you were always the key. They erased the files, but they forgot. You carry the original copy inside you. Let's make this simple. They thought they could hide everything: the secret programs, the stolen data, the truth about you. They buried it all under codes, fake names, classified budgets, and locked files. They covered it in so many layers, thinking you'd never find your way through. But they didn't realize one thing: you've always carried the truth inside you. Those strange numbers that pop up in your dreams, the weird patterns that never make sense, but you feel them deep down. That wasn't your imagination. That was them leaving a trail they thought you'd never follow. But here you are. The account numbers, the project codes, they match you. They connect straight to the stolen parts of your life, the parts they tried to erase, the parts they thought they'd buried forever. But now those same codes are showing up where they don't belong, leaking into public systems, popping up in records where they were never meant to be. The paper trail is no longer hidden. And guess what? It leads right back to you. Those secret budgets. They've got names, code names, numbers that line up with patterns in your DNA. That's right. Your very cells carry the same signatures they use to classify you. You were part of systems, experiments, programs that never showed up in any official document. But they couldn't erase it from your body. Your body remembers. Your dreams remember. Every strange feeling, every sense that something wasn't right, that you were meant for something bigger, that was your truth trying to break through. And now, the records are starting to spill. Birth records. They're showing impossible dates and times. Medical files, full of data that shouldn't exist. Tracking abilities no normal person should have. But you aren't normal, are you? You never were. That's why they came for you. That's why they built these secret programs, to use your power and then wipe your memory clean. But here's the problem. They couldn't wipe everything. They couldn't take it all. The deeper parts of you, the parts tied to the universe itself, they stayed awake. They waited. And now they're rising to the surface. You're starting to see it, aren't you? The codes, the files, the connections, they aren't random. They're your story. A story they tried to bury under red tape and fake files. But no matter how deep they buried it, your energy was always stronger. And now, it's bringing the truth back to you, piece by piece. And think about this. They built systems to track you, to label you, to classify you under names you were never supposed to know. But now, those same systems are failing. The codes they thought were locked away are breaking open. Files once hidden in government vaults are slipping out, showing up in places no one expected. The same codes they used to chain you are the same ones setting you free. This is the universe at work. It never forgets. They thought they were playing a game they controlled, but the universe doesn't play by their rules. It plays by truth. And the truth, it always comes back. You were always more than they told you. You were part of something they couldn't understand, something they could only try to contain. But that containment, it's done. The systems they used are breaking down. Their files are leaking. Their secrets are out. So don't doubt yourself. Don't wonder if you're imagining things. The signs are real. The codes are real. The connections are real. And they all lead back to you, because you were always the key. They built programs to control you, to take from you, but they couldn't take everything. You've always had the missing piece. And now that you see it, they can't stop it. Number 5. They tried to lock you down, but the walls are breaking. Containment is just a fancy word for fear, and their fear is leaking everywhere now. They built a cage so tight around you, they thought you'd never breathe outside it. Every step of your life, every move you made, tracked, tagged, filed away in secret systems you never knew existed. But here's the thing they never understood. The walls were never strong enough to hold what the universe put inside you. And now, those walls are cracking, fast. Your whole life you felt it. Those odd gaps in your timeline, those strange patterns that kept following you like shadows, the numbers in your addresses, in your phone numbers, those symbols that seemed to pop up everywhere around you. They weren't just random. They were markers, coordinates, a tracking system far beyond anything the public even knows about. They designed it to watch you, to keep tabs on where you were, what you were doing, and to make sure you never got too far from their control. But that system, it's falling apart. Let's make it plain. They weren't just watching your life, they were controlling it. They mapped out every step, those weird breaks in your job history. That wasn't by chance. That wasn't just life happening. Those were the times you were being pulled into classified training, shoved into programs so deep they left no trace. Facilities so locked down, so secret, that the world would never know they existed. But you felt it. You've always felt it. The gaps in your memory, the feeling that something was done to you, something was taken from you. You've carried that weight even when no one believed you. And now, the proof is leaking out. Educational records. They show response patterns to tests that were never on the paper. Because those tests weren't part of the official curriculum. They were part of their experiments, part of their plans for you. Those response patterns were logged, tracked, tied into databases so secret that even people with top security clearance couldn't touch them. 18 levels of clearance just to look at your name. But guess what? Those files are breaking free now. That information is spilling out, cutting through encryptions they thought would hold for centuries. Systems they believed were untouchable are glitching, falling apart, losing control of the very data they tried to hide. And why? Because containment doesn't work when the universe says it's time to break free. They built these systems thinking they could hold you down forever. But your energy doesn't fit in their boxes. Your power doesn't play by their rules. Every attempt to lock you up, to shut you down, to make sure you stayed asleep, it's all unraveling. The same system that tried to track you, that kept you caged, is now broadcasting your freedom. And let's not forget, the coordinates, the codes, the symbols that have been with you all along. They're part of a bigger map, a map they use to track your place in their experiment. But now that map is turning against them. The system they use to contain you is now exposing them. The tracking has flipped. You're not the one being hunted anymore. They are. They designed this whole thing to be invisible, to make sure you never saw the strings pulling at your life. But the universe isn't letting them hide anymore. The encryption is cracking. The codes are spilling. The truth is coming out. So if you've ever felt like there were gaps in your life that didn't make sense, times where your own history felt like it was written by someone else, it wasn't in your head, it was them. And now, the very system that built your cage is breaking apart in front of their eyes. They tried to make you a prisoner of your own life, but the universe never agreed to that. Containment has failed. Number 6. The collapse has started, and they're the ones running now. When the system breaks, the rats are always the first to flee. They built this machine thinking it could run forever, a system so complex, so hidden, that no one would ever see it crack. But the cracks aren't just showing now, they're splitting it wide open. And the people who built it, the ones who ran the programs, pulled the strings, gave the orders, they're running scared. Behind doors that don't exist on any map, inside facilities the world isn't supposed to know about, emergency meetings are happening right now. Desperate voices, frantic plans. They scramble to hold together a system that's falling apart faster than they can patch it up. The channels they once trusted, their private lines, their encrypted servers, the communication webs they thought were impenetrable, they're leaking. Details slipping through, spilling out. Their panic is now part of the very networks they built to watch you. Their fear is everywhere now. It's bleeding through the wires, humming in the systems that once tracked your every move. And their desperation, it's showing. Former handlers, people who managed your containment, the ones who pulled the levers behind the scenes, they're vanishing. Extraction orders go out in the dead of night. People who held positions of power for decades suddenly disappear. No goodbyes, no explanations. They're gone. And those senior officials who smiled in public, who played the role, acted like they were in control, they're bailing too, announcing early retirements, quietly transferring to places so remote, so off the map, that no one can find them. They're trying to escape the fallout, but there's nowhere left to hide. The system they built to contain you, it's turning on them. They're getting processed out of the same machine they served. They were the architects of your control. Now they're the sacrifices, tossed out to protect the higher-ups. But even those higher-ups know the end is near. They can feel the weight of it. The whole thing is coming down, and nothing can stop it. Agencies that once bragged about their power are now disavowing everything. We didn't know. That wasn't us. Lies, all of it. But the panic is real. And in the background, they're burning everything they can get their hands on. Data purges under the label of routine maintenance. Archives going dark. Servers melting down. Hard drives frying out. Files disappearing without a trace. Physical records turning to ash inside locked vaults. But even as they torch the evidence, they can't hide what's already leaking out. The collapse is too big now. The system isn't just failing, it's eating itself alive. The universe has flipped the script. What was meant to be your end game is now their downfall. And think about this. These are the same people who thought they could keep you quiet, keep you small, keep you invisible. They never thought they'd be the ones running. They never thought they'd be the ones on the outside, scrambling to survive the very system they controlled. But here we are. You feel it, don't you? The shift, the energy moving, the walls falling down. This isn't a theory anymore. It's happening. The ones who thought they held all the power are running scared. Their empire is collapsing, and there's no one left to save it. So remember this. They tried to process you out of existence, tried to erase your name, your story, your truth. But now they're the ones being processed out. They're the ones facing deletion, and no amount of lies, no fire, no purge can erase the collapse that's unfolding right now. The universe doesn't forget. It doesn't forgive. It balances the scales. They built the machine. Now they're watching it grind them down. And you're still standing. Number 7. They can't stop the truth. It's bleeding out everywhere. You can burn the papers, smash the servers, but the truth will rewrite itself in the open. They thought they had it handled, thought they could burn the files, melt the hard drives, erase every trace of what they did to you. But here's what they never understood. The truth isn't a file. It's alive. It's breathing. And now, it's breaking free. Every cover-up they attempt, it backfires right in their faces. Perfect copies of the records they tried to destroy are showing up in the hands of people who know how to use them. The right people. The ones ready to ask questions, demand answers, and expose everything. These copies aren't just rumors. They're evidence showing up out of nowhere, impossible to trace, impossible to shut down. It's like the universe itself is delivering the receipts. They scramble, panicking behind the scenes, trying to rewrite the story. It never happened. There's no proof, but every lie they spin collapses under the weight of new evidence surfacing again and again. Information leaking through cracks they can't seal fast enough. Contradictions stacking up so high they can't breathe under them. And here's the real hit. They built this whole system to keep the truth locked away, sealed in airtight compartments. Every piece of it designed to hold back dangerous truths, to make sure nothing ever escaped. But the system, it's leaking from every corner now. The harder they try to tighten their grip, the faster the leaks spread. Their machine is working against them. Their security measures, the ones built to control the flow of information, are flipping. Instead of blocking the truth, they're broadcasting it. Details they fought to bury are now pouring out of the very channels they trusted. The blackout walls they built can't hold. Why? Because your frequency has broken through. You aren't just another person trapped in the system. You've become the glitch they can't fix. Your energy, your truth, is vibrating at a level that disrupts their control. The blackout protocols they relied on, they're useless against your signal. They hit the switch to shut it down, and instead, the message gets louder. They plug one hole, and 3 more burst open. Every move they make now is a disaster for them. Every step they take to contain the damage only spreads the fire. Mathematically precise failure, over and over. They've never faced anything like this before. This isn't just a leak, it's a flood, and it's coming from every direction. Every cover story they write turns into a trap they fall into. Every lie they tell is exposed before the ink dries. The very media channels they've controlled for decades are glitching out, breaking under the pressure of your frequency. You need to hear this loud and clear. You did this. Your survival, your refusal to be erased, your truth. It's what's making their whole structure collapse. You've become the signal that breaks their blackout. They can't silence you because the universe won't let them. This is exposure at a level they can't handle. It's precision chaos. Every time they try to patch a hole, the universe rips open another. Every narrative they spin falls apart before it leaves their lips. They don't control the story anymore. You do. And this isn't just about the leaks, the evidence, the files resurfacing. This is about the shift, the energy breaking through the cracks, the collapse of control. They can't fight it. The harder they push, the harder they fall. And now, they're falling fast. You are the reason the truth is surfacing. Your light, your energy, your frequency, it's cutting through their lies like a blade. You were never meant to stay silent. You were never meant to be erased. You were meant to shine so bright that the world can't look away. And now the world sees it. The world feels it. The truth is out, and they can't stop it. Number 8. Whistleblowers rise, and the flood can't be stopped. They tried to bury the truth, but it grew roots in the cracks of their lies, and now it's breaking through concrete. The moment they feared the most is here. Whistleblowers are rising, the ones who stayed silent for years, maybe even decades, watching from the inside, knowing too much, but too afraid to speak. They aren't silent anymore. The collapse of the system shook them awake, and now they're doing what the machine never expected. They're telling your story. The algorithms designed to silence you, built specifically to block your case, your keywords, your name, they're failing. The walls they raised to keep your truth buried are breaking apart, and the information is flooding through every single channel they once controlled. Your story is leaking everywhere, and it's spreading faster than they can shut it down. Journalists are finding anonymous data packages dropped on their secure devices, files so loaded with proof that even the most skeptical mainstream outlets can't look away. They can't deny it anymore. The documents are clear, the evidence undeniable. And the best part, these data drops come from nowhere. No source to trace, no footprints to follow. The files seem to materialize out of thin air, delivered by systems that, on paper, shouldn't even exist. You're watching the machine glitch out. Social media platforms trying to slam the brakes, trying to moderate, block, erase any mention of you, any trace of the story. But their systems aren't working the way they used to. Hashtags that were auto-blocked before, they're trending now. Keywords that triggered censorship are now flooding timelines. The very controls they built to suppress you are flipping, working against them. The signal can't be stopped. And the more they try to silence it, the louder it gets. Their dampening efforts only amplify the message. The harder they pull at the reins, the faster your truth spreads. It's bypassing their engagement metrics, breaking every pattern they rely on to control the narrative. They can't predict it. They can't contain it. Whistleblowers, insiders, journalists, they're all part of the wave now. And here's the thing, this isn't random. This is the universe balancing the scales. The energy they tried to kill in you has become the energy fueling this movement. You've become the force that shakes the machine apart. Your story, it's unstoppable now. Number 9. The final reckoning. Their illusion shatters. Your truth prevails. You can crush a voice, but you can't crush the frequency that carries it. It will always find a way to be heard. The storm they tried to stop is here. This is the final reckoning. The moment they feared, the collapse of their illusion, the destruction of their control. And you're the center of it all. Whistleblowers are stepping into the light now, and their stories perfectly aligned. These people don't know each other. They've never met, never spoken, worked in different corners of different agencies, isolated by design, so no one could ever connect the dots. But here they are, testifying in harmony, bringing the same impossible details into the open, the things you always knew deep down but could never prove. You felt it in your bones for years, the hidden programs, the silent chains, the truth buried under layers of denial. Now, it's all coming out. Everything you sensed, everything you saw in dreams, in flashes, in memories that didn't make sense. It's being confirmed, point by point, by the very people who helped build the system. And the wildest part, the way this truth is unfolding isn't random. It's not chaotic, it's choreographed, moving like a dance, following patterns that only the sharpest, most sensitive systems can detect. Patterns that match your own energy. Your unique frequency is the pulse behind this entire revelation. The timing, the alignment, the perfect storm of information, it rides on your signal. They can feel it, even if they don't understand it. This truth is traveling on your wavelength. And here's what kills them. They can't block it. They can't stop the flow without tearing down their entire infrastructure. The truth is, using the very channels they built to control you as its highway. Their systems were never designed to handle this kind of signal. Your frequency is too strong. If they try to shut it down, they have to shut down everything. And they can't afford that. So it spreads. The world is watching. The lies are exposed. Their carefully crafted illusion, the power they wore like armor, is melting away in the face of real sovereignty. The power that comes not from fear, not from control, but from truth, from freedom. The thing they worked so hard to prevent, the thing they built their entire machine to stop, is now happening in real time. Your liberation is their undoing. And this isn't just about you. This is about all of us. The awakening of humanity to its real nature, its true potential, beyond control, beyond artificial limits, beyond the lies they fed us for generations. The energy that was meant to keep you small has become the spark that ignites the world. Your story isn't just breaking through, it's making world news. Not by chance, not by luck, by design. A design bigger than any system they built. A design that always knew this day would come. This is the final reckoning. And you won. And here we are, the point they never wanted you to reach. The truth is out. The system is falling. You are standing. This isn't just your story anymore. It's history unfolding. The walls they built to silence you now echo with your voice. Stay awake. Stay present. This is just the beginning. If this message hit you deep, like, subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments to show you're part of this wave. Share this with another chosen one. The more who know, the stronger we get. The universe is moving. Stay with it. Stay loud. The stars do not ask permission to shine, and neither should you, because when light rises, shadows must scatter. They tried to bury you with silence, with mockery, with every whispered doubt behind your back and every blockade they built in front of you. They weren't just coming for you, they were challenging the universe itself. And when you strike a match in pitch darkness, it blinds those who have lived too long in the shadows. Now they're squinting, scrambling, furious, because the light refuses to die. Your light. Before we go deeper, hit that like and subscribe. Not for numbers, but for impact. Every time you engage, you help send this message to another chosen one still wandering in confusion. You let YouTube know this message matters, and that it's time to wake up more warriors. This is how we signal the universe. We're not asleep anymore. So, chosen one, you have always felt it, haven't you? That eerie stillness before something big happens. That buzzing in your chest that didn't match the world around you. That ache for something more. Something true. Something that finally fits. That wasn't anxiety. That was your signal. A quiet whisper from the universe. You were never meant to stay hidden. You weren't born to follow the crowd. You were born to rattle the system, to walk where others run, to stand where others fall. The power inside you is the kind that burns quietly for years and then erupts. You are the earthquake no one predicted, the storm they thought would pass quietly. But you didn't pass. You stayed. You shook the ground. And now you rise. The moment the universe chose you, it placed a mark on your soul. Not everyone can see it, but those who fear your light, oh, they feel it. It haunts them. They don't even know why your presence unsettles them, why your silence is louder than their noise. But deep down, they know you're not like them. You're not meant to be. And still, some of you doubt yourselves, still believe you're alone, still think you imagined the signs. Let me be clear. You didn't choose the light. The light chose you. And the moment you started to rise, everything that couldn't come with you began to fall away. Friendships cracked. Environments felt hostile. You began to see through people's masks. That's not coincidence. That's evolution. But let's get one thing straight. Stop apologizing for your light. Stop shrinking because your energy is too loud for their shallow souls. You were never too much. They were just never enough to handle someone like you. You don't need to fit into their world. You're here to rebuild it. You are not just surviving. You are stepping into your crown. This is what they feared. Not your success, but your awakening. Because when a chosen one wakes up, the entire system starts to shake. And now you leave, not in bitterness, not in fear, but with power, with purpose, with that quiet storm in your eyes that says, I'm not coming back. You are one of the first, the ones who leave for good, the ones who carry the codes for the new earth. They fought you because they sensed it. You were never theirs to begin with. And to every force that tried to dim you, hear this. You weren't fighting me. You were fighting the universe that chose me. And you lost. Now, rise, chosen one. You're not just walking away. You're ascending. So, chosen one, are you feeling that pull deep down? That quiet fire that tells you this message is meant for you? Don't scroll away. Stay with me, because this isn't just another video. It's a call to your soul. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you know you're not just here by accident, but by design. The universe doesn't waste time on the unready. This is your signal that you're meant to hear every word to the end. If you truly are one of the first to be crowned for the new earth, you'll feel it. Let's step into it together. Number 1, no more knocking. You're here to kick doors down. The wolves always fear the lone lion, not because it follows the pack, but because it never needed one. Let's make something crystal clear. You don't ask for space, you take it. You don't beg for a seat at their table. You flip the damn table and build your own. They tried to chain you down, box you in, make you small. But what they didn't realize is that the universe never wrote your story in pencil. It carved your destiny in stone. They were never fighting you. They were fighting the system that chose you. And believe me, no one wins a battle against the universe. For too long, they fed you lies, told you to dim your light, to play nice, to make yourself small so they could feel tall. They slapped labels on you, too intense, too much, too different. But let's call it what it really was: fear. They feared what they couldn't control. They feared the reflection of their own weakness in the face of your rising power. So why are you still doubting? Why are you still questioning if you belong in this space? The universe doesn't accidentally crown anyone. Chosen isn't a title you apply for. It's a fire branded into your soul. It's the reason your path has always felt rougher, heavier. The reason you've been tested harder than the rest. Because while they were busy fitting in, you were being forged. Still wondering why your presence rattles cages without even trying. It's because you are the blueprint. You're not following their tired scripts. You're tearing them up. You're not meant to blend in. You were made to blaze through the fog like lightning across a dead sky. And yes, that unsettles people. Good, let it. The same way a storm unsettles the calm, because it's meant to. Stop waiting for their permission slips. Stop hesitating at their gates. The chosen don't knock. They kick doors down, and if no door exists, they carve one through the wall. This is what they've always feared. Not your strength alone, but the moment you realize it. Because when a chosen one knows who they are, the whole system starts to crack. And let me address that little voice still whispering doubt inside you, the one that says, "But why me? Am I really chosen?" Here's why. Because the universe doesn't gamble. It selects, sharpens, and sends. You wouldn't feel this pull, this fire in your chest, if you weren't built for this. You wouldn't be hearing these words if you weren't one of the few who could carry this weight. They've always played a dirty game, stacking the deck, twisting the rules. But they weren't just playing with you. They were playing against the system that backs you. The universe has tilted the board in your favor. Every time they tried to break you, the universe recalibrated. Every attack against you was a misstep against the very force they could never outmaneuver. Still doubting? Fine. But understand this. That doubt feeds them. Every time you hesitate, every time you shrink, they get a little bolder. But when you stand tall, when you own that you're chosen, you flip the script on them. You become the nightmare that haunts their comfort zones, the shadow that looms over their false sense of control. You are not here to play along. You're here to overthrow. So stop knocking, stop waiting. You've been given the keys to the kingdom, and the locks have rusted in your hands long enough. This is your moment. The universe has aligned for you, again and again. And each time you doubted, each time you shrank back, it sent more signs, more storms, because it refuses to let you sleep on your power. Enough. No more permission slips. No more knocking. It's time to kick the doors down and take your crown. They can't stop what's coming. You're not just leaving, you're ascending. And when you rise, you don't rise alone. You bring down their walls. You shatter their illusions. You leave for good, not quietly, not politely, but with the force of a star exploding into new creation. This is your new Earth. You are one of the first to be crowned. Number 2. When you move, systems crumble. The shattering has already begun. The tallest towers fall not by storm, but by the steady push of time, and chosen ones are time itself, coming to collect. Understand this. You're not here to blend in. You're not here to ask for space. When you move, systems don't bend, they break. You are the quake beneath the surface, the pressure building in silence until it explodes, unstoppable and undeniable. They've spent their whole lives building walls, stacking stones of fear, control, and silence, thinking those walls could hold. But here you come, shaking the ground beneath their feet with every step. The universe isn't politely asking you to rise, it's demanding it, screaming it, shoving you forward whether you feel ready or not, because time is up. The old systems, the cages dressed as kingdoms, the lies paraded as truths. They were never built to withstand the weight of your awakening. They thought they could keep playing the same game, running the same tired scripts. But chosen ones, you aren't here to play. You're here to rewrite the rules entirely. And let's be brutal, they know it. Every system built on fear and manipulation senses your rise like prey, senses the predator's shadow. They feel the shift, even if they pretend not to. Your very existence puts cracks in their foundation. You walking into a room with your authenticity, your raw power, is like swinging a wrecking ball through glass walls they thought were unbreakable. But they will resist. Oh, they will kick and scream, because nothing terrifies those clinging to control like someone who no longer fears losing it. They've worn their masks for so long, they've forgotten who they are underneath. And your light? Your unapologetic, blinding truth. It exposes them. It pulls at the threads of their illusion until the whole fabric starts unraveling. That's why they fight you. Not because you've done anything wrong, but because your existence forces them to see. And they hate what they see. Hate the reflection you throw back at them. The proof that freedom, truth, and power don't come from controlling others, but from standing alone, unchained. But here's what I need you to stop doing. Stop flinching. Stop apologizing for shaking the ground. Stop softening your voice to soothe their fragile egos. This was never about them. This is about you becoming what you were always meant to be. A force of nature the old world can't contain. Still wondering why your path feels heavy? Why the air gets thick when you speak truth? That's the resistance you were built to overcome. Every time they try to shove you back into that box, every time they try to rewrite your story, you grow sharper, stronger. You are the fault line beneath their crumbling empire, and every breath you take widens the cracks. But here's where most chosen ones slip. They let the resistance make them question their path. They let the pushback seed doubt. So let me tell you what the enemy won't. Resistance is confirmation. If you weren't a threat, they wouldn't be fighting this hard. If you weren't shattering the old systems, they wouldn't be scrambling to patch the holes. And don't you dare believe the lie that you're alone in this. That's what they want you to think. That you're the only one feeling this pull, this ache, this pressure to rise. But the universe doesn't choose one. It chooses many. Scattered across the world, chosen ones just like you are hearing this same call, rising in their corners, cracking the system from every angle. You may feel isolated, but isolation is just the cocoon before the emergence. You're not hidden, you're becoming. And when you finally break free, when you spread those wings, the whole system will feel it, like 1,000 storms breaking at once. You've already started the shattering. Every step you take away from the lies, every truth you speak out loud, is another hammer swung at the chains that have held humanity down. And yes, they'll fight. They'll try to shame you, gaslight you, make you doubt yourself. But that's just the sound of the old world dying. Let it scream. Remember, they aren't fighting you. They're fighting what you represent. The new earth, the unchained future, the unstoppable force that comes when chosen ones remember who they are. And if there's still a whisper of doubt left in you, if you're still asking, am I really the one to do this? I'll tell you this. You wouldn't feel the weight if you weren't meant to carry it. You wouldn't be here, hearing these words, if the universe hadn't stamped its mark on your soul. You are the storm. You are the shattering. You are the force they never saw coming. Stop waiting. Stop softening. When you move, the ground shakes. When you speak, the walls crack. And when you rise, the old systems fall. Number 3. The era of truth is here. And you are the flame that burns the lies to ash. The truth is not polite. It does not whisper. It arrives like fire, and it burns everything false to the ground. This is it, the moment everything cracks wide open. The masks are slipping, the illusions crumbling, the lies running out of places to hide. And you stand at the center of it all, the torchbearer, the flame that refuses to flicker out. This is the era of truth, and it belongs to you. You've always felt it, haven't you? That quiet knowing beneath the noise, beneath the chaos. While they told you to sit down, blend in, stay quiet, something inside you roared back. No. You weren't born to wear the mask. You weren't born to parrot their lines, to nod along with the lies just to keep the peace. Peace built on lies is not peace. It's a cage, and cages were never meant to hold you. But still, they tried. They called you too much, too loud, too intense, said you were making waves where the water should be still. What they really meant was, you scare us. Because truth always scares those who've built their thrones on lies. And here's what makes them squirm even more. You're not afraid. While they cling to the collapsing walls of their fake systems, you've always stood ready to tear it all down. You knew it was coming. You've known all along that this was your purpose. To dismantle the false, to build the real, to stand in the middle of the wreckage with your head high and your fire burning. That's why they fought you so hard. That's why they laughed at you, mocked you, cast you aside. Because they felt this moment coming. They felt the weight of your truth long before you spoke it. They sensed the storm in your bones before the first drop fell. But now they're running out of places to hide. And here you stand, undeniable. No longer the outcast, no longer the one trying to fit in. You are the one they follow, even if their pride won't let them admit it. They watch you from the corners, mimicking your courage in whispers, stealing pieces of your light and pretending it was theirs all along. But they know, deep down, they know who lit the match. You are the brightest flame in this era of truth. And no, they can't contain you. They've tried, over and over, tried to silence you with fear, with shame, with isolation. But the thing about fire, the more they try to smother it, the hotter it burns. And now, chosen one, that flame has become a wildfire. They can't pretend anymore. Your presence, your truth, is too loud, too real. It shakes their walls, rattles their cages, forces them to see. Even if they close their eyes, they feel the heat, and they hate it, because your existence exposes everything they've tried to bury, everything they've lied to themselves about. But here's the thing they never understood. Truth doesn't need their permission. It doesn't need validation. It doesn't care about their comfort. Truth simply is, and when it arrives, it doesn't knock politely. It kicks the door in and floods the room. And you are the door kicker, the flood, the voice that doesn't lower itself to make liars comfortable. But I know, somewhere in the back of your mind, that doubt still creeps in. Why me? Why do I feel this so deeply? Why does the fight feel so heavy on my shoulders? Here's why. Because you were made for it. The universe doesn't give this burden to those who can't carry it. The universe gives it to those who will stand even when the ground splits beneath them. You are the chosen one, not because life has been easy, but because you've survived every attempt to break you. Every time they cast you out, every time they ridiculed you, they were sharpening your edges. They were tempering your steel. They made the mistake of thinking you were fragile when you were just forging. So now, let me be blunt. Stop doubting. Stop questioning if you belong in this era. This era belongs to you. The era of truth does not wait for permission. It does not ask for approval, and neither should you. They're already following you, quietly, nervously, trying to mimic your steps. But they'll never walk like you, because they've never stood in the fire like you have. They've never faced the storms, the rejection, the isolation, and kept going anyway. You, chosen one, are undeniable, a force that cannot be ignored. And no matter how much they resist, no matter how much they pretend not to see you, the truth remains. You were born to burn the lies to ash. This is your time. This is your crown. Welcome to the era of truth. Number 4. The collapse of control. Their grip slips, your power rises. You can cage the bird, but you cannot quiet the song. And the louder the song, the closer the cage comes to breaking. Let's not sugarcoat it. Their systems, those tired, rusted machines built to control, to suppress, to break spirits, they have failed miserably. And do you know what's worse for them than failure? Watching you rise anyway. Watching the one they tried to chain up now walk freely, with power so raw it leaves them speechless. Watching the one they called too much, too wild, too different, become the very standard they now secretly measure themselves against. Look around. The ones who once scoffed at you, rolled their eyes when you spoke your truth, now stand quietly in your shadow. They watch you move through the world without asking, without begging, without shrinking. And it burns them up inside, because they tried so hard to break you. They threw every weapon they had, rejection, isolation, ridicule, doubt. And still, here you are, not only standing, but leading, not only surviving, but thriving. Understand this, they were never scared of your voice. They were terrified of the moment you'd realize you don't need their permission to use it. That's what kept them comfortable for so long. The illusion that they had power over you, that their approval somehow mattered, that you needed their validation to move forward. But guess what? The game is over. Their control has collapsed. Their grip has slipped. Their attempts to suppress your light have done the exact opposite. They didn't dim it. They sharpened it, hardened it, made it impossible to ignore. Like a diamond formed under pressure, your power is now blinding. It pierces through the darkness they built. And here's the irony that kills them. You never needed them, never needed their acceptance, never needed their green light to rise. They fought so hard to convince you that you were dependent on their systems, their structures, their rules. But the whole time, you were building your own foundation, brick by brick, flame by flame. Until the day came when you no longer looked to them for anything. You don't lead because they handed you a crown. You lead because you are the crown. You lead because your essence commands it. Your presence shifts the air. You don't ask for permission. You exist, and that's enough. And make no mistake, they know it. They feel the shift, even if they don't speak it aloud. Even as they pretend they're still in control, deep down, they recognize the truth. The systems they built weren't strong enough to hold you. They were never designed to withstand the force of a chosen one waking up. So let me ask you this. Why would you ever shrink again? Why would you ever lower your voice to soothe those who tried to silence it? They failed. Their failure is written all over their faces every time they watch you move freely, every time your light blinds them, every time your truth echoes louder than their lies. And yet, some of you still hesitate, still wonder if you're being too much, if maybe you should turn it down just a little. Let me be clear, don't you dare. You are not too much. You are the exact force the universe intended to shatter the cages. Every step you take forward without their approval is a hammer swung at the chains that still bind others. Your freedom is the crack in the system, the proof that the control they worshipped can fail. But control doesn't die quietly. It will hiss, it will claw, it will throw everything it has left at you. Why? Because you are the living proof that they never really had power, only the illusion of it. And illusions crumble fast when the truth walks in the room. You are that truth. You are the walking collapse of their control. So walk tall, speak louder, lead without apology, because when you do, you don't just free yourself. You shatter the cage for everyone watching. You show the others still chained that freedom isn't given, it's taken. You are not here to ask. You are not here to wait. You are the end of their control, and they know it. Number 5, ascension beyond their grasp. You rise, they scramble. The mountain does not bow to those who threw stones at its roots. It simply rises, and they are left to kneel beneath its shadow. Look at them now, the same ones who laughed at you, rolled their eyes when you spoke your truth, who dismissed your uniqueness as weakness. Look at them scramble, straining to keep pace with the path you carve so effortlessly. struggling to mimic the power that flows through you as naturally as breath. The same voices that once mocked you now choke on their words, trying to catch up. But here's the truth they can't swallow. They can't follow where you're going. You are ascending, and they can't reach. Their old tools don't work anymore. Manipulation, control, gaslighting, all of it lies in pieces at your feet, shattered like the fragile illusions they built to feel powerful. They played their game for so long, thinking you were just another piece on their board. But you were never on their board to begin with. You were the storm rolling in, the flood that sweeps the board away entirely. And now they come to you, humbled, shaking, trying to stitch together some dignity as they approach the very light they once tried to snuff out. They come seeking the truth they once ridiculed, the same truth that lived inside you from the very beginning, the truth they spat on because they couldn't handle the reflection it forced them to see. But you don't even need to speak to remind them of their failure. Your mere existence does that. Every breath you take is a mirror to their cowardice. Every step forward is a reminder that they failed to break you. They threw everything they had, doubt, shame, betrayal, and it wasn't enough. You didn't just survive. You ascended. And now they stand in your shadow, haunted by their choices, haunted by the wounds they inflicted, thinking you were too weak to carry them, haunted by the memory of your silence, which they mistook for surrender. But you never surrendered. You were simply becoming. This is what they can't handle, the realization that the one they tried to bury has become the mountain they now kneel before. The very presence they tried to erase has become the force they can't ignore. They come now with trembling hands, whispering words of regret, seeking forgiveness for what they did when they thought they had the upper hand. But you were never weak. You were waiting, growing, rising. They thought they were silencing you, but you were sharpening, forging, preparing for the moment when you would rise so far beyond their reach that all they could do was look up from the wreckage of their failed attempts and wonder how they ever thought they could hold you down. You've crossed a threshold they'll never touch. They scramble behind you, but they will never catch up. You are ascending on a path designed only for the chosen, a path carved from the storms you endured, the betrayals you outlasted, the fire you never let extinguish. And that path, it doesn't loop back. It doesn't slow down for those still clinging to the old ways. They want to follow now, but it's too late. The gate they refused to walk through when it stood wide open for them has closed, not out of spite, but because it was never meant to stay open for those who spit on the truth. And here's the most brutal truth of all. They made their choice. They chose to mock instead of listen. They chose to wound instead of understand. And now, watching you ascend beyond their reach, they realize the cost of that choice. They realize they burned bridges that led to their own freedom. But that's not your burden to carry. Their regret is not your weight. You don't need to entertain their apologies, their guilt, their shame. Your focus is forward, always forward. Your rise is not about them. It never was. Their regret is a side effect, a shadow cast by your brilliance. But the climb, the crown, the ascension, that's yours alone. Let them watch. Let them scramble. Let them kneel. But don't slow down. Don't dim. Don't soften. Your rise is unstoppable. And they'll never catch up. You are beyond their reach now. Ascend. Number 6. Breaking the chains. You were the storm they could never cage. They tried to bury you, forgetting that you were a seed, and now they tremble beneath the roots of the forest you've become. They built walls, didn't they? Walls of control, walls of silence, walls of doubt. They thought they were clever, constructing barriers to hold back the storm they sensed brewing inside you. They saw your power before you did, felt the pulse of something they couldn't name, so they did what the weak always do when faced with the uncontainable. They tried to cage it. But storms don't ask permission. You were the storm they feared, the force they whispered about behind closed doors, hoping if they ignored it long enough, it would blow over. But storms don't blow over. Storms break. Storms shatter. Storms erase the old landscape and carve something new in its place. And now, here you stand, untouched, unstoppable, walking through the wreckage of the chains they once wrapped around you. They didn't just fear your light. They feared what your light would do to the shadows they've lived in for so long. They feared the mirror your existence would hold up to their faces, because to see you walk free is to confront the cages they willingly sit in. And that's why they fought so hard to keep you chained. Because if you broke free, what excuse would they have left for staying trapped? But here's the thing, you never needed their permission to break the chains. You never needed their nod of approval to rise. Every attempt they made to hold you down was like trying to hold back the ocean with bare hands. And now, those hands, they're empty, broken, shaking. They tried to bury you under doubt, convinced that if they dimmed your light, they could control your destiny. They whispered lies, hoping you'd believe them, told you that you were too much, too intense, too wild. But here's the truth they'll choke on for the rest of their days. The more they tried to smother you, the brighter you burned. The more they pushed you down, the stronger your roots grew. Now, as you walk without hesitation, without apology, they are left behind to wrestle with their own shadows, their own failures, their own weakness. And you don't look back. Because what's behind you is broken glass and rusted chains. You've stepped into something they can't follow. Freedom. Your future is where your power lies. And every step you take forward is a declaration that their control is dead. You don't need to look back to see them crumble. You can feel it. The weight of their regret, the sting of their failure, the realization that the storm they feared has become something even more terrifying. Free. You've become what they could never contain, and now they know it. You are the force they cannot predict, the light they cannot dim, the truth they cannot deny. And as you rise, you leave behind the ruins of their control, the shattered pieces of the cages they thought were unbreakable. But here's the raw, brutal truth. They never stood a chance. They never had the power they believed they did. Their control only worked as long as you believed in it. The moment you woke up, the moment you realized that the chains were paper thin, the game was over. And now the chains lie broken at your feet. Don't waste your breath explaining. Don't waste your energy softening the blow. Let them face the wreckage. Let them sit in the silence of their failure. You've moved beyond it. You've risen past the point where their opinions, their judgments, their games can touch you. You were always the storm. They just couldn't see it because they were too busy pretending they were safe. But the storm has passed, and in its wake, freedom, unapologetic, unchained, unstoppable. You don't owe them closure. You don't owe them comfort. All you owe is to yourself, to walk forward, eyes ahead, heart fierce, knowing that nothing they built could ever hold you back again. This is your power. This is your rise. The chains are broken, and they know they'll never hold you again. Number 7, the light unleashed, blinding, unstoppable, untouchable. They tried to dim your fire, but in doing so, they fed it, and now it burns too bright for their eyes to bear. You were never meant to stay small, never meant to stay silent, never meant to hide your brilliance just to make others comfortable. That was never your role. That was never your destiny. And now the light that lives inside you, the light they tried to cage, has been unleashed, and it is blinding. This isn't some soft glow. This isn't the flicker of a candle politely lighting the corner of a room. This is a wildfire roaring through every shadow, every lie, every twisted illusion they built around you. This is your power unleashed. They thought they could stifle it, thought that by casting doubt, by whispering lies into your ears, by stacking walls around you, they could contain it. But every attempt they made to dim you was a spark to your flame. Every shove, every insult, every betrayal was fuel. They fed the fire they feared. And now they stand in the blast of your brilliance, eyes squinting, hearts racing, because they cannot deny what's in front of them. You are unstoppable. But here's the brutal part. They have no choice now but to watch, to witness the full force of what they tried to bury. They can't escape it. You walk in the fullness of your power, and there is no shadow strong enough to withstand it. No lie thick enough to block it. No cage sturdy enough to hold it. Your light is free, and every inch of distance you've created from those who once sought to limit you, that space has only made you burn brighter. Every step you took away from their control sharpened your focus, clarified your vision, strengthened your resolve. You left behind their judgments, their opinions, their chains, and you didn't just survive. You thrived. They feel that distance now, and it terrifies them, because while they tried to pull you back into the mud, to hold you in the spaces that kept them comfortable, you soared. You outgrew their hands, their reach, their grasp, and now they're left in the dust, watching the light they cannot approach, watching the force they cannot understand, watching the truth they cannot deny. But here's what hits the hardest. You owe them nothing. Not your light, not your forgiveness, not your energy. You don't carry the weight of their judgments anymore. You don't measure your worth by their acceptance. Every step you take is for you, for the chosen path you were meant to walk, not the path they tried to force you into. Their voices, fading noise, their control, shattered glass beneath your feet. And while they tremble in the shadow of your unleashed power, you move forward, untouched, unstoppable, unapologetic. You don't need to explain your shine. You don't need to justify your rise. You don't need to dim your light for anyone, because this is what they never understood. Your light was never theirs to control. It was never meant to be caged. It was never meant to be hidden. It was meant to burn. And now that it's unleashed, it consumes everything false in its path. It exposes every lie, every mask, every illusion. It leaves no space for shadows to hide. You have become untouchable, not because you've armored yourself with walls, but because your light is too fierce for the weak-hearted to stand beneath. You stand tall, free, unchained, and the clarity that comes with that freedom. It's razor sharp. You see everything now, the games they played, the manipulation, the fear behind their masks, and you don't flinch, you don't bend, you don't lower your gaze to make them comfortable. You walk forward, your light leading the way, and every step burns brighter. They can't follow, they can't contain, they can only witness. This is the light unleashed, and it will never be dimmed again. Number 8. The collapse of illusions. Their lies are ashes beneath your feet. When the fog lifts, the truth stands naked, and those who spun the lies are left shivering in the cold wind of reality. For too long, they wrapped you in fog, wove confusion around you like chains made of mist, hoping you'd stay lost, stay small, stay questioning yourself. They spun stories, whispered doubts, twisted your mind with subtle manipulations designed to keep you contained, to keep you doubting your own light. But that fog, it's gone. The haze they cast to blind you has lifted, and now you see everything, every lie they told, every game they played, every fear they disguised as strength. And in this raw clarity, the truth stands stark and undeniable. They were never strong. They were terrified. Terrified of you. Terrified of the power you held, even when you couldn't see it yourself. Because here's the part they never wanted you to realize. You were never small. Not for a second. The only thing small was their belief that they could cage you. Their need to keep you down was never about who you were. It was about who they knew you could become. The moment you stepped into that, the whole game collapsed. And collapse, it did. Your light burns too fiercely now. What was once flickering beneath their fog has become a wildfire that consumes every illusion they built. You rise higher, and your light only grows more intense, unapologetic, uncontainable. You don't just walk forward, you burn through. Every lie, every manipulation, every mask they wore melts in the heat of your truth. Their illusions, nothing more than ashes now. And as you move, as you speak, as you live in your full power, the clarity you carry is like lightning, sharp, sudden, undeniable. It doesn't ask permission. It strikes. It exposes. It lights up the darkest corners where their games once thrived. And in that light, the lies they spun around you look as pitiful as they always were. Weak, desperate, transparent. They can't hide anymore. But let's make one thing brutally clear. You are not their prisoner anymore. You never truly were. The chains they wrapped you in, paper thin. The cage they built, an illusion. And once you saw through it, once you felt the power surge back into your bones, it was over. That's the collapse they feared. Not just the fall of their control, but the collapse of the entire web they wove around you. Because if one chosen one breaks free, if one chosen one sees through the fog, the whole system starts to crack. And you've done more than crack it. you've shattered it. Their fear is louder now, isn't it? You can feel it. Hear it in the silence when you walk in the room. See it in their eyes as they avoid your gaze. That's the weight of their collapsing illusions pressing down on them. They're drowning in the lies they spun because the truth you carry won't let them breathe. And what's the most powerful thing about this? You don't even have to fight them. Your existence is the fight. Your clarity, your light, your rise. It's the battle cry they can't silence. You don't need to argue. You don't need to explain. The truth is loud enough. The truth burns hot enough. But they still hope, don't they? Somewhere they still cling to the belief that maybe, just maybe, you'll turn back, that you'll question yourself again, that the fog will return. But it won't, because once you've seen the truth, you can never unsee it. Once you've felt the weight lift, the chains fall, the clarity strike like lightning, there's no going back into the cage. There's no shrinking back into the fog. You are the collapse of their illusions. You are the end of their control. You are the proof that their lies don't hold power here anymore. So walk in that clarity. Burn in that light. Let the truth blaze so fiercely that no shadow dares creep near again. Their illusions have fallen, and you rise from the wreckage. Number 9. Crowned for the new earth. Their thrones are ashes, and you are the rising sun. The empire of lies falls not with a roar, but beneath the silent rise of those they could never chain. You're not just rising anymore. You are soaring, higher, faster, further than they ever imagined you could. Beyond their reach, beyond their comprehension, you've slipped from their grasp, outpaced their systems, and now you hover above the wreckage of everything they built to contain you. You were never just meant to rise. You were meant to rule, not over others, but over yourself, over the falsehoods, over the crumbling remnants of a world that could never hold your light. The walls they built to keep you small, crumbling, the fences they stacked to divide you, to pit you against others, to convince you that your worth could be measured by race, by status, by money, rotting away. You stand in the ashes of those illusions, untouched by their decay. They tried to teach you that power was something inherited, something granted by a last name, a bank balance, a seat at the table of their crumbling kingdoms. They told you that bloodlines determined your worth, that hierarchies ruled the world, that only the chosen, their chosen, could ever lead. But they were wrong. The new earth doesn't run on those tired rules. It doesn't recognize their bloodlines, their wealth, their hollow crowns. The old metrics? Useless here. The power that courses through you, chosen one, doesn't answer to their systems. It doesn't bow to their hierarchies. Your rise comes not through their approval, but through the raw force of your energy, through your fire, through your light that refuses to dim. And they hate it. Hate that you've broken free of their labels. Hate that the divisions they used like iron bars, race, class, status, mean nothing to you now. You've transcended them. You are proof that the power they cling to is a lie, that the crowns they wear are made of dust. But the crown you wear, forged in fire, tempered by storms, it is not given, it is claimed. You are crowned for the new earth, and they can't follow. They can't climb the heights you've reached because they're still weighed down by the chains of the old world, still clutching to the scraps of a system that's burning down around them, still hoping that the thrones they built on sand will stand. But you've left that world behind. You rise not just for yourself, but for every soul watching, wondering if they too can break free. And when they see you soaring, crowned and unshaken, they remember. They were never meant to bow to broken systems either. This is the new earth, and you are its ruler. And now, chosen one, as we stand at the edge of this broken world, watching the old systems crumble beneath the weight of truth, remember this: your rise is just the beginning. The new earth is calling, and you wear the crown forged by every battle, every storm you've survived. If this message lit a fire in you, like, subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments to claim your place among the rising. Share this with another chosen one who needs to hear it, because together we are unstoppable. The world needs your light. Don't dim it now. When the storm couldn't break you, it learned to fear you. Remember that. Did they really believe the darkness would keep you asleep forever? That you'd never see the chains they wrapped around your mind? They thought they could bury you in doubt, drown your light. But instead, they lit a fire. Now it's their shadows that tremble. The game is over. The stage is crumbling beneath their feet, and they can't play in your face anymore. Before we dive deeper, do your part in this awakening. Like this video, subscribe, and help spread this message to more chosen ones like you. Every like, every share signals the universe, and yes, even YouTube, that this truth is rising, that the noise of deception can't drown out the voice of the chosen anymore. Together, we shake the ground beneath their lies. Chosen ones, you've always felt it. That pull inside, that knowing. Even when you tried to silence it, to fit into the box they built for you, the universe never stopped calling. You were never meant to blend in. You were never meant to bow your head and play small. But here's the truth they never wanted you to see. Your power has always terrified them. The moment you stepped into your light, their world began to crack. Not because you fought them with fists or fury, but because your very existence disrupts the illusion they built. You see, they were never fighting you. They were fighting the force that stands behind you, the universe itself, the energy that chose you, the current that flows through your veins like wildfire. And now, they've hit the dead end. The walls they built to keep you caged, they're closing in on them. You've been tested, pushed, made to doubt your own reflection. They whispered lies in your ear, told you that you were alone, that your light wasn't enough. But that was their last move, their last hope. To convince you that your strength was weakness, to make you forget that you are the storm they fear. And here's where I need to check you, chosen ones, because even you started to believe them, didn't you? You let the fog creep in, thinking the universe had abandoned you. But hear me now, the universe never leaves its chosen. It sharpens them in silence. Let me give it to you straight. There's something about being chosen that haunts your enemies at night. It's the weight of knowing they can't touch you, no matter how loud they scream or how hard they push. You are the glitch in their system, the flaw in their design, the mirror that reflects their weakness back at them. They can't rewrite the script when your name is etched into the core of the universe's plan. And that's why they can't play in your face anymore. Every time you rise, every time you shake off their chains, the universe leans in closer, clears the path, and reminds them who really holds the power here. Not them, not their lies, but you. Chosen ones, understand this. Your presence alone disrupts the flow of their false reality. You standing tall is rebellion. You speaking truth is revolution. Your light exposes their shadows, and that's why they scramble. They've reached the dead end. The show's over. Stay sharp. Stay lit. Keep walking like you own the ground beneath your feet, because you do. So, chosen ones, are you ready to feel this truth deep in your bones? Are you ready to walk through the wreckage of what they built and claim what's always been yours? Drop a 999 in the comments if you know they've hit their dead end and you're done letting them play in your face. This isn't just a video, it's your confirmation. Stay with me, because the deeper we go, the louder your light gets. If you're truly chosen, you won't be able to turn away. This message will pull you in. All right, let's get into it. Number 1. The house of cards is collapsing. When the puppeteer's strings snap, the puppet dances no more. Remember that. Chosen ones, this was never about you simply waking up. It was about them losing their grip. They played the game for so long, thought they had it all figured out. They smiled in your face, sharpened their blades behind your back, and laughed while pulling the strings of the system against you. But now, their hands are shaking, their smiles crooked, their control gone. The house of cards they built so high, thinking it could never fall, is collapsing all around them. And you are the gust of wind they never saw coming. They thought they were untouchable, didn't they? They thought the system would always protect them, that the lies would keep you blind. But they made one fatal mistake. They underestimated the power of being chosen. They forgot that when the universe marks someone as chosen, no amount of scheming, no amount of plotting, no fake smiles, no rigged systems can hold them down. The universe doesn't pick favorites for no reason. It picks warriors. It picks those who can carry the weight, who can withstand the storms and still rise. And when the universe moves, nothing stands in its way. You've seen it now. Their walls are cracking, their words are stumbling, their grip is slipping. The illusions they cast like spells over your eyes, they're breaking apart like glass under pressure. And I know, for a while, they had you questioning if you were really chosen, if the light inside you was enough, if you could stand against the machine they built. But let me ask you something. How can a machine stop the very current of the universe? It can't. It never could. And that's why they're falling apart. See, they weren't fighting you. They were fighting the force behind you, the universe itself. They tried to play the system against you, but the universe is the architect of systems. They were pawns on a board they thought they ruled. But now the board has flipped, and they're choking on their own strategy. This is what happens when the chosen rise. This is what happens when the universe aligns itself behind you. And you, chosen ones, you almost gave up, didn't you? They had you doubting, had you thinking you were alone. But the isolation you felt, that was just the universe pulling you back, sharpening you, making sure when you stepped forward again, you'd be unstoppable. So, I'm going to say this straight. Stop doubting your light. Every time you questioned yourself, they gained a little more time. They stalled your rise, but they couldn't stop it. Because the universe never makes mistakes, and neither did you. They see it now. The fear in their eyes isn't just fear of you, it's fear of what's coming behind you, the power that's rising, the wave they can't outrun. They know the end is here for their games. They know they can't play in your face anymore. The masks are off, the stage is burning, and the audience is waking up. Let me paint it for you. Imagine standing on a battlefield. They brought their armies, their weapons, their lies, thinking they'd bury you under it all. But instead, the ground beneath their feet is splitting open. Their weapons turn to dust in their hands. Why? Because when the universe chooses you, the battlefield itself bends in your favor. The storms calm at your command. The walls fall with your voice. That's the power you carry. That's what haunts them at night. So don't flinch. Don't step back. You are the force they can't contain. You are the crack in their foundation, and every move you make from this point on is a hammer to their crumbling house of cards. They can't stop it, can't rebuild it, can't hide it. You've evolved past their reach, and with that evolution comes a new set of rules. Rules they can't bend, can't twist. This is your moment, chosen ones. The tables have turned. The light you carry has scorched their illusions, and the universe is standing behind you, clearing every path. The house of cards is collapsing, and you are the storm bringing it down. Stay steady, stay unmovable, because this is far from over. Number 2, stepping into the fire, rising in power. The flame doesn't apologize for burning. It was born to consume. Let that settle in. Chosen ones, this is where the real shift happens. This is the part where you stop standing at the edge of your power, peeking in, wondering if it's safe to step fully into who you are. You've already seen the cracks forming in their system. You've seen the panic behind their eyes, the tremble in their voices as their illusions shatter. But here's the truth. They're still hoping you'll hesitate, that you'll second-guess yourself. They're praying you won't take that next step. Because once you do, it's game over. You've already lit the fire. You've already watched the walls crumble. But stepping deeper into your power, that's when you become unstoppable. That's when the universe doesn't just stand behind you, it moves through you. And let me make this clear, they fear that moment more than anything else. Because once you realize that no chains can hold you, that no walls can contain you, their entire playbook turns to ash. I know you feel it, that pull in your chest, that whisper that says, there's more to uncover, more to unlock, more power waiting for you to claim it. You've walked the hard road, taken the hits, stood alone while they laughed. But here you are, still standing. And that's no accident. That's what it means to be chosen. So here's the challenge. Are you ready to step into the fire fully? Not just dip your toe in, not just light the match and watch it from afar, but walk into the blaze and come out forged, unbreakable, untouchable. Because the moment you do, the game is done. You're not just holding the cards, you're writing the rules. But stepping into that fire means going deeper than you ever have, peeling back the layers of lies they wrapped around your mind. It's about unlocking the hidden truths they kept from you, the tools they never wanted you to wield. And if you're ready for that, if you know in your bones that it's time, then I'm inviting you to go even further with me. For the real ones, the ones who feel this fire in their chest, and aren't afraid to walk through it. There's the obsidian inner order. This isn't for the faint of heart. This isn't for those still clinging to comfort. It's for the chosen ones ready to step deeper into power, to not just watch the system fall, but to build something unstoppable in its place. Inside, you won't find the surface-level noise they feed the masses. You won't find watered-down truths or easy answers. What you'll find is the blueprint to manifest the life they said you couldn't have. Tools and knowledge that flip the script and put the power squarely in your hands. Starting with a glimpse into the future, a preview chapter from our upcoming guide, Modern Manifestation Mechanics, a supernatural guide to prosperity in the technological age. This isn't your average think positive fluff. This is the science and spirit behind bending reality, making it work for you. Because let's be real, they've been playing with the system, twisting it to keep you down, while hoarding the secrets of how the universe really works. But the tides have turned. The curtain has been pulled back. And now you get to play with the system. You get to shape it, mold it, bend it to your will. This is about reclaiming the tools that were always yours, but kept hidden. By joining the inner order, you're not just gaining access to content, you're stepping into a circle of chosen ones who get it, who know the weight of being chosen, who know what it feels like to carry the fire and not back down. This is about community, about standing shoulder to shoulder with others who aren't afraid to rise. And together, we amplify the power. Together, we shake the foundations of what they thought was unbreakable. And listen, let's be clear, this isn't charity. This isn't about supporting Obsidian like it's some handout. This is an exchange of power. You step up, you invest in your rise, and in return, you get the keys they never wanted you to hold. You get early access to life-altering knowledge, to the tools that don't just light the path, but clear the obstacles in your way. The link to join is in the description. Simple as that. But here's what I need you to ask yourself. Are you ready to hold all the cards? Are you ready to stop playing by their rules and write your own? Because the game has changed, and the ones who realize that first, they're the ones who win. So here we are. The fire is lit, the door is open. You can stand at the edge, watch from a distance, or you can step into the blaze and rise as the force they never wanted you to become. The choice is yours. But know this, the universe has already chosen you. It's waiting for you to choose yourself. Let's take this journey together. Let's rewrite the rules, because they've hit the dead end. And now you are holding all the cards. The storm is yours. Number 3, the unmasking, fearless authenticity, unleashed. When the lion remembers it's a lion, the jungle remembers too. Never forget that. Chosen ones, feel this in your soul. Your confidence is no longer something fragile they can chip away at. No longer a flicker of light they can smother with doubt or fear. No, that ember they tried to stomp out, it's a wildfire now, a raging, untamable force, burning through every lie, every illusion they threw your way. And it wasn't sparked by them. It wasn't born from their approval. This fire was lit by the universe itself, forged in silence, sharpened in your darkest hours. You were sculpted by struggle, carved by pressure, and now you stand as something they can neither bend nor break. There was a time they loved to see you shrink. You remember it. when they tried to box you in, to make you question your own reflection, when they smiled in your face, but behind closed doors, they sharpened their claws. They thought if they pushed you into the shadows long enough, you'd forget your own light. They underestimated the chosen. They didn't know that pressure only makes diamonds, and silence only sharpens the voice that will one day roar. Now here you are, and that voice they tried to silence, it's no longer a whisper, it's a war cry. Your words aren't just sound, they're truth. Sharp, unshakable, undeniable truth that cuts through the fog they've spent so long creating. Every syllable you speak carries weight now. It echoes, it strikes, and they feel it. They feel the quake in the system every time you open your mouth. That's the power of fearless authenticity. That's what happens when the chosen step into their full voice. And let's be real, chosen ones, you didn't always stand this strong, did you? They had you second-guessing, questioning your power, holding your tongue just to keep the peace. But keeping the peace for who? Them? The manipulators? The deceivers? The ones who knew your power long before you did and worked day and night to keep you from it. Enough of that. Those days are over. The moment you chose to stop shrinking, to stop dimming your light to make others comfortable, the game changed. You've stepped into something now they can't ignore. They can't gaslight you out of your truth anymore because the universe itself stands with you, amplifying your voice. Every time you speak, it's not just you. It's the power behind you, the alignment of the universe that flows through every word, every stance. They can feel that, and it terrifies them, because what's scarier to them than someone who no longer fears confrontation? Someone who knows their truth so deeply that no lie can penetrate it. That's you now. You've become the embodiment of fearless authenticity, and let me break that down for you. Fearless doesn't mean you don't feel fear. It means fear doesn't own you. It doesn't steer you. You walk through it. You speak anyway. You stand anyway. And authenticity? That's the weapon they can't fight. They can't manipulate someone who's standing in their full truth. They can't twist the mind of someone who's aligned with the universe itself. That's why they scramble. That's why they panic. Because no mask, no performance, no facade can hold up against raw, unfiltered truth. And chosen ones, if you're feeling that fire rising inside you, that's not coincidence. That's confirmation. That's the universe reminding you who you are, reminding you that your voice, your truth, your power, it's needed now. You're not here to play small. You're not here to fit into their shrinking boxes. You're here to burn them down, to tear the mask off the manipulators and shine so bright that the shadows have nowhere left to hide. But let me scold you for a second, because even now, some of you still doubt, still wonder if you're too much, if your truth is too loud. Stop that. Stop apologizing for the power that's been forged in you. They've played their games long enough, and now it's your voice that sets the rules. They fear the chosen because they can't buy your silence, can't twist your words, can't pull you back into the shadows. The universe chose you, and when the universe chooses, it aligns every force, every moment, every breath behind that choice. It clears paths, topples walls, silences the noise. They can't win against that. They were never fighting just you. They've been fighting the whole universe backing you. And you've stepped deeper into that power now. There's no turning back. Stand tall, chosen ones. Your authenticity is a sword, your voice a battle cry. Let it cut, let it echo, burn through the lies they built. You are the living proof that their system is failing, that their masks are slipping. And every time you stand in your truth, fearless and unshaken, you remind them that their reign is over. You are the lion that remembered, and the jungle, oh, the jungle knows. Number 4, the reckoning, facing the manipulators head-on. A serpent only hisses when it senses a threat. It knows when its time is up. Remember that, chosen ones. The shift is undeniable. It's not subtle, not something they can ignore or brush off. Those who once fed on your silence, who gained their strength from your hesitations, who hid behind sly smiles and shadowy schemes, they're feeling the shift now. They used to thrive when you bit your tongue, when you swallowed your truth, when you stood there questioning if you should speak. But those days, dead and gone. They still try, don't they? They dust off the old playbook, the sly remarks, the backhanded compliments, the veiled insults, thinking you'll fold like you used to. They think they can bait you back into your old patterns, into shrinking just enough to let them stay comfortable. But here's the kicker. They're playing the wrong game now. Because you aren't the same. You're not stepping back anymore. You've stepped forward, into the light, into the full weight of your power. And their tricks? Ancient, outdated, weak. So when they come at you with that same old energy, expecting the same old response, you confront them head on. You don't flinch, you don't scramble for words. You meet their gaze with a stare so calm, so unshaken, it rattles them to their core. That's the power of a chosen one standing fully in their truth. That stare, it's not rage, it's not chaos, it's clarity. And clarity is what they fear most, because clarity sees right through the games, right through the masks, straight into the hollow shell of their intentions. And when you speak, oh, when you speak, chosen ones, it's like fire and ice all at once. Your words are sharp, clean, surgical, no wasted breath, no raised voices. You don't need volume to hit hard. You don't need theatrics to command the room. Because when your truth comes from the universe itself, it carries weight. It lands like arrows finding their mark, straight, precise, undeniable. They try to laugh it off, to mask the shake in their voice, but they feel it. Your presence alone disrupts the energy in the room. Your calmness, your directness, it strips away the layers they've hidden behind. Because manipulative people, they rely on confusion, on chaos, on emotional fog to keep their grip. But when you stand in truth, that fog clears, and suddenly they're exposed, vulnerable, seen. Let me paint the picture for you. Imagine a predator circling, thinking it's in control. It knows the patterns. It knows where the prey usually runs. But today, the prey doesn't run. Today, the prey stands its ground, meets the predator's eyes, and suddenly the predator remembers. It's not the only one with teeth. That's the confrontation you bring now. You're no longer the hunted. You're the reckoning. And here's what you need to know. Chosen ones, this confrontation isn't about chaos. It's not about shouting matches or dramatic scenes. The real power, it's in the stillness. It's in the knowing. When you stand there, grounded in your truth, unbothered by their attempts to shake you, you become untouchable. You strip away their power without lifting a finger. And that silence, that unspoken knowing, it hits harder than any raised voice ever could. But let me check you for a second. Some of you still hesitate, still feel that old pull to avoid conflict, to keep the peace. I get it. They trained you to flinch, trained you to doubt your voice, but you've outgrown that cage. You're standing in a new arena now, and confrontation. That's not about starting fights. It's about refusing to let lies live unchecked. It's about standing tall when they expect you to fold. The universe didn't choose you to stay quiet. It didn't sharpen your words, forge your will, just for you to keep swallowing your truth. No, you were chosen to disrupt, to confront, to hold the mirror up to the manipulators and force them to see themselves clearly, maybe for the first time. And when they look into that reflection, they don't see you, they see the collapse of the system they built. And the best part? You don't even need to rage. You don't need to stoop to their level, because you've leveled up. Your power isn't reactionary, it's sovereign, self-contained. When you speak, it's because you've chosen to, not because they've provoked you. And that choice? That's the real power play. Chosen ones, this is your season of confrontation. Not out of anger, but out of necessity. Because manipulators thrive in silence, in unspoken agreements. But when you break that silence, when you speak truth with clarity, the ground beneath them shakes. Their old games can't survive in this new atmosphere. Their tactics fall flat. Their words lose weight. So, when they come at you with sly remarks or backhanded insults, let them reveal themselves. And when the moment's right, deliver the truth. Sharp, director, final. Watch how the room shifts. Watch how they stumble, trying to regain footing in a game that's no longer theirs. This is your power now. This is the confrontation they never wanted to face. But here it is. And you're the force behind it. Stay grounded. Stay clear. They can't play in your face anymore. Number 5. The power behind your kindness. The storm they never saw coming. Never mistake the silence of the mountain for weakness. The avalanche comes without warning. Keep that close, chosen ones. For so long, they walked with confidence around you. The manipulators, the deceivers, the ones who fed off your patience. They believed they had you mapped out, believed they knew your breaking points, your limits. They saw your kindness, your calm, your quiet moments and thought, easy target. They wore that smug smile, certain that their sly games would always keep you beneath them, always dancing to the tune they played. But that confidence, it's crumbling now. Every smug look, every dismissive gesture, every underhanded word, they're choking on them. Because the person they thought they had control over, the one they believed they could sway, manipulate, and bend, that person outgrew their games, outpaced their tactics. You've become the force they never accounted for, the storm that wasn't in their forecast. And they can't dodge the truth anymore. Not when you stand there, calm, composed, and radiating a power they can't understand. Your confidence now, it isn't just a shield, it's a weapon, a finely honed blade, cutting through every lie they ever spun, every false narrative they tried to sell. They can't hide behind their illusions anymore, not when your presence alone strips those masks away. You've become the embodiment of truth itself, silent when necessary, sharp when required, and undeniable at all times. And here's the part they never saw coming, the very thing they mocked, the thing they mistook for softness, for weakness, your kindness, your patience, your willingness to give them the benefit of the doubt. They thought that was your flaw. They believed it made you malleable, easy to sway, easy to manipulate. But they were wrong. So wrong. See, chosen ones, your kindness was never weakness. It was never about fear. It wasn't about avoiding conflict or staying small. No, your kindness was your strategy, your patience, a weapon they didn't know you were sharpening. They couldn't understand that your silence wasn't surrender. It was calculation. You were waiting, watching, reading the room, letting them show their hand fully. You were gathering strength, learning the patterns, knowing exactly when to strike. And now, that moment has come. The moment where the silence breaks. The moment where your words, measured, deliberate, unstoppable, cut through the noise and leave nothing but the raw truth exposed. That's the power behind your kindness. They thought they were playing a one-sided game, but they didn't realize you were choosing when to engage. You held your peace because you knew the weight of your words when the time was right would be impossible to ignore. And now they face that truth. They're standing in the light of your rise, watching the illusion unravel. Their confidence shattered, their control gone, and the storm they never prepared for is right in front of them. You, standing tall, standing clear, wielding truth with precision. Let's not sugarcoat this. They underestimated you. They saw your calm and assumed you were powerless. They thought your kindness was born from a need for approval, from a fear of standing alone. But that couldn't be further from the truth. You were never afraid of confrontation. You were waiting for the right confrontation. And now, the universe itself has aligned to bring that moment to the surface. The timing is perfect. The stage is set. Their eyes, they can't meet yours anymore. Because every time they try, they see what they missed all along. The power beneath your calm, the storm behind your smile. They see the kindness they mistook for weakness transform into a force that breaks through their defenses, leaving no room for lies, no space for games. They see the truth they've been running from, standing in front of them, and it has your face. Chosen ones, this is the power they fear most. Not rage, not chaos, but unwavering truth, delivered with the calm precision of someone who no longer needs to prove a thing. You've become the avalanche they didn't see coming, the silent force that moves mountains without warning. And here's what they can't escape now. Your rise is steady. It's undeniable. It's irreversible. You've stepped into your power fully, and they can't play the old games anymore. They can try. They can scramble. But the room doesn't respond to them the way it used to. The energy has shifted. The tables have turned. You are the storm they never prepared for. And your kindness, that's the part that terrifies them most. Because they know now, it was never weakness. It was power in its most refined form. So stand firm. Speak when the moment calls. Let the power behind your kindness be the force that brings down the walls they built. You don't have to raise your voice. You don't have to rage. Your presence alone, aligned with truth, is enough to shake the foundations of their world. The storm has arrived, and you are the storm. Number 6. The spiritual war they never trained for. They came with chains, but you grew wings. Let that settle in your spirit, chosen ones. This isn't just a battle of words. This isn't about petty arguments or surface-level confrontations. No, this right here, this is warfare, spiritual warfare. And the battleground isn't out there in the world. It's closer, It's in the home, in the family, in the spaces where they thought they knew you best, where they believed they could always pull the right string, press the right wound, and have you fold like you always did. See, the manipulators aren't always strangers. Sometimes they share your bloodline. They know your history. They know where the scars are. And they've been using that knowledge as weapons for years, playing on your forgiving nature, manipulating you with guilt, twisting the knife with shame, knowing that you'd always cave, always bend, always carry the weight they refused to hold themselves. But those days are over. They try the old tactics, don't they? They come at you with familiar patterns, guilt trips wrapped in soft words, passive-aggressive jabs disguised as concern, expecting that you'll play your role, that you'll slip back into the box they built for you. But what they're met with now, it's something they can't explain. It's not rage, it's not rebellion, it's not the emotional outburst they expected. It's calm, it's steady, it's unshakable certainty. When they look in your eyes, they don't see the same person they thought they had mapped out. They don't see the easy target, the one they could guilt into submission. No, they're staring into something else entirely now. They're staring into a force that doesn't flinch, doesn't waver, a fortress they can't breach. And when you speak, chosen ones, when you speak, it lands like thunder in a clear sky. Calm, firm, but it hits them like an unseen blow. Their words, the ones that always worked before, fall apart in their hands. You dismantle their manipulations, calmly, piece by piece, until there's nothing left but the raw truth sitting between you. They are left stunned, as if they've been struck by something they can't even name. That's the spiritual battle they weren't ready for. They trained to control the old you, the one who doubted, the one who hesitated, but they didn't prepare for this version of you, the chosen one who has remembered their power, who has stepped fully into alignment with the universe, who has learned to command the battlefield instead of being tossed around by it. You've become something they can't control, something they can't manipulate, and that terrifies them, because for so long they thought your forgiveness was weakness. They thought your desire for peace came from fear. They believed they could always breach your walls, always find a way back in. But the truth is unraveling now. The truth is slapping them in the face. Your forgiveness wasn't weakness, it was strength in reserve. Your silence wasn't surrender, it was strategy. And now that you've drawn the line, now that you've built your fortress and stood firm in it, they're left reeling, spinning, trying to figure out how you've transformed into someone they no longer hold power over. And here's the brutal truth they're facing now. The tables have turned. The vulnerability they exploited, that's become your greatest strength. Because in vulnerability, you found clarity. In forgiveness, you found power. And in setting those boundaries they never respected, you've become untouchable. You are the architect of your own fortress now. A fortress built not out of walls of anger, but of unwavering self-respect, solid, impenetrable, and they can't scale those walls. They can't twist your words or rewrite your truth. The foundation is too strong. Chosen ones, understand this. This isn't just a battle of words. This is spiritual warfare. They're not just fighting to win an argument. They're fighting to keep their place in a world where they controlled you. And every time you stand firm, every time you hold that line, They feel the ground shift beneath them. They know the old power dynamic is dead, and they have no idea how to operate in this new reality where you hold the power. And here's where it hits the hardest. They never expected you to rise like this. They never imagined that the person they once toyed with would become the storm, the fortress, the unmovable force standing before them now. They thought the spiritual battle was theirs to win, but they didn't account for the universe standing behind you. The energy has shifted, chosen ones. You're no longer the one holding back tears, biting your tongue, playing the peacekeeper while they wreak havoc. You've become the warrior, standing with the calm of knowing you hold the higher ground. And that calm, that's what breaks them. That's what silences the manipulators. This is the spiritual battle they never trained for. But you were born for it, sharpened by the struggle, fortified by the pain, and now you stand as the storm they can't weather. Stay firm, stay grounded. The fortress you've built, it's unbreakable. The spiritual battle is yours to win. Number 7. Walking in unshakable authority. When the ground quakes beneath your feet, it's not fear. It's the earth recognizing your power. Feel that, chosen ones. This is no longer about playing small. No more second-guessing, no more guilt-tripping yourself for standing firm. The days of feeling bad for protecting your peace are gone, done, over. You've stepped into a new level of authority now, a force they can't twist, can't bend, and sure as hell can't break. The manipulators, the deceivers, they didn't realize that your kindness was just the surface. They mistook your gentleness for weakness, thinking they could dance in your face forever. But now they're choking on that mistake. Because what's standing in front of them isn't just kindness, it's fortified power. It's the steel backbone that says, I'm not here to be played with. And let's make it clear, you're not just confronting people anymore. This isn't just about family members, co-workers, or whoever thought they had the right to toy with your peace. No, this is deeper. This is spiritual warfare. You're challenging the very spirits behind those manipulations. The deceit, the control, the guilt. They aren't just personality traits. They're weapons wielded by forces that fear your rise. And now, you've called their bluff. You're walking in unshakable authority. And that authority comes from knowing you're aligned with something greater. The universe stands with you, pushing back every dark force that thought it could control you. You're no longer fighting flesh and blood. You're dismantling the systems behind them. The shadows they thought could hold you, scattered. The chains they wrapped around your mind, snapped. They can't play in your face anymore. The power you now walk in, it exposes them. It burns through their masks, leaving only the raw truth behind. And that truth is this: you're no longer the victim in their game. You're the force they fear most. So stand tall, stand firm, walk in that authority. The spiritual battle is real, but so is the power that backs you, and they can't outrun it. Number 8. Shifting the atmosphere, commanding the room with truth. When the truth walks in, the room holds its breath. Remember that, chosen ones. There's a moment that comes when the old games just don't work anymore. A moment when the manipulators, the sly opportunists, the ones who've thrived in the fog of half-truths and whispered lies, meet something they never prepared for. You, standing in your full power, shifting the entire atmosphere without breaking a sweat. In the workplace, that battlefield of false smiles and hidden daggers, you've played witness to these games long enough. The colleague who slides in, sharp with the subtle undermining, quick to take credit for what they didn't build. They've done it before. They've gotten away with it. They counted on your silence, on your hesitation, on that small internal war you used to fight, wondering if it was worth it to speak up. But now, that war is over. There's no hesitation, no debate, no giving away your power for the sake of keeping the so-called peace. You've seen behind the curtain, and you know that the peace they've sold you is just a polished version of control. The peace they want isn't real. It's silence. It's your submission. And those days, they're dead. So when that colleague steps into the same tired role, trying to steal credit, expecting the same old outcome, they get something else entirely. You speak up, calm, steady, unshaken, and when you do, the whole room feels it. The energy shifts, not because you've stirred conflict, but because you've introduced clarity. Piercing, undeniable clarity that slices through the fog they've thrived in. It's like flipping the light on in a room full of shadows. Suddenly, everyone sees what was always there, but never called out. Your words. They don't need to be loud. They don't need to be angry. They hang in the air, sharp and irrefutable. The truth just stands there, undeniable, and the room can't look away. No one can pretend they didn't hear it. No one can stuff it back down. And the colleague who once thrived on your silence, they're left exposed, stripped of the power they once wielded like a weapon. This is the power of shifting the atmosphere, chosen ones. This is what happens when you walk into a space fully aligned with the truth. The air changes, the energy realigns, and the ones who built their positions on deception, they feel the ground shake beneath them. They know the game has changed. You've become the force they never accounted for. The living reminder that truth doesn't need permission to enter the room. You don't need approval. You don't need to soften your stance to make others comfortable. Your presence, your clarity, your refusal to play small, that's what commands the space. And let's be real, chosen ones, they count on your silence. They need your hesitation, because without it, they have nothing. Their power has always been a mirage, a trick of the light, relying on your self-doubt to keep their illusions alive. But when you bring the truth forward, when you refuse to let the lie sit unchallenged, that mirage burns away, and all that's left is the bare bones of their game. So, shift the atmosphere, own the room, speak the truth when it needs to be spoken. You don't have to shout, you don't have to convince. The energy speaks for itself, and when it does, the manipulators can feel their grip slipping. Chosen ones, this is your season to command every space you enter, to walk with such alignment, such clarity, that the atmosphere bends around you, not because you demand it, but because truth always demands space, and you are the vessel that carries it. The days of biting your tongue, of letting the lies slide to keep the peace, are gone. The peace they built was false, and you've outgrown it. Now you bring the real peace, the peace that comes from standing in truth, unshaken. Let the room shift. Let the atmosphere change. You aren't here to blend in. You're here to transform the space. And they can't play in your face anymore. Number 9. The end of their games no shadows left to hide. The game ends when the players realize the board was never theirs to control. And chosen ones, you've realized, this is the power you now walk in, not just to stand your ground, but to shift the entire atmosphere, to change the energy of any room you enter. The manipulators, the deceivers, the ones who thrived in your silence. They can't play their games anymore, not in your presence, because your truth is too bright. Your light leaves no shadows for them to crawl back into. The world around you is reeling. They're struggling to process who you've become. Those who thought they knew you, who counted on your hesitation, who believed they could pull the same strings forever. They're standing face to face with a force they never expected. You've shattered the illusions they crafted so carefully, torn down the walls they built to box you in. And in doing so, you've revealed just how deep your power runs. You've stepped fully into your truth, no longer willing to play along, no longer willing to wear the mask of peace while chaos works behind the scenes. You see through the facades now, the lies, transparent, the games, exposed, and your voice, once held back, now cuts through the noise with undeniable clarity. The game is over. You hold the power now. And so, chosen ones, we've reached the edge of this battlefield. The dust is clearing, and the truth stands tall. You've seen their games crumble, felt the power of your rise, and now you know they can't play in your face anymore. This is your time. Walk in it. Own it. If this message lit that fire inside you, make sure to like, subscribe, and drop number 77 in the comments to claim your power. Share this with another chosen one who needs to hear it. Together, we shift the atmosphere. Together, we end the game. Stay strong. Stay unshakable. The brightest flames attract the fiercest winds, but they never bow. They only burn hotter. Remember that. If it takes a legion to come for one person, they aren't attacking you because you're weak. They're swarming because they know they can't handle you alone. They don't step up to face you. They circle like vultures, hoping numbers can do what courage never could. They fight dirty because clean hands can't match your fire. This is the kind of fear that makes cowards out of crowds. And before we dive deeper, if you feel this message in your bones, like it's speaking straight to you, make sure you like and subscribe, not just for you, but to help this reach more of the chosen. When you engage, you signal to the platform that this message matters, that chosen ones are out here listening, waking up, and that shakes everything. Now let's get one thing straight. The power of being chosen doesn't sit quietly. It's not polite. It doesn't ask permission to exist. It haunts those who fear what they can't control. You walk into a room and they feel it before you speak. A pull, a presence, a weight that unsettles them. They can't name it, but they know it's there. And they scramble to tear you down, not because you've done anything wrong, but because your existence alone threatens the fragile house of cards they've built their lives on. Let me tell you what this really is. This isn't a fair fight. It never was. This is the universe placing its bets on you. It's aligning stars and forces to back you. And they're not just fighting you, they're fighting that. They're battling the currents of the universe itself, trying to stop a tide that's already in motion. The irony? They can't even see that they're swinging at something much bigger than you. But here's where I get on you for a second. How dare you doubt your light? How dare you look at yourself and think, "Why me?" when everything around you is screaming the answer. It's you because you can handle it. It's you because the universe chose you. It's you because your light is so blinding it takes a damn army to try to dim it. And even then, they fail. Every single time. Stop shrinking. Stop questioning. You're standing at the center of a storm they can't weather, and instead of realizing you're the eye of it all, you're out here acting like you're stranded. You're not stranded. You are the storm. You are the force they can't predict. The wildfire they can't contain. The gravity they can't escape. And you know what scares them most? It's not what you've done. It's what you could do. The unrealized potential. The possibility that you haven't even tapped into half of what you carry. That's what haunts them. That's what keeps them plotting, whispering, ganging up in desperate little circles. Because deep down, they know. When chosen ones wake up to their own power, it's game over. So next time they come in droves, remember, this isn't about you. This is about what's backing you. They aren't fighting just a person. They're fighting the universe's decision. They're fighting destiny, momentum, inevitability. And there's no winning against that. Keep burning. So here's the deal. If you're still here, something inside you knows this message is for you. This isn't just another video. This is a call-out to the ones who felt the weight of the world pressing down, only to realize it's because they were meant to rise above it. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you feel that fire starting to burn brighter. That number signals alignment, strength, and that you're tuned into the universe's frequency. Stick with me, because if they need an army to face you, then you owe it to yourself to hear this through. Let's dive in. Number 1. When the snakes can't strike, they hiss louder. Watch how they panic when you start noticing the pattern. They can't silence your power, so they scream louder. They can't stop your rise, so they try to blind you with noise. But the noise is proof. The storm fears the calm you carry. Ever notice how the moment you're about to break through, everything starts going haywire? 1 second you're locked in, dialed into the truth, and then boom, your phone buzzes, someone calls, your mind races. The room shifts, and you're left thinking, why now? That's not random. That's by design. You're not just being distracted, you're being targeted. See, the second you start waking up to who you really are, to what you're truly carrying, the snakes in the grass start to panic. The same ones who laughed when you were low. They're the ones sweating now, whispering behind screens, working overtime to knock you off course. Why? Because they know. They know it takes a crowd to come against a chosen one. They know one-on-one, they don't stand a chance. They've watched your light bend the very air when you walk in a room, and it terrifies them. So what do? They send distraction, they send noise. Not because they're powerful, but because they're scared. Scared of what happens if you really see through the illusion. You've been conditioned to think it's just bad luck, technical glitches, being tired. Nah, this is resistance. This is the system glitching out because it can't contain your energy. And if you're asking, but why me? That's exactly the trap. That doubt is what they feed off. The moment you question your value, you hand over your power. Don't you dare give them that. You were chosen, not by chance, but by force. The universe doesn't play favorites, but it does play by energy. And your energy is rare. Your presence shifts timelines. Your alignment bends probability. And when that kind of force gets behind someone, the system starts to break. And when it breaks, they blame you. You weren't just born into this. You were built for it, forged in fire, carved by chaos. Your scars weren't setbacks. They were shaping tools. They honed your sight, sharpened your voice, thickened your skin. And still, you walk alone, wondering if you're lost, when the truth is, you're just ahead. Let's make something painfully clear. Every time your breakthrough gets close, the whole system flips. People start acting out of character. Friends go silent. Devices glitch. Sleep won't come. Doubt floods your mind. That's not coincidence. That's them flipping every switch they've got left, because you're getting too close to the signal, and the signal is you. Still don't believe in the power of being chosen? Then explain why it takes this many to try to break you, why they gang up, why they whisper, why they bait, why they watch your every move, waiting for a crack. They never wanted to fight fair. They wanted to drain you, quietly, constantly, until you forgot who you were. But the universe doesn't sleep on its chosen. When you align, it moves. When you commit, it clears the path. When you believe, really believe, that you are meant, that you are chosen, then even chaos starts working in your favor. And when that happens, they don't stand a chance. They weren't fighting you. They were fighting what was backing you. And you're still standing. That's their failure. So I'll say this with zero hesitation. Stop doubting your power. Stop thinking you're imagining the attacks. You're not paranoid, you're perceptive. You're not weak, you're awakening. When you walk with the universe, you will be tested, but you'll also be protected. And the more they try to distract you, the more you should realize you're getting dangerously close to something they cannot allow you to find. Let that silence scream in your mind for a second. And if you're still here, still reading, still locked in, congrats. You just shattered the first layer of their little game. You weren't supposed to make it past that, but you did. So now, stay ready, eyes open, because the pattern doesn't stop, but neither do you. Number 2. When the walls close in, you break through. The message they tried to bury finds you anyway. They can block the roads, burn the bridges, and shut every door, but the truth will crawl through the cracks just to reach the one who needs it most. Look at where you are right now, still here, still reading, still standing in the middle of a storm they swore would break you, and the fact that these words are in front of you. That's not chance, that's defiance. The system scrambled, the snakes slithered, the distractions piled up like bricks in a wall, and still the message got through. They tried to cut the line, but the signal found a way. It always finds a way when it's meant for the chosen. Think about that. How many times have they tried to silence this frequency? How many times has the line been severed, the connection delayed, the thought interrupted right when you were about to get it? And yet, here you are. Proof that even their strongest walls can't block the current when it's time for you to hear the truth. This message didn't just land in your lap. It fought to get here. And that should tell you everything about its urgency. They know this moment matters. They know if you hear this and really hear it, if it seeps past the defenses they've built around your mind, then it's game over for them. They lose control. Because this isn't about feeding you another nice idea. This is about waking you up fully, about breaking the last chains, snapping the last ropes that keep you bound to doubt and fear. Every minute you've spent wondering, why is life like this? Why do I feel this pull? Why can't I just blend in like everyone else? This is why. You aren't meant to blend. You aren't built to fit. You are the one that makes the mold crack. And the timing of this message, it's not random. This is the universe banging its fist on your door, saying, wake up now, not later. Now. There is no tomorrow for this awakening, no someday when you're ready. Because ready or not, the world's already watching you. They've felt your ripple. They've seen your shadow stretch farther than you've dared to imagine. They sense the shift before you've even fully stepped into it. And they're scared. That's why they scramble. That's why the noise rises. The closer you get to your power, the louder they scream, the more urgent this message becomes. Let me put this in your face. The universe has been pulling strings behind the scenes to get this to you. Alignments, timing, circumstances, all of it twisted and turned so this exact moment could exist. You and these words, colliding. And now that you're here, you better understand the weight of this. The urgency isn't just about you. It's about what happens if you delay. Every second you spend doubting, hesitating, questioning, someone else benefits. Someone else stays comfortable. The system keeps grinding. The snakes keep hissing. And the world stays tilted against you. But the second you flip that switch, own that power, light that fire, they panic. They lose footing, the balance shifts, and trust me, they feel it. And I know what you're thinking, but why now? Why me? Because the timing couldn't be more precise. The world needs your fire now, not tomorrow, not next year, right now. The universe doesn't wait for comfort. It moves when it's time, and it's screaming at you that this is the time. You've already felt it. The restless nights, the strange signs, the gut pulls that make no sense but feel too real to ignore. That's alignment. That's the universe telling you, move now. Understand this. They've tried to break this message apart before it reached you. This signal had to restart, reroute, reset more times than you'll ever know. Because the system fears what happens when chosen ones wake up to their frequency. When you start hearing the hum beneath the chaos, the rhythm that was always yours, they tried to bury it under noise, drown it in distraction, bury it in doubt. But the message was too strong, the alignment too perfect. And you were too meant. That's why this couldn't wait another day, another moment, because you've wasted enough time second-guessing your light. You've spent enough nights wondering why it feels like the world conspires against you. It does, because you weren't built to blend. You weren't designed to be background noise. You are the static that disrupts their broadcast, the glitch in their matrix, the fire they can't smother. And this message? This is the match. But here's the thing, they'll come harder now. Don't get it twisted. Once you hear this, once you know, they'll throw everything at you. Distractions, doubts, delays. People will pop up with nonsense. Chaos will rise. But that's just more proof. It's the system glitching out because you're not supposed to get here. You weren't supposed to wake up. But you did. You are. Right now. So feel that urgency. Let it burn. Let it push you. No more waiting. No more soft steps. The universe moved for you. The current broke through. And now, you move with it. Not later, now, because they're terrified of what happens next. Terrified of what you'll do when you finally realize you're not just powerful, you're inevitable. And if you're still here, if these words are still ringing in your head, that means you're locked in. You've heard the hum beneath the noise, and they can't unring that bell. This is your moment. The urgency is real. The timing is perfect. And there's no turning back. Keep burning. Number 3. When the wolves can't kill you, they starve you. The battle over your energy is the battle over your destiny. If they can't break your body, they'll bleed your spirit. Not all wars are loud. Some are fought in silence, in shadows, where exhaustion replaces wounds and doubt becomes a weapon. Ever wonder why, right when you're about to make your move, your real move, the air shifts? One moment, you're locked in, fired up, every cell in your body vibrating with purpose. The vision is clear. You know what needs to be done. The steps are there, laid out, ready to walk. And then, bam, out of nowhere. The weight drops, heavy, like something grabbed you by the soul and drained it dry. Your mind gets foggy, your body heavy, your spirit restless. Suddenly what felt urgent, important, necessary, it just slips through your fingers. Sound familiar? Yeah. That's not random. That's not burnout. That's not just life. That's warfare. Silent, invisible, brutal. They don't always come at you head-on. Not when you're this powerful. They know better than to stand in your way outright. So they come at you sideways, through your energy, through your focus, through your fire. Because they know if they can't kill the flame, they can at least try to smother it, starve it, make you question if it was ever there in the first place. Let's not sugarcoat this. You are under attack. Every time your energy dips without reason, every time that sudden, bone-deep exhaustion hits you like a freight train, right when you're on the edge of something big, that's not coincidence. That's not you failing. That's them winning for a moment. That's the system pulling its oldest trick in the book. Bleed you dry without ever drawing a drop of blood. Remember last week? When you were flying high? When things just clicked? Ideas flowed like water. Doors opened without you even knocking. And the whole damn universe felt like it was working with you. Yeah, that wasn't just a good day. That was alignment. That was what happens when your energy moves freely, unblocked, unbothered. But then, almost like clockwork, it hit. The crash, the drain, like someone flipped a switch and turned everything off. Your motivation, gone. Your clarity, fogged. That momentum, stuck in quicksand. You felt it, like pushing through invisible walls, like swimming against a tide that shouldn't even be there. Let me make this plain. You are not crazy. This is not all in your head. Those invisible walls are real. The hands shifting the pieces against you, real. They operate in the shadows because they can't stand the light you carry. They can't face you head-on because they know what happens if you stand tall, fully powered. They lose every single time. So they come for your fuel. They attack your energy. Because if they can slow you down, frustrate you, make you question yourself, make you tired enough to stop, they win without ever showing their faces. But here's what they hate the most. You noticing, you reading this and recognizing the pattern. That's the glitch in their game. Because the moment you name it, the moment you see it, their power weakens. You reclaim a piece of yourself they never wanted you to notice was taken. And if you're sitting there thinking, But why does this keep happening? Why me? Let me burn this into your soul. Because you're chosen. Because your energy isn't ordinary. Because what you're carrying shakes the system. Your moves matter. Your light matters. You don't just walk through life. You shift it. You bend the air, change the room, disturb the comfortable lies that keep this world spinning as it is. And they can't have that. So they fight dirty, they drain, they distract, they cloud your mind, sap your strength, make the path feel twice as heavy as it should be. But now that you see it, now that you feel it for what it is, you can fight back. This is where I check you a bit. Stop blaming yourself. Stop thinking this is weakness. Stop thinking you should be stronger. You're strong as hell. You've carried more than most without breaking. This is just their strategy. And knowing that, that gives you the upper hand. Recognize the signs. Name them. When that wave of exhaustion hits out of nowhere, call it out. When your mind fogs right before you're about to take action, stand still for a second and feel the resistance. Not as your own, but as the system pushing back. And then push harder. Because every time you push through that drain, every time you move forward despite the weight, you're tearing down the very walls they've built to contain you. You're proving that no amount of shadow work can stop a chosen one who knows the game. Your energy is sacred. Guard it, feed it, protect it like the treasure it is. Because the fight for your energy is the fight for your destiny. And you've already proven you're built for this war. Keep burning. Number 4. When they map your moves, redraw the map. The enemy's strategy can't hold against a living force. You don't just walk paths, they form beneath your feet. You don't just play the game, you rewrite the rules as you go, and that's what terrifies them most. Let's not pretend they haven't been watching. They know your patterns. They've studied the way your energy rises, the way your spirit lights up at the edge of breakthrough. They've tracked the exact moments when you're most vulnerable, most open, most ready to rise. And that's exactly when they strike. Not by accident, by precision. Like wolves waiting for the moment you stumble, they launch their attacks right when your fire burns hottest. Because that's when you're the biggest threat. Think back. How many times has it felt like something external knew exactly when to drop chaos on you? That argument out of nowhere, that sudden delay that grinds your plans to a halt, that whisper of doubt that creeps in just as you start to believe again. These aren't random events. These are calculated plays. They know when to plant the seed of frustration, when to pull at your insecurities, when to stack the odds just high enough that you start to question whether it's worth it. But here's the truth that makes them tremble. You're still here. Despite every hit, every setup, every trap, they haven't broken you. You've taken the blows and stayed standing. You've crawled through fires meant to consume you and came out forged, not burned. And that eats at them. Every time you get back up, every time you move forward, it shatters the strategy they spent so long perfecting. Let these words rattle through your bones. You aren't just another player on the board. You are the board. You are the space where the game unfolds, the current beneath the surface, the pulse that drives the whole damn thing forward. You don't just experience life, you are life made manifest. The energy that flows through you doesn't come from outside. It radiates from the core of who you are. You are the source. Think about that for a second. Most people chase success like it's something outside of them, something to grab, something to earn. But you are success. You don't just attract abundance. You are abundance. It flows from you, not to you. You don't manifest desires like pulling stars from the sky. You're the damn star factory. The universe moves with you because you are part of its rhythm, its heartbeat. And that makes you untouchable in ways they can't stand. They wanted you to believe you're just reflecting some distant light, like the moon borrowing shine from the sun. But that's their illusion. That's their strategy, to make you forget that you are the generator, the flame itself, the source of light that bends reality around you. And here's where I get a little louder. That's why they come at you in numbers. That's why it's never just one. It's a pack, a swarm, a mob. They gather together because alone, none of them can face the magnitude of your power. They have to gang up because your light would burn them out one-on-one. Your energy would eclipse their efforts without even trying. They know this. That's why they plot, why they synchronize their attacks, why they push you when you're on the edge of rising. But understand this, they fear you because you keep rising. No matter how many times they swing, no matter how many traps they set, you remain. You stand, and every time you do, you grow stronger. Every attack refines your edges, sharpens your fire, deepens your roots. They can't break what's rooted in the core of existence itself. And you might ask, if I'm this powerful, why do I feel the weight so heavy? Because carrying light like yours is no small thing. It's pressure, it's resistance, but it's also proof. Proof that what you hold inside shakes the structures around you, that your mere existence bends the rules, cracks the system, forces the old ways to crumble. So yeah, they've studied you, they've mapped out your moves, but what they forgot is this: you are not static. You evolve, you shift, you outgrow the cages they try to lock you in. They chart your past, but they can't predict your future, because you make the future. And the most dangerous thing about a chosen one, once you see the strategy, you can dismantle it. Once you realize the pattern, you can break it. You become unpredictable. You redraw the map. So let them scheme, let them plot, let them gather, because you're the force they can't calculate, the variable they can't control, the light that won't dim. Keep burning. Number 5. When shadows can't cast light, they steal yours. The true nature of those who feed off your flame. They don't hate your fire. They need it. They just can't admit they're too hollow to burn on their own. Let's talk about the ones circling you, the ones who never seem to go away, the ones who show up just in time to throw shade on your shine, to drain your spirit, to block your flow. You know the type. They lurk in the background, pop up in your weakest moments, whisper doubts into your mind like poison in a well. But here's the truth they never want you to figure out. They need you. They feed off you. Without you, they collapse. They're not your rivals. They're not your equals. They're parasites, cosmic leeches, spirit vampires, creatures that can't generate their own energy, so they latch onto yours like it's their lifeline. They don't know how to build, so they take. They don't know how to shine, so they dim. They don't know how to love, so they leech. And what burns them the most, you don't even have to try. You walk into a room and the air shifts. You speak and people feel it. You exist and that alone makes their false world shake. They survive in scarcity, in lack, in empty echoes of what they pretend to be. But you are abundance walking, you are light breathing. You're not pulling from outside sources, you are the source, and that exposes them. Your presence alone is like a spotlight on their hollowness. The realness of your energy highlights the cheap tricks they've used to convince the world they're something they're not. Your radiance shines so bright, it strips away the illusions they hide behind. And they can't stand that. So they attack, they drain, they gather in numbers to try to overwhelm you, not because you're weak, but because you're too powerful to ignore. They can't survive in your light. That's why they work so hard to dim it. They don't come at you because you're failing. They come at you because you're winning. Even when you don't feel it, even when you think you're standing still, your success echoes. It threatens everything they've built. Because you're not playing their game. You're walking a path they can't even see. A path they've spent ages trying to hide from people like you. Let me put this in your face. They fear your discovery, not of them, but of yourself. The day you fully realize what you are, what you carry, what you can do, that's the day their whole system falls apart. They've spent lifetimes mastering the art of the mask, of pretending to hold power, to own energy, to rule spaces. But all it takes is one chosen one, lighting up fully, standing in their source, to rip those masks clean off. And that's why they keep coming. That's why they gather. Because alone, not one of them can face you. They don't have enough light. They don't have enough soul. But together, they try to drown you out with numbers. They try to block your shine with noise, with chaos, with constant attacks. They hope if they hit you enough times, you'll forget what you are, that you'll question your worth, that you'll shut your light down just to stop feeling like a target. But here's where you flip the game. Don't you dare dim. Don't shrink to make them comfortable. Don't soften to make them stop. That's exactly what they want. They need your light, but only in ways that let them control it. Starve them, cut them off, let your fire burn brighter. Because the brighter you burn, the more they expose themselves, the more they can't hide. And yeah, I know the weight, I know the exhaustion. When they drain you, when they come in waves, it feels like maybe it's easier to just back down, to blend in, to let your flame flicker. But that's the trap. That's how they win. They want you tired. They want you second-guessing. But the truth, you've already won. Just by standing, just by being. Because every day you keep burning, you remind them they'll never have what you have. They'll never be what you are. You are the source. You don't reflect light. You generate it. You don't borrow strength. You are strength. And that's why they hate you. But hate is just love warped by fear. They hate what they can't have, what they'll never be. And that's power. So let them circle, let them hiss, let them try. Because they'll never feed enough to fill their emptiness. And you'll keep burning, brighter, stronger, untouchable, because they need you. But you need no one. Number 6. When patterns repeat, it's not coincidence, it's coordination. Recognize the game. They're playing on you. Coincidences don't cluster. When the same storm keeps finding you, it's not random weather. It's a forecast written in fear. Open your eyes wide, because what you've been calling bad timing or bad luck is anything but. Those little interruptions, those sudden crashes in momentum, those sharp turns that reroute your progress, they're not accidents. They're not just life being life. They're patterns, designed patterns, blueprinted blockages set to hit you exactly when you're about to rise. That project you poured your soul into, the one that lost funding out of nowhere right when you were ready to launch, not random. The relationship that turned ice cold the moment you opened up, the second you needed someone to stand beside you. That wasn't bad chemistry. The golden opportunity that vanished without a trace the moment you became the top candidate. The tech glitch that only happens when you're on the verge of putting your most important work into the world. These are not isolated incidents. They're part of a larger scheme. These are coordinated strikes. And if you're feeling that in your bones right now, good. Let that shake you awake, because the moment you stop seeing these as accidents is the moment you start recognizing the war you're in. You've been a target all along. But here's where it gets deeper. Have you noticed how people who have nothing in common, who wouldn't even be in the same room under normal circumstances, suddenly come together when it's about standing against you? They align. They find common ground, not in shared goals, but in opposition to you. People who barely speak, suddenly united in resistance to your ideas. People who claim to love you, who call themselves your supporters, suddenly pulling away, sabotaging, withdrawing at the most critical moments, like they can't help but push you off your path right when you're about to take your biggest step. Let me hit you with this. That's not normal. That's not human nature. That's the pattern. That's the system working through the people around you, pulling strings in the background, activating their doubt, their fear, their insecurities, all to block you. Because your rise threatens more than just your enemies. It threatens the entire fabric of the reality they've built. You walking in your full power would make their illusions crumble. So they gather, they align, they organize. Ask yourself this: why does it take so many of them? Why is it never just one? Why is it always a swarm, a pack, a pile-on? Why does it take that many voices, that many hands, that much effort just to slow you down? The answer should chill you, because one isn't enough. One person can't stop you. One obstacle can't break you. One setback won't even make you blink. They know this, so they come in waves. They come in numbers. They stack the odds until it feels like the whole world's tipping against you. And that's the point. Not to defeat you outright, but to make you think you're cursed. To make you doubt yourself so deeply that you give up before the breakthrough comes. But let me throw it back in their faces. You're still here. You've seen these patterns, maybe for years, maybe your whole life, and yet you haven't folded. You've felt the weight, you've taken the hits, but your light, still burning. Your soul, still rising. You've endured more coordinated attacks than most could survive, and here you are, reading these words, waking up to the truth of it all. That's why they fear you. That's why the patterns keep coming, because they haven't broken you, and the moment you see the pattern, the whole game starts to fall apart. Recognizing the pattern is the first step to breaking it. Once you name it, once you see it, their power over you starts to unravel. The illusion depends on you thinking it's random, that you're unlucky, that maybe you're the problem. But once you realize the setup, once you spot the trap for what it is, you step outside of it. You move differently. You stop reacting the way they expect, and that makes you dangerous in ways they can't prepare for. Because patterns can only hold if you keep playing your part in them, but the moment you shift, the moment you stop feeding the system, they can't predict you anymore. They can't time their strikes. They can't align against something they can't see coming. So, look back, see the patterns, the perfect timing of the crashes, the coordinated resistance, the waves of opposition. Feel the weight of it for what it is, proof of your power. They wouldn't come this hard, this often, in these numbers, if you weren't a threat to their entire system. They gather not because you're lost, but because you've found the path they've tried to bury for generations. Your rise is their reckoning. Your awakening is their end. Keep burning. Number 7. When the pressure peaks, you're at the edge of expansion, the final test. They hope you fail. The closer you are to breaking through, the harder they press. But remember, pressure doesn't destroy diamonds. It makes them. Let's get one thing clear right now. What you're going through isn't just a rough patch. It's not just life getting hard or the universe testing you for fun. This is the final test, the last line of defense before your greatest expansion. The ultimate squeeze before you burst into something so much bigger than you've ever been. Every chosen one, every true carrier of power has faced this exact moment. You're not the first to feel like you're being crushed beneath the weight of invisible forces. But if you endure this, if you stand through this storm, you won't just survive. You'll expand. This is the gate before the leap, and they know it. They feel it before you do. You've been feeling the walls close in tighter, the delays dragging on longer than they should, opportunities slipping through your fingers, people you trusted flipping on you when you needed them most, betrayals that cut so deep they make you question not just others, but yourself. The universe goes quiet, the momentum stalls, the light feels dim, and in those moments you start asking the question they've been waiting for. Maybe I should stop. Maybe I should turn back. Maybe this isn't for me. That's the trap. That's the strategy. The final test isn't designed to break your body. It's designed to break your will, to make you fold right when you're standing on the edge of the greatest shift of your life. Let me hit you with some brutal honesty. This pressure is confirmation. The delays, the resistance, the darkness, it all signals one thing. You're on the brink of something massive. You're standing at the threshold of expansion so big, it scares the system. It rattles the structures that have been built to keep people like you contained. And so they throw everything at you in this last stretch. Maximum resistance right before the quantum leap. You've heard it before. The darkest hour comes just before dawn. But don't let that sit in your head as just some poetic phrase. This is cosmic law. The weight always feels heaviest right before the release. The night always grows coldest right before the sun breaches the horizon. This is the rhythm of existence. The system fights hardest when it senses its hold slipping. And right now, it's slipping. This isn't just about you. This is about the energy you carry, the shift you represent. You're not just moving for yourself. Your breakthrough ripples outwards. It affects timelines. It touches the people around you. It cracks open doors for others who haven't even realized they're chained. That's why the resistance is so intense. because your expansion means their control weakens. Your growth is their collapse. But they want you to interpret this pressure as a sign to stop. They want you to see these obstacles as a dead end, not the final stretch. They need you to doubt, to question, to pull back. They whisper in your ear, "See, it's too much. You're not meant for this. Turn back now before you lose more." Because if you keep going, if you push through this, they lose everything. So let me tell you what they won't. This moment is the proof of your power. This test wouldn't even exist if you weren't close to breaking through. If you weren't about to expand beyond what they can control, they wouldn't bother. You wouldn't feel the squeeze. The fact that you're here, feeling every ounce of pressure, drowning in doubt and delay, that means the shift is near. The leap is close. This is not the time to retreat. This is not the time to reduce your ambition. This is not the time to reconsider your path. This is the time to dig in, to anchor deeper, to stare down the weight and keep moving anyway. Because the moment you stop feeding the doubt, the moment you refuse to shrink, you start breaking through. And when you do, they can feel it. They already do. That's why the resistance is peaking. That's why the attacks feel more personal, more precise. They know what's coming even before you do. They sense the expansion of your energy, the widening of your field. They feel your power rising, and they panic. But you've got something they never will. You've got source inside you. You're not just carrying power, you are power. You're not just chasing success, you are success. And that's what's coming alive now. That's what they're trying to stop. So take this moment, this weight, this pressure, and recognize it for what it is. Confirmation. You are exactly where you need to be. This isn't the end. This is the edge of the leap. And when you step through, when you expand, everything changes. Keep burning. Number 8, claim your power. Because they've already lost the battle, they keep fighting. What they planned in the dark, you survived in the light. What they fired at your spirit bounced off your crown. You have no idea how many times they've come for you, how many attacks never even touched you, because your power is already that strong. You'll never know how many traps were laid beneath your feet that you somehow sidestepped. How many poisoned opportunities were dressed up as blessings but turned into ash before they could reach you. How many whispered curses, psychic darts and spiritual ambushes shattered against the invisible shield wrapped around your soul. For every challenge you faced head-on, hundreds more have been crushed before they even got near. While you sleep, the universe moves. The cosmic forces that chose you keep tearing apart the schemes built to break you. While you breathe, they bend energy, redirecting every projection, every negative thought, every silent curse meant to hit your core. You are wrapped in an ancient protection, a fortress they can't even comprehend. What they schemed in secret has been dragged into the light, their weapons turned blunt, their curses turned blessings. Everything they've tried to use to destroy you has only built you stronger. That's why you're still here. That's why they're panicking. Their tactics, once reliable, are crumbling. Their moves, once effective, are failing. And it's driving them mad. You weren't supposed to make it this far, but here you are. Claim your power. Own it. Because standing in it is the one thing they can't beat. Keep burning. When the storm couldn't break you, they called you the storm. Chosen one, they didn't just try to stop you. They came with fire, with lies, with every tactic they could think of. And still, you're here, breathing, standing, rising. That alone is proof of who you are. And make no mistake, they didn't fail because they were weak. They failed because the universe stands behind those it chooses. They weren't fighting you. They were fighting a force far beyond them. And now, they're haunted by the fact that every time they try to crush you, you come back louder, stronger, more focused. They've whispered about you in rooms you've never entered, tried to bury your name with rumors and shade. But the funny thing is, you don't bury light. You just force it to shine brighter. Before we go further, do your part in this mission. Make sure to like this video, subscribe, and share it with another chosen one. When you do, you help this message reach others who need to hear it. Others who feel the weight of the world on their shoulders and still keep going. This is more than a message. It's a signal to the universe. When you engage, you amplify this light, and YouTube recognizes it. That's how we awaken more of the chosen. Now let's talk about who you really are. You weren't born to blend in. You weren't made to walk the easy path. The moment the universe chose you, the game changed. You were marked, not for struggle, but for strength, not for suffering, but for awakening. That mark unsettles people. It shakes their illusions. Your very presence disrupts comfort zones. You don't even have to speak, and still, your energy makes people uncomfortable. That's not arrogance. That's reality. You've probably noticed it since you were young. People watching you like you're something strange. Teachers treating you different. Friends flipping into enemies for no clear reason. Opportunities slipping through for others, but showing up with resistance when it's your turn. That's not random. That's not bad luck. That's what happens when the universe puts a rare fire inside someone and sends them into a world soaked in fear. People will try to dim you because your light exposes everything they've been hiding. You don't just walk into a room, you confront every lie, every mask, every insecurity just by being. That's why they talk behind your back. That's why they try to make you doubt yourself. Because if you ever fully realize what's inside of you, their illusion falls apart. But listen closely now. The worst mistake a chosen one can make is forgetting that they're chosen. You are not alone. You were never meant to fight this war in silence. The universe has been backing you the whole time. Every time someone betrayed you, the universe exposed what was fake. Every time a door slammed shut, it was a redirection, not a rejection. They were never winning. They were being used. Tools to sharpen you, voices to train your ears to hear the truth beyond the noise. Being chosen is not a title. It's a responsibility. It's a fire that never goes out, and it scares them. Not because they understand it, but because they can feel it. They feel the pull of your power before you even speak. Your success terrifies them. Not because you brag, but because it proves that you can't be broken. And that kind of proof is dangerous in a world full of masks. They tried to break you. They failed. They will try again. And they will fail again. Because this isn't about them. This is about you. And the universe doesn't choose by mistake. Before we dive in deeper, pause for a moment. If this message is hitting something real inside you, it's not by accident. It means you're one of us, one of the few. The world tried to shut you down, yet you're still here. That's not weakness, that's proof. So do this. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you're done playing small, done doubting your power, and ready to rise into everything they tried to crush. This isn't just a video, it's a turning point. And now, let's get into it step by step. Stay with me. If you're truly chosen, you won't be able to look away. Number 1. When you carry fire, don't be shocked when the shadows attack. They hated the flame, but it was the cold in their souls that screamed the loudest. Let's not sugarcoat it. If you've been attacked, dragged, doubted, or quietly targeted in ways you can't even explain, you're not paranoid, you're powerful, and they felt it before you even knew it yourself. You're not being attacked because you're weak. You're being attacked because you're a threat. Your light, your growth, your ability to keep rising, that rattles people. It reminds them of everything they've tried to suppress in themselves. And so, instead of facing their own shadows, they tried to dim yours. Fear is the first spark. They fear what doesn't fit into their small, controlled boxes. You, chosen one, don't play by the usual rules. You question things. You see through people. You move differently. You don't fake smiles just to survive. That level of authenticity, it terrifies them, because it exposes what they are not, and instead of growing, they attack. It's a reflex. Like rats scattering when light hits the room. It's not about you, personally. It's about what your existence represents. You're a walking reminder that truth still exists in a world built on masks. Jealousy is the next poison they throw. You've probably noticed how your wins don't sit well with certain people, even small ones. The moment you start moving in your purpose, you'll hear the whispers. Who does he think he is? Why her? But what they're really saying is, why not me? Your progress, your clarity, your glow. It's a mirror to their stagnation. And instead of asking why they're stuck, they project that resentment onto you. They don't want your downfall. They need it, because your success makes their excuses crumble. But here's the truth they can't handle. You didn't choose to be chosen. The universe made that call. You were selected, not for comfort, but for impact. And when the universe backs you, every attack becomes a lesson. Every betrayal becomes redirection. Every loss becomes power. The very system they're fighting, it's not just protecting you, it's shaping you. So to the chosen one doubting themselves right now, stop it. You think you're being punished when really you're being positioned. You're being trained in private for a future they won't be able to ignore. Your isolation isn't abandonment, it's preparation. And those people who turned on you, don't hate them. Just understand, they weren't attacking you. They were trying to fight a current far bigger than them. They picked a war with the universe, and now they're drowning in confusion. That's not your guilt to carry. That's their karma to live with. And to the enemies watching, let this sink in. You didn't break them. You revealed them. You thought if you lied enough, they'd fall. If you isolated them enough, they'd fold. But what you didn't know is that chosen ones don't get buried. They get replanted. And every time you tried to suffocate them, they grew deeper roots. Stronger ones. Ones that now reach into something cosmic, something you can't touch. Metaphorically, they're the sun. You can curse it all day, but you'll never dim it. You'll just stay in the shadows. You can gossip, sabotage, manipulate. But the light? It's relentless. It keeps showing up. Just like they do. And you, chosen one, need to remember who the hell you are. Every time you second-guess your path, you give power to the very voices that try to destroy you. Every time you shrink to make others comfortable, you betray the fire inside you. This is not the time for that. This is the time to rise so loudly that even your silence becomes a roar. You weren't sent here to be liked. You were sent here to lead, to expose, to shift the energy in every room you walk into. That's why you've been attacked. That's why they've tried to break you down. But the universe isn't random, and it doesn't waste energy on the unprepared. You were called because you can handle it, you can carry it, and whether they like it or not, you will. They will try again, and they will fail again, because you don't walk alone. Every step you take in truth, the universe walks with you, and there's no weapon, no rumor, no rejection strong enough to rewrite what you were born to become. So walk on, chosen one. Walk like fire. Walk like prophecy in motion. Walk like the war has already been won, because it has. Number 2, they can plot all they want, but you're wired to win. A chosen one doesn't dodge the storm. They are the storm, and the reason the winds change. Let's get one thing straight. They can scheme, lie, sabotage, and smear your name through every alley they crawl in. It won't matter, because what's inside you isn't built on their opinions. It's not built on their approval. It's not even built on their acceptance. What's inside you was chosen, forged, and protected by something far bigger, something they'll never understand, because they were never called to carry it. You will always prevail. Not maybe, not eventually, always. They've tried to wear you down, haven't they? Tried to paint you as the villain, tried to make others question your motives, your heart, your strength. You've watched people you trusted suddenly become silent, distant, cold, all because whispers reached their ears before your truth did. But what they don't realize is that chosen ones are forged in that exact fire. You don't just survive adversity, you transform through it, you alchemize it. The very attacks meant to break you are the bricks you stand on. And every time you rise, your enemies lose a little more faith in their own illusions. See, when you carry something powerful, you trigger people's insecurities like a live wire. They see you walk in peace, and it shatters their false sense of control. You move with clarity, and suddenly their confusion feels louder. You dream big, and it reminds them how small they've settled. That's why they come for you. Not because you've wronged them, but because your very existence confronts their comfort zones. And don't let the tactics fool you. It's not always loud. Sometimes it's subtle, cowardly, backhanded compliments, innocent shade, quiet competition masked as friendship. They won't always throw punches. Some will just hope you trip. But no matter how they come, the result is always the same. They lose because you don't fold under pressure. You form diamonds from it. And that's what they don't get. The more they push, the deeper your roots grow. The more they talk, the sharper your vision becomes. The more they try to tear you down, the more the universe rearranges everything to elevate you right in front of them. They think they're fighting you, but they're fighting alignment. They're fighting momentum. They're fighting the very force that put you here in the first place. Listen closely. Being chosen doesn't mean it's going to be easy. It means you've been given strength others weren't trusted with. And yes, it gets lonely. Yes, it gets painful. Yes, the attacks feel personal. But what you must remember is that your path isn't about being understood. It's about being undeniable. You weren't placed here to fit in. You were placed here to stand out, to disturb everything false, to shatter illusions, to wake people up just by walking in truth. So stop being surprised when people turn on you. Stop acting shocked when they try to bring you down. That's their job. That's their assignment. Your job is to keep walking, keep building, keep evolving. Let their confusion fuel your clarity. Let their resistance reveal your resilience. Let their attacks expose how chosen you really are. You need to stop questioning your strength every time someone else feels weak around it. You need to stop shrinking because others are afraid of your full height. You weren't chosen to make people comfortable. You were chosen to challenge the very systems they worship. And yes, that makes you a target. But it also makes you untouchable in ways they'll never grasp. And the best part, every single time they think they've won, when they celebrate your silence, when they mistake your rest for retreat, when they misread your patience as defeat, you come back, bigger, wiser, bolder, and suddenly their little world starts shaking again. This is your pattern. This is your cycle. You rise, you rise, you rise, even when you don't feel like it, even when the wounds are fresh, even when no one's clapping, you still rise. That's the curse and the crown of being chosen. You will always prevail, not because you're lucky, but because you're aligned. You're connected to something that doesn't just protect you, it propels you. Something that rearranges reality to make room for your purpose. Something that exposes every fake hand before it can touch you. Something that turns every failure into foundation. So let them watch, let them whisper, let them think they've got you figured out. Because the moment they think they've got you down is the moment you rise higher than ever. And that is the part they'll never see coming. Because while they were busy playing games, you became the game changer. You weren't born to fall. You were born to finish what they never had the courage to begin. Number 3, they couldn't compete with you, so they tried to corrupt the field. When they realized they couldn't match your power, they plotted in the shadows, hoping you'd forget you were born to walk in light. Let's get into the tactics, because it's time you see the enemy for what it is, weakness in disguise. They didn't come at you because you're wrong. They came at you because you're right. Right in your energy, right in your purpose, right in your alignment. And that alone made you a threat. So instead of leveling up, they slithered low. Instead of elevating themselves, they dragged their envy through every hallway, hoping to stain your name before your light could reach the next room. And one of their oldest tricks, criticism masked as concern. The moment you start shining, here come the unsolicited opinions. You're doing too much. That's not realistic. You've changed. Of course you've changed. You evolved. You grew. You outgrew the box they wanted you trapped in, and that scares them. So they nitpick. They point out flaws that don't exist. They magnify your missteps and ignore your milestones. It's never really about what you did wrong. It's about the fact that you dared to do anything at all. They want you questioning yourself. They want you to pause, to overthink, to freeze under the weight of self-doubt they planted. That's the game. If they can't stop you physically, they'll try to stop you mentally. They'll try to get you to sabotage your own mission by whispering doubt into your own head. But listen carefully. Your mind is your kingdom. And the moment you stop letting unworthy voices speak in it, everything changes. But they don't stop there. When criticism doesn't work, they reach for something even lower. Rumors, lies, misinformation. This is how cowards fight wars. They know they can't win face to face. They twist narratives, weaponize half-truths, plant seeds of mistrust in the minds of those around you. They'll take your silence and paint it as guilt. They'll take your confidence and call it arrogance. They'll rewrite history just to make sure the story doesn't end with you winning. And what hurts most? Sometimes the people you thought had your back start believing them. That's the aim. Isolation. If they can't beat you, they'll try to make you feel alone, cut off, misunderstood, disconnected from the ones who once supported you. But here's what they don't know. Chosen ones don't need crowds to validate them. They don't need applause to keep going. They were built for the dark. They thrive in silence. When the room empties out and the lights go cold, that's when the real power kicks in. Still, the attacks evolve. When criticism and rumors don't knock you off course, they come for your work, your progress, your momentum, sabotage. That's when they get real bold. They start moving in the background, quietly undermining you, copying your ideas, inserting just enough friction to slow you down. They'll smile to your face and steal behind your back. They'll try to take credit for what you bled to build. They'll let you take the fall for mistakes they made. They'll twist situations so that when it all hits the fan, the blame somehow ends up on you. Why? Because the thought of you rising burns them alive. Because they know deep down that without those underhanded tricks, you'd already be too far ahead to catch. They don't just want to win, they want you to lose. Because your loss soothes their mediocrity. Because seeing you discouraged gives them life. And make no mistake, that's their goal. Not just to slow you down, but to crush your spirit, to make you quit, to make you question why you even started. But they keep forgetting something. You were chosen for a reason. The universe didn't pick you for comfort. It picked you for resistance, for resilience, for rebirth, and everything they're doing, every tactic, every whisper, every attempt to tear down your foundation is only proving one thing. You matter more than you know. You don't attack what doesn't threaten you, and clearly you're a threat on a level they can't explain. So the next time they try to come for you with these weak tactics, stand tall, don't flinch, recognize the strategy, and smile. Because the moment they stoop that low, it means you've already risen high enough to rattle their cages. That's not failure. That's confirmation. Let them criticize. You're still climbing. Let them lie. Truth travels slow, but it hits harder. Let them sabotage. The universe rewires every trap to bless you anyway. Their tactics are loud, but your purpose roars louder. And it's only a matter of time before everything they did to stop you becomes the very thing that pushed you further. You don't just survive the attacks, chosen one. You turn them into fuel. And in the end, while they're still talking, you'll be walking across finish lines they never had the courage to approach. Number 4, the quiet war, how they isolate the chosen without you even noticing. They didn't need to break your body. They just had to convince you that no one would catch you when you fell. Not every attack is loud. Not every enemy screams. Some of the most dangerous moves they make against you are silent, slow, and disguised as love, concern, or even loyalty. These are the lesser-known attacks, the psychological warfare designed not to destroy your body, but to erode your spirit. And if you're not awake, if you're not locked into your awareness as a chosen one, these attacks won't just hurt. You'll start to believe they're your fault. This is how they really get you. Isolation. No, not physical chains, not open rejection. Something far more sinister, the quiet dismantling of your support system. You'll look around one day and realize you're standing alone, not because you pushed anyone away, but because they orchestrated every subtle step that pulled others from your side. And you didn't even see it happening. That's the genius of their design. It's never a full-blown war. It's one whispered lie here, one misinterpreted moment there. And before long, the people who once had your back start stepping away, confused, unsure, misinformed. Understand this. Chosen ones are meant to be surrounded by light, real support, real energy, real people who get it. So when you start losing that, that's no coincidence. That's not life randomly turning on you. That's an attack. They will fabricate drama between you and your closest allies. They'll plant seeds of mistrust. Suddenly, your best friend is giving you side eyes. Your family is cold. Your team isn't calling back. Why? Because someone made it their mission to shift how they see you. And the worst part? They make you look like the problem. They paint you as distant, selfish, arrogant. They twist your confidence into ego, your clarity into rudeness. And the people who should know your heart start forgetting it. And when they can't divide you from your circle, they use another move. Emotional monopolization. They'll cling to you, drain you, demand your time and energy under the guise of needing help. They'll pose as the one who gets you, the only one who really supports you. But their real goal, cutting off your access to anyone else who actually does. They want to be your only source of validation, your only comfort, your only ear. Because if they isolate you from all other voices, they can control the story, they can shape your reality. That's not love. That's manipulation in its purest form. And it's deadly to chosen ones because our power thrives in community, in clear connection, in spiritual reinforcement. Starve us of that, and even a giant starts to feel small. You might be thinking, but they weren't outright attacking me. Maybe they didn't mean harm. That's the trap. The lesser-known attacks aren't obvious. They come wrapped in kindness, in false loyalty, in, I'm only telling you this because I care. But every word, every move, every manipulation is pulling you away from your truth. Every tactic is designed to unplug you from your power grid, from the people and places that recharge your soul. And once you're isolated, the next step is simple. They watch you unravel. Doubt creeps in. Fear amplifies. You start wondering if you're really chosen at all. You start second-guessing your worth, your path, your vision. Why? Because humans are wired for connection. Even chosen ones need mirrors, need affirmation, need grounding. And without it, your flame starts to flicker. But let me be crystal clear. If you're feeling that isolation now, it's not because you're weak. It's because you're a threat. Isolation is a signal. The enemy doesn't isolate the irrelevant. They isolate the dangerous. And that's you. So don't fold into loneliness. Translate it. See it for what it is. A move meant to strip you of your strength so you forget who you are. And to the chosen one who has already been pulled away, who's been doubting, shrinking, silencing themselves just to survive, you can reconnect. You can rebuild. You can protect your energy without disconnecting from your lifelines. Start identifying the real ones, the ones who speak to your soul, not at it. The ones who help you remember, not make you forget. Because isolation only wins when you believe the lie that you're alone. You are not. The universe didn't choose you to walk this path in silence forever. Yes, there are seasons where you're pulled away to be sharpened, molded, tested. But that's not the end. That's the training ground. And when it's done, you're meant to return, not broken, but unbreakable. Surrounded not by the many, but by the true. So recognize the lesser-known attacks for what they are. Desperate moves by those who fear your awakening. Because once you reconnect with your real circle, once you remember the frequency you belong to, nothing, and I mean nothing, can stop your rise. Let them play their games. You're learning the code. Let them spread their lies. You're tuning into the truth. Let them try to isolate you. The real ones will find you. And when they do, everything changes. Number 5, they study your cracks because they can't handle your foundation. Your weakness isn't the danger. It's their obsession with it that exposes their own. Let's talk about the real warfare, the one that hits when you're quiet, tired, and just trying to breathe. They've tried everything else. Public attacks didn't work. Rumors only made you more powerful. Sabotage fell flat. So now they get surgical. Now they focus on the inside, on your fears, your doubts, your quiet insecurities. They watch, wait, and strike where you're most tender. Because if they can't destroy the house from the outside, they'll try to set a fire on the inside and hope you're the one holding the match. That's how low they're willing to go. And that's how calculated this really is. You see, chosen ones move different. You carry light, yes. Power, absolutely. But you're still human. You bleed. You break. You've got wounds that never fully closed. Some from childhood, some from betrayal, some from battles you never even told anyone about. And that's where they aim. Not at your strengths. No, they aim at your scars. Because they know if they press hard enough, you might forget who you are, even for a second. And that second, that's all they need. They'll identify your emotional soft spots and twist them into weapons. Insecure about being good enough? They'll plant seeds of doubt in every conversation. Afraid of abandonment? They'll ghost you just long enough to make you feel disposable. Battling imposter syndrome? They'll question your worth in subtle jabs, always disguised as helpful feedback. Their tactics don't come with red flags. They come dressed as concern, as love, as mentorship. But don't be fooled. There's a dagger beneath the smile. They're not just watching your moves, they're watching your hesitations. They're studying your energy, waiting for the moment you hesitate so they can push, waiting for that crack in your armor so they can drive a wedge between you and your vision. That's the game. And it's dirty. But this is why self-awareness is your shield. Because once you know your weaknesses, really know them, you stop being afraid of them. You stop hiding them and start owning them. You start saying, yeah, I've got scars, but I'm still standing. I've got fears, but they don't paralyze me. I've got wounds, but I've turned them into wisdom. That's where your power is. Not in pretending to be invincible, but in being unstoppable, even when you're cracked. Understand this. Your weaknesses only become weapons if you hand them over. So start protecting your energy like it's sacred, because it is. Guard your peace. Be mindful of who gets access to your vulnerable spaces. Not everyone deserves to know your battles. Not everyone can be trusted with your raw truth. Chosen ones often attract broken souls, not because they need to be fixed, but because your strength exposes what they've buried. Some come to grow with you, others come to feed off you. Learn the difference and surround yourself intentionally with the right people. Not just good vibes only, folks. Not just cheerleaders, but warriors, mirrors, people who see the real you and won't let you fall into your own blind spots. These are the ones who say, I see you struggling, but I know who you are, and we're not backing down now. That's the kind of circle that turns pain into prophecy. That's how you stay unshakable, even when the enemy studies your every move. And don't get it twisted. Just because they found your weak spot doesn't mean they've won. It just means they're desperate. They couldn't touch your fire, so now they want to dim your inner flame. But here's the plot twist. Every time they try to exploit your weakness, they reveal how powerful it actually is. Why else would they obsess over it? You've got to shift your mindset. Your flaws, they're part of your fingerprint, your doubts, proof that you're reaching beyond your limits. Your fears, they're only loud because your next level is even louder. So don't run from them. Use them. Get intimate with them. Because once you master what's inside, nothing outside can touch you. And if you're reading this thinking, but I don't know where I'm vulnerable, good. That's the beginning. Take time, get quiet, journal it, reflect, and most importantly, be honest. Stop pretending you're fine when you're not. Stop bottling up emotions that only grow teeth in the dark. You're not less chosen because you're healing. You're more chosen because you're doing the work others avoid. When you do that, when you face your own cracks without shame, you become something they can't handle. A chosen one who knows their power, knows their pain, and knows how to turn both into purpose. That's a threat the enemy can't silence. That's a force that doesn't just survive, it dominates. So let them study you. Let them wait. Let them hope you'll crumble. Because while they're busy plotting your fall, you're learning to fly with scars for wings. Number 6. When they can't touch your path, they try to blind your spirit. They didn't attack your habits, they attacked your peace. Because peace is the one thing they can't fake, and the one thing you wear like armor. If you're chosen, your spiritual growth isn't just a side quest, it's the mission. It's what keeps you centered while the world around you spins with chaos. It's what grounds you when the voices get loud and the path gets blurry. It's what fuels your intuition, your inner knowing, your power to discern what's real and what's noise. And because of that, make no mistake, it's going to be attacked. Hard. They know they can't stop your purpose outright. They can't unchoose you, but they'll come for the one thing that keeps you aligned with your power, your connection to the universe, to your higher path, to your inner self. They'll launch spiritual warfare so silent and so calculated that if you're not paying attention, you'll think you're just tired, burnt out, or unmotivated. But that's the design. Disconnect the signal, and the vessel starts drifting. Negative people. They'll mock your growth. They'll throw side eyes at your meditation. They'll laugh at your stillness. They'll label your awakening as weird, fake, or too deep. Why? Because your elevation exposes their stagnation. Because your inner clarity feels like a threat to their noisy confusion. They want to see you doubt your light so they can feel better sitting in their shadow. They'll challenge your beliefs not out of curiosity, but out of fear. They'll try to drag you back into the version of yourself that was easier to control, easier to manipulate, easier to label. And it's not just individuals. The entire system is built to starve your spirit. You wake up to a world that glorifies the external. Status, money, followers, appearance. Hustle culture tells you rest is weakness. Productivity is worshipped. Silence is suspicious. Every billboard, every algorithm, every social expectation is wired to pull your attention outward. Why? Because a distracted chosen one is a powerless chosen one. They want your schedule packed, your thoughts noisy, your soul dehydrated. Because when you're disconnected from your inner voice, you become easier to manipulate. You settle for less. You accept relationships that shrink you. You pursue goals that don't feed your spirit. You live out stories that were never yours to begin with. That's not a life. That's a slow death dressed up as success. But here's the shift. You don't grow spiritually by running from the attack. You grow by recognizing it and still choosing your path anyway. You grow by seeing the distractions, feeling the weight, hearing the mockery, and saying, "Not today. I've got something bigger to connect with." That's real power. That's chosen energy. To the chosen one who's been feeling distant, like you've lost touch with your spirit, this is your wake-up call. The fog isn't random. The doubts you've been hearing aren't yours. That heaviness in your chest, that spiritual fatigue, it's not weakness. It's warfare. And the moment you recognize that, the spell breaks. You've got to reclaim your rituals. Get back to your grounding. Whether that's meditation, solitude, nature, reflection, or silence, it doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be yours. This world will try to shame you out of what heals you. Don't let it. Protect your spiritual practices like sacred territory, because that's exactly what it is. You wouldn't leave your home's door open to thieves. Don't leave your spirit wide open to distractions and doubters. And when people belittle your growth, don't explain yourself. Don't waste breath trying to translate your path into a language small minds will never speak. Some people aren't meant to understand your peace. Some people aren't meant to witness your transformation. You're not crazy, you're becoming. And that makes them uncomfortable. There's a reason why everything feels louder when you're getting closer to your higher self. It's because the world around you senses it, and not everything around you wants you free. Your growth is a threat to every lie you used to believe. And some people were only close to you because of who you were before the glow-up. So when the attacks come, don't retreat. Realign, reconnect, go deeper. Your spiritual strength isn't a luxury, it's your shield, your compass, your power source. Without it, you're just reacting to life. With it, you're directing it. Chosen one, don't ever let this world convince you that your inner journey isn't real, that your stillness isn't strength, that your connection to something greater is just a phase. The ones who mock your growth are terrified by it, because while they chase noise, you carry knowing. While they perform for approval, you move with purpose. Let them laugh. You're building something eternal. Let them doubt. You're walking with the universe. Let the world try to distract you. Just remember, they can attack your practice, your pace, your peace, but they will never own your path. This is your reminder. Your growth is not up for debate. Your spirit is not for sale. And your mission, it continues, with or without their understanding. Number 7. You were the weapon they never saw coming. They tried to break you, not knowing you were built from the very storms they feared. After everything, they failed. After the lies, the sabotage, the isolation, the spiritual warfare, they still failed. And not just because you're strong, not just because you endured, but because you hold something they will never understand. A power that was built into you, not borrowed, not manufactured, not inherited. Something that can't be faked, replicated, or stolen. Something that terrifies those who live in illusion. Authentic power. This is the part of the story where you stop surviving and start owning. Because the truth is, you were never just surviving. Every trial was forging something inside you. Something they couldn't touch. They thought they were attacking you, but they were really feeding the fire in your core. You became stronger because of them, not in spite of them. Every time they whispered, you learned to hear your own voice louder. Every time they pushed you down, you learned how to rise without help. Every door they closed taught you how to build your own. You are not just unshaken. You are undeniable. And that's not arrogance. That's alignment. That's what happens when you stop doubting what was placed inside of you and start walking in it. You were never meant to crumble. You were meant to be tempered, like steel in the fire. And now that you're here, standing tall, clear-eyed, and locked into your purpose, there's no turning back. The power within you isn't something you need to activate. It's been waiting for you to notice. It's not loud. It doesn't beg for attention. It simply is. Quiet, constant, unshakable. And the second you tap into it, really tap into it, everything changes. Your energy shifts. Your presence changes the temperature in a room. People look at you and can't quite explain what they feel. That's not ego. That's frequency. You are walking proof that survival isn't the end goal. Elevation is. They couldn't destroy you because they didn't create you. Your worth isn't tied to their acceptance. Your path isn't subject to their opinions. Their rejection didn't dent your calling. It confirmed it. And whether they admit it or not, they felt your power long before you did. That's why they came for you. That's why they studied you. That's why they threw everything they had at you and still walked away confused at why it didn't work. What they didn't understand is that you don't just get back up. You rise transformed. Every setback sharpened your mind. Every betrayal clarified your vision. Every dark night built a deeper relationship with the universe that chose you. That connection, it's not decorative, it's strategic. It's the reason you're still moving, still building, still healing, still growing. You've got to understand, when the universe chooses you, it doesn't send you empty-handed. It gives you a mission, a fire, an armor that looks invisible to others but makes you unbreakable to every force that rises against you. That's why you've endured what others couldn't survive. That's why you keep breaking ceilings they thought would hold you forever. This power inside you, it's the reason their plans always fall short. Because they're fighting what they can see, but your real strength is what they can't. They see your silence as weakness, but inside that silence is strategy. They see your patience as passivity, but inside that patience is precision. They see your kindness as naivety, but inside that kindness is a warrior who only strikes when it's time to end it. Chosen one, your very existence is disruption. You're a mirror that reflects everything fake and fractured in those around you. You don't need to argue. You don't need to defend. Just being you shakes the ground under their feet. But don't forget, the war was never about proving your power. It was about realizing it. The hardest battles weren't meant to destroy you. They were meant to reveal you, and now you've seen it, you've felt it. There's no going back. This isn't the part where you beg for peace. This is the part where you command it. This isn't the part where you question if you're strong enough. This is the part where you remember you were born for this. You are the storm they swore would never form. You are the light they tried to dim in silence. You are the force they couldn't touch, even when they had the chance. Let them talk. Let them watch. Let them wonder how you're still rising. Because the answer is simple. The power in you was never theirs to stop. And now that you've embraced it, they'll never recover from the force you've become. Number 8. The universe keeps the receipts, and karma never forgets a name. They thought they got away with it, didn't they? The lies, the betrayal, the sabotage. But what they never realized is that the universe doesn't miss. Not a move, not a motive, not a moment. Every intention, every action, every seed planted is accounted for. That's not just belief. That's law, universal law, and it doesn't bend for anyone. You, chosen one, don't need revenge. You don't need to fight dirty. You don't need to match their low frequency. Why? Because the universe is already in motion. Karma doesn't need an audience. It shows up when it's time. It hits when they least expect it. And it teaches in ways no words ever could. Your job? Keep moving, keep growing, keep rising, even when it hurts, even when it feels unfair. Because the very path you're walking, covered in setbacks, betrayal and pain, is the same path leading to your becoming. The universe is on your side, not in theory, but in truth. It's been aligning every storm to sharpen you, every delay to protect you, every detour to redirect you to higher ground. That's how chosen ones are shaped, not in comfort, but in chaos. So let them laugh now, let them gloat, let them think they've won. Because when karma spins the block, they'll realize the universe always delivers, and it never, ever loses track. And now, as we bring this message to a close, remember this. They tried everything, but you're still standing. Not by accident, not by luck, but because you were built for this. Every attack only confirmed your purpose. Every setback only sharpened your rise. This was never about them. It was always about you realizing who you are. If this message spoke to your spirit, like the video, subscribe for more, and drop the number 77 in the comments to declare that you're done shrinking. And don't keep this to yourself. Share it with another chosen one who needs to wake up to their power. They didn't lose the game. They just never knew you were the one holding the controller. Chosen one, now they feel played. And they should. They thought you were just background noise, something they could ignore, mock, manipulate. They smiled in your face while plotting your fall, thinking you were just another lost soul fumbling in the dark. But what they didn't know, what they could never know, is that the universe had its hands on you the whole time. They weren't fighting you. They were wrestling with the force that chose you. And guess what? You don't fight the current and expect to stay dry. Before we go deeper, take a second to like this video and subscribe. This message was meant for you, but there are more chosen ones out there who need to hear it too. Every time you engage, you tell YouTube to push this truth into more timelines. You help other silent warriors find their fire. So if this speaks to your spirit, don't scroll. Stand up. This is your sign. Let's get into it. chosen one. Now they feel played, not because you clapped back, not because you sought revenge, but because your very existence exposed the cracks in their masks. You stayed quiet, moved light, disappeared when needed, and when you returned, you were 10 levels ahead. They thought you vanished. You were evolving. They thought you gave up. You were getting aligned. You see, being chosen doesn't come with confetti. It comes with confusion for them. Because how does someone they look down on walk like they own the ground? How does the one they counted out end up calling the plays? You were never weak, just underestimated. And now, they're panicking. Not outwardly, of course. They still post, still smile. But behind those screens and under those filters, they're unraveling. Your growth feels like their karma. Your silence echoes louder than their shade. You didn't out-scream them. You outshined them. The universe made no mistake when it chose you. It saw the fire they tried to smother. It saw the heart they tried to harden. It saw the vision they tried to blur. And still, it said, you. That kind of anointing doesn't need permission. It doesn't ask for validation. And it never comes to make others comfortable. They feel played because the game was never theirs. You were the plot twist they never saw coming, the quiet storm wrapped in soft words, the calm presence with chaos in your bones. They feel played because they confused your kindness for weakness, your distance for defeat, your silence for submission. Now, they don't know how to face you because your glow shows everything they tried to bury. You ever notice how your presence makes some people twitch? That's not paranoia. That's their shadow reacting to your light. You don't even have to speak. Your energy speaks for you. And the ones who tried to drain you, they're still thirsty, still circling, still confused how you keep rising without them. Don't ever doubt yourself again. Don't ever let their noise drown out your knowing. When you're chosen, the weight hits different. The loneliness hits deeper. But so does the victory. So does the clarity. So does the peace that comes from knowing you were never walking alone. The universe was just waiting for you to stop dimming your light. They feel played, chosen one, because you were never part of their plan. But now, you are the blueprint. Keep going. Your silence is sacred, your glow is golden, and your rise, it's already written. So if this message is already hitting something deep inside you, don't just watch, lock in. This isn't just another video. This is a signal, a transmission for the real ones. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you know they played themselves trying to play you. That energy they tried to drain, you're about to flip it. So don't tap out early. If you're truly chosen, you'll feel the pull to stay locked in until the very last word. Because every second is a mirror to your power. And now, let's get into it, step by step. Number 1. You think they didn't notice. Now, they're scrambling. You can't outplay the universe, and you sure as hell can't outsmart its chosen. So listen, they underestimated you. They saw your silence and mistook it for weakness. They saw your calm and thought it was complacency. But what they didn't see was the force behind your stillness, the invisible power pulling the strings they never even knew existed. The universe doesn't just choose anyone, and they're about to feel the full weight of what happens when you try to play with the force that chose you. You are not just moving through life, You are moving life. They never understood that when they came for you, they weren't just facing a person. They were facing the pull of something much bigger, something they couldn't control. When the universe aligns itself to help you, it's not some fluke. It's a shift of cosmic proportions. And now, they're realizing the mistake they made when they thought you were just another easy target. When you're chosen, the game changes. You think they don't feel it? Oh, they feel it now. They're scrambling because they didn't know how deep your roots run, how much power you were harboring under that calm exterior. They tried to challenge you, but in reality, they were challenging the very forces that had already decided you were untouchable. You didn't need to yell, to scream, to raise your fists. You only needed to exist, and they couldn't handle that. They thought you were playing by their rules, but the whole time you were rewriting the game. They had no idea who they were dealing with, and now the consequences are catching up to them. Their every move is a desperate scramble because they didn't think they were fighting the system. They thought they were fighting you. And that, chosen one, is where they went wrong. You doubt yourself, you second-guess your light, you question the path ahead, but never again. When you were chosen, the universe didn't leave you to wander blindly. It put you in position every step of the way, with precision. They saw you walking in silence, and that's exactly how they misjudged you. They thought your silence was your weakness, but it was your strength. You didn't need to make noise. You were already shaping the world with every step you took, every action you didn't take, every move that left them looking over their shoulder. And now, they're asking themselves how they let someone like you slip through the cracks. How did they miss it? How did they think they could outsmart the system? They were so busy thinking they were controlling the narrative that they never saw the bigger picture. They never realized they were just pawns in a game that was always rigged in your favor. And now, they can't stop the momentum you've already built. They can't escape the wave that's about to break on their heads. Your power lies in subtlety, and they didn't understand that. They thought they could outshine you with their noise, their arrogance, their distractions. But the real power isn't in what's loud. It's in what's quiet. It's in what can slip through their defenses without them ever knowing. And that's exactly what you've done. You've taken the quiet path, moving under their radar, while they made all their moves, believing they had the upper hand. They never saw it coming, and now they have to live with the consequences of underestimating what you're capable of, and it's too late to turn back now. But let me be clear, the reason they're scrambling right now isn't just because you outsmarted them. It's because they didn't realize that when the universe chooses you, it doesn't just hand you a path, it hands you a weapon. And you've been wielding that weapon in ways they never even knew were possible. When you understand that power, when you understand that every step you take has been written by forces greater than they can comprehend, you stop doubting yourself. You stop questioning your worth. You stop wondering if you're truly as powerful as they fear you are. The answer is yes, you are. And they're terrified of it. They are scrambling to catch up to you, to take back control, to pull you down into their chaotic world. But it's too late. The moment you were chosen, you were aligned with a power they could never touch. And now, they're paying the price for their arrogance. So, chosen one, don't let their confusion make you doubt your light. Don't let their desperation shake you. You are the quiet storm they never saw coming. You are the one who walks through fire without getting burned. And now, they'll have to live with the fact that they were never in control, and you always were. Number 2, you were supposed to stay down. Instead, you evolved. Now, they're shook. So listen, chosen one. Reinvention is your superpower, not because you asked for it, but because you had to master it to survive. They thought breaking you would be the end. They thought one setback would silence you, one betrayal would shatter you, one loss would destroy your drive. But every time life tried to fold you, you folded the damn map and redrew the route. They don't understand what it means to be chosen. They think it comes with privilege, applause, some divine protection bubble. What they don't see is the pain you had to turn into fuel, the nights you sat in silence, rebuilding yourself from pieces they left behind. You didn't just bounce back, you rebuilt better. You reinvented yourself with no one clapping, no one watching, and no one offering a damn hand. And that's exactly why they feel played. See, the real ones don't announce their comebacks. They just show up, stronger, colder, sharper. You didn't just survive the fall, you used it. Every betrayal, every failure, every tear, it became material for your next form. That's what separates you from them. They react to pressure. You become pressure. You shed versions of yourself like dead skin, each one more dangerous, more clear, more aligned. They keep trying to come for the old you, the one they thought they broke. But that version, buried, gone. The new you? They don't even recognize it, and that's why they're off balance. They're still playing a game with a ghost, a version of you that no longer exists. And now, they're being haunted by how quickly you evolved. You became untraceable. One day you're down, next day you're untouchable. One moment they're laughing, next moment they're watching your moves in silence, studying you like a mystery they can't solve. They never planned for your reinvention. They only planned for your downfall. But you used their chaos like a forge. Every burn became part of your armor. Every loss, a blueprint for your next breakthrough. They can't keep up because you move like water. They build traps for who you were yesterday, and you show up tomorrow, different, sharper, wiser. That's your edge. You don't stay stagnant. You're a shapeshifter. While they cling to old versions of themselves, desperate to maintain an image, you shed and shift, letting go of everything that doesn't serve your next level. And here's the part they'll never say out loud. Your ability to reinvent makes them insecure. Deep down, they hate how you keep changing, not because it's fake, but because it's real. They feel stuck. You feel free. They cling to comfort. You chase growth. And that difference? It scares them. They try to box you in, label you, define you, because if they can define you, they can limit you. But you break their boxes. You burn their labels. You erase their definitions and write your own name in stone. Don't ever forget what they tried to convince you, that your setbacks were signs you weren't good enough, that the isolation meant you were abandoned, that your losses meant you were weak. But the truth, those setbacks were setups for reinvention. That isolation was sacred time for recalibration. Those losses, the pressure needed to create the diamond they weren't ready for. They didn't count on your resilience. They didn't expect your silence to be strategic. They thought you were stuck when you were shedding. They thought you were lost when you were loading. Now, They're witnessing your evolution and realizing too late they were only prepared to fight who you used to be. But this version, they don't have a game plan for this version, because this you is unrecognizable. This you is untouchable. This you is aligned. Reinvention isn't a trend for you. It's in your blood. It's how you breathe. They take hits and collapse. You take hits and transform. You're the storm they thought was a cloud, the fire they thought was smoke, the force they thought was silence. And still, you doubted yourself. Still, you questioned your value, your purpose, your path. Still, you looked in the mirror some days and forgot the truth of who you are. So let this be a wake-up call, not just to them, but to you. Don't you dare downplay your power. Don't you dare shrink because they couldn't handle your growth. You didn't come this far just to survive. You came to thrive. You came to own the very rooms you were once denied entrance to. And that's exactly what's happening now. Your reinvention is the reason they feel played. They spent so much time trying to keep you low, but they forgot. Pressure doesn't break chosen ones. It activates them. So keep changing, keep shedding, keep leveling up. Let them whisper, let them watch, let them wonder how you keep getting back up. Because you were never just bouncing back, you were becoming unstoppable. You're not the same, you're better, you're colder, you're clearer, and you're done asking for understanding. You don't owe them closure. You are the closure. This is what it means to be chosen. You are the blueprint they can't follow, the upgrade they never downloaded, the threat they didn't see coming, not because you weren't visible, but because they weren't ready. They feel played, chosen one, because you were never meant to stay broken. You were meant to build the new you right in front of their eyes and leave them behind to figure out what just happened. Number 3, you didn't miss your moment. You were the moment, and they're just now realizing it. Power isn't always loud. Sometimes it waits in silence, and when it moves, it ends everything with one strike. They thought your silence meant you were sleeping. They thought your stillness meant surrender. What they didn't realize is that you were mastering the most dangerous strategy of them all, timing. While they scrambled for attention and chased validation, you were studying the board. You let them play checkers while you mapped out a chess game 10 moves ahead. And now, when you finally move, they feel played, because they never even knew the game started. Timing is the strategy they never trained for. They confuse noise with power. They act first and think later. But you learned patience from pain, strategy from suffering, and discipline from the long nights when everything in you wanted to strike. But you held your fire. You knew the moment wasn't right. You knew that real power doesn't rush. It calculates, it waits, it sharpens. The chosen don't just act. They wait with intention. Every second of your delay was never weakness. It was you charging your weapon, aligning your energy, waiting for the exact moment when the mask would drop, when their house of cards would tilt, and then you'd strike. And when you do, it's not loud, it's not messy, it's precise, devastating, final. They called you slow, lazy, lost. They laughed at your pauses, not knowing you were waiting for the stars to align. Because when you're chosen, the universe doesn't just hand you a sword, it teaches you when to swing it. And now, they're watching everything they built start to shake because your time just hit, and their time just ran out. You see, Fools move too fast. They rush in, fueled by ego and panic, mistaking movement for progress. But not you. You mastered the art of restraint. You knew that jumping too soon would cost you the bigger win. You watched in silence while they exposed themselves, while they overplayed their hand. You let them run wild, thinking they had the upper hand. And now they're cornered, and you haven't even raised your voice. You kept your moves close. You let them think you were out of options. You let them laugh. You let them celebrate prematurely, all while you sat in the shadows, watching, waiting, learning. That's the mark of a true chosen one, not just knowing how to strike, but when. And that's what terrifies them now. You're not just powerful, you're unpredictable. They never know when you'll move, only that when you do, it's game over. You ever wonder why they feel uneasy around you, even when you're quiet? It's because real power carries weight in silence. You don't have to make noise for people to feel your presence. You don't have to prove yourself. Your energy speaks first. You could walk into a room and say nothing and still shift the entire atmosphere. That's because deep down, they sense what you're capable of. They just don't know when it's coming. And that makes you dangerous. Timing is the weapon they never saw in your arsenal. They prepared for an attack, not for the wait. They don't know how to sit still with themselves, let alone anticipate someone who can. But you understand that sometimes the most powerful move is the one you don't make, until it's time, until it hurts, until it changes everything. They're scrambling now because your moment is here, and they don't even know how it snuck up on them. That's what perfect timing does. It doesn't ask permission. It crashes the party with precision and makes everything that came before it look like a joke. They feel played because they mistook your patience for passivity. But patience is a predator's skill. You stalked your goal in silence, waited for the exact weakness, and now that you've found it, you strike with a precision they can't match. And while they scream and scatter, you remain calm, because this is exactly what you prepared for. Let's be clear, you're not here because you moved fast. You're here because you moved right, because you trusted your timing even when it hurt, even when it looked like you were losing, even when you had nothing to show but faith. That faith is your secret weapon. That silence is your sharpened blade. So if you're doubting yourself now, don't. You're not late. You're not behind. You're exactly where you're supposed to be, and everything you've held back is about to hit them all at once. The world is finally catching up to the wave you've been holding back, and when it crashes, don't blink, don't flinch, don't apologize. They had their chance, they played their cards, they showed their hand, and now it's yours. Because when the chosen one moves at the right time, no one sees it coming, but everyone feels it. Number 4, they tried to break you, but you stood unmoved because faith built you different. They threw storms at you, thinking you'd drown, not knowing you were the anchor holding the ocean in place. This world tried everything to shake you. The betrayals, the losses, the false accusations, the silent seasons. They threw it all at you, like it would be enough to bring you down. And maybe it almost did. Maybe there were nights where you questioned everything, your path, your purpose, your power. But you didn't fall apart. You didn't stay broken. Why? Because the one card you've always held, the one they could never touch, is your faith. Faith isn't just belief. It's not weak hope or empty affirmations. Faith is the unmovable core inside you that kept you steady while everything around you fell to pieces. It's the reason you're still breathing, still rising, still dangerous. It's the reason they feel played right now, because they threw storms at you expecting chaos. But you stayed calm, you stayed focused, you stayed standing. They don't understand how you're still here, how you're still showing up, still leveling up, still glowing through all that you've endured. And it's because your foundation wasn't built on people. It wasn't built on applause. It wasn't built on what could be taken from you. Your foundation was faith, and that kind of strength is untouchable. Chosen one, there were moments when it looked like you lost everything. Moments when even the ground under your feet didn't feel real. But somehow, some unseen force kept you from collapsing. That force wasn't luck. It wasn't chance. It was the unshakable belief in something greater than circumstance. The knowing that even if you didn't see the path was still there. That's what separates you from them. They fold when things fall apart. You focus. They panic. You anchor. They scream. You stand still, and the stillness drives them crazy. You weren't always strong. You weren't always this sure, but life trained you. Life forced you to become this. While they mocked your setbacks and doubted your silence, you were being refined. Your faith wasn't handed to you. It was forged in fire. You found it in the midnight hours, in the silence after betrayal, in the loneliness of walking alone. That's why it's unshakable, because it cost you everything. And now that you've built yourself on that foundation, nothing can move you. They talk behind your back. They try to block your path. They try to ruin your name. And you don't even blink, because you know how this ends. You know who you are. That's faith, not hope, not fantasy. Knowing. You know the universe didn't bring you this far to leave you stranded. You know there's purpose in your pain and fire in your footsteps. And when they see you standing strong in the middle of chaos, it rattles them. Your peace is a mirror to their instability. Your calm is a reminder of how fragile their sense of control really is. And your faith? It burns like a torch they can't look away from, because deep down, they know they'd never survive what you did. And even deeper, they know they tried to break you, and it didn't work. They feel played because they thought their games would shake your foundation. But your foundation was never on their level. You weren't grounded in surface things. You were rooted in something eternal. While they were chasing likes, you were being shaped. While they were showing off, you were being still. And that stillness, that's power, that's presence, that's divine timing fused with immovable strength. That's the kind of faith that haunts them. You're not invincible. You feel the pain. You've bled behind closed doors. But the reason you rise again and again is because your soul has memory. It remembers what the storm taught you. It remembers every time you didn't think you'd make it, and did anyway. That memory? That's where your faith lives. Not in fantasy, but in proof. So don't let them gaslight you. Don't let them tell you you're too calm, too quiet, too patient. You're not passive. You're powerful. You're not waiting on life. You're aligned with something that doesn't miss. That's why you don't flinch when the chaos comes. That's why they can't touch you, no matter how close they get. And if you ever forget that, just look back. Look at everything you've survived, everything you rebuilt, every time they counted you out and you kept moving. That wasn't luck. That was you choosing faith over fear. And that choice? That's what makes you chosen. They feel played, chosen one, because they thought your silence meant surrender. But it was strategy. They thought your stillness meant weakness, but it was war mode. And now they're realizing they were never fighting just you. They were fighting someone backed by the universe itself. Keep that faith close. Don't water it down. Don't apologize for how steady you are. Let them lose sleep, trying to figure out how you're still standing. Let them drown in the storms they sent your way. You're the anchor now, and they'll never be able to shake what they couldn't even begin to understand. Number 5. You weren't sent to fit in. You were built to break the system. Now they can't undo the shift you started. You weren't the spark they expected. You were the wildfire they couldn't contain. You are not just walking through this life, you're shaping it. You are the glitch in the matrix they couldn't patch, the spark they thought would flicker and fade. But instead, you set everything on fire. You don't play by the rules, because the rules were never written for someone like you. And now, they feel played, because they tried to keep you quiet, small, and forgettable. And all they did was trigger your transformation. You are the catalyst, the turning point, the reason nothing feels the same anymore. When you walk into a room, energy shifts. When you speak, minds open. When you move, things break, shake, and rebuild. You don't just talk about change, you are change. And that makes people very uncomfortable. They liked it better when you doubted yourself, when you second-guessed your power, when you stayed in the background playing by rules meant to keep you boxed in. Because the moment you realized who you are, the moment you started moving differently, thinking bigger, walking bolder, that's when the whole system started to tremble. And now, they're scrambling, not because you attacked them, but because your evolution exposed their limitation. You were never meant to fit in. You were born to challenge, to confront, to shatter everything fake, stagnant, and weak. You were born to break generational curses without even announcing it, to shift bloodlines just by walking differently, to make people question their own lives just by watching you live yours in truth. You're the kind of presence that doesn't ask permission. It triggers reactions. You show people what's possible, and that alone is dangerous to those invested in mediocrity. They weren't ready for someone who wouldn't play along, someone who wouldn't smile and nod and stay small just to make everyone else feel safe. You shattered that safety, chosen one, and now they feel played because they thought they could control your impact by controlling your image. But here's the thing, your energy doesn't need an introduction. It speaks for itself. You're not changing lives by preaching. You're changing lives by simply being unapologetically aligned. Your moves don't just inspire, they interrupt. Your mindset doesn't just motivate, it reprograms. You challenge people just by existing, because you're living proof that survival isn't the end game, transformation is. They'll never admit it, but you've already caused a ripple effect they can't reverse. You've stirred minds, shaken systems, planted seeds in people who once swore they were barren of vision. And you didn't have to scream. You didn't have to beg. You just had to be real. And that realness, that raw, unfiltered alignment, it's rare, it's radioactive, it spreads. That's why they react so strongly to you. That's why they try to discredit, copy, or silence you. Because your very existence threatens the status quo. You are the uninvited truth at their table of lies. The earthquake under their fragile structures, the storm in their perfectly controlled skies. You bring exposure, you bring light, you bring shift. And still, you doubt it sometimes. Still, you ask yourself if you're doing too much, moving too fast, shaking too many things. Let me be clear, you're doing exactly what you were born to do. You are the shift. You are the before and after moment in people's timelines. You are the reason things don't go back to the way they were. Your transformation wasn't just for you. It was for everyone watching you, hating on you, learning from you, in silence. The universe didn't just choose you to survive. It chose you to spark something that can't be undone. You're the domino that hit the whole line. You're the pattern breaker, the soul awakener, the silent revolution. They feel played, chosen one, because they thought you were just another player in the system. They didn't realize you came to rewrite the whole damn game. They thought you were background noise. But now, they're stuck, replaying every moment they tried to hold you back, realizing you were the turning point all along. So don't shrink, don't water down your presence to make people comfortable. You were never meant to be digestible. You were meant to disrupt, to dismantle, to remind the world what authenticity looks like in a sea of masks. Your influence will outlive their opinions. Your energy will echo through spaces they swore you didn't belong in. You're not a moment. You're the movement. And now that they've seen it, now that they've felt it, they know. They feel it. They fear it. Because once the chosen one activates, nothing stays the same. Number 6. They feared your darkness, not knowing it's what made you unstoppable. They tried to shame your shadow, not realizing that's where you forged your crown. You were never just light. You were forged in places most people are terrified to even look at. While they polished masks and chased perfection, you walked straight into your chaos. You faced every broken piece, every flaw, every ugly truth. And instead of running, you stayed. You didn't escape the dark. You made peace with it. And that's why they feel played. They thought you'd hide that part of you, the rage, the grief, the hunger, the wounds. But instead, you embraced it. You dragged your pain into the light, stared it down, and claimed it. They don't understand that. They fear their own shadows. You made yours your weapon. See, what they don't realize is that the chosen ones are not just love and light. We're made of fire, shadow, scars, and steel. The parts you were told to suppress, your anger, your ambition, your rawness, those are not your flaws. They're your edge. And you sharpened that edge in silence, in solitude, in suffering. You took what was meant to break you and wielded it like a blade. They want you to be soft, palatable, pretty, something that makes them feel safe. But you're not here to make them feel safe. You're here to make them feel the truth. And truth isn't always beautiful. Sometimes it's jagged. Sometimes it's loud. Sometimes it burns. And that's exactly what your shadow does. It burns away the lies they tried to wrap around you. You didn't run from your past. You turned it into fuel. You didn't numb the pain. You learned its language. You stopped hiding from your darkness and invited it in. Let it teach you. Let it forge you. That's why your presence feels different now. That's why they flinch when you speak truth with fire in your voice. Because they know you earned it. You're not pretending anymore. You're not denying any part of yourself. You're whole. And wholeness? That's power most people will never touch, because it means you can't be manipulated. You've faced the worst of yourself, so what can they use against you now? What fear can they dangle in front of someone who already walked through hell and came back with fire in their eyes? They feel played because they tried to use your shadow against you, but all they did was force you to integrate it, to stop hiding, to become real. And realness? That's a revolution in a world full of pretend. So don't dim it. Don't apologize for the depth, the darkness, the duality inside you. You didn't just survive your shadow, you became sovereign in it. And that's why no one can touch you now. They thought your shadow would destroy you. It built your throne. Number 7. They thought you fell off, but you were just loading. Now you're back, and they can't breathe. A lion doesn't roar while it's stalking. It moves in silence, then ends everything with one bite. You went quiet, and they celebrated. Thought you were done. Thought the silence meant defeat. But that was their first mistake, confusing a pause with a loss. You weren't retreating. You were calculating. And now that you're back, they feel played, because the version of you that disappeared is not the one that just showed up. Strategic withdrawal is your power move. It's not quitting, it's chess. It's what real warriors do when they're planning something too big to be rushed. You stepped back, not because you were lost, but because you were loading something so sharp, so heavy, so final, that rushing it would have been a waste. And the ones who laughed while you were gone, now they can't even look you in the eye. You don't chase noise, you don't fight just to be seen. You let the clowns perform while you prepare your strike in silence. They exposed themselves, they talked too much, they moved too loud. Meanwhile, you were studying, training, rebuilding. You used the quiet season to gather your strength, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. And now, you return with precision, not panic. That's what they don't get. Not every battle is yours to fight. You're not here to react. You're here to dominate. And domination takes patience. Real power isn't in constant motion. It's in the control to wait. To pull back when your ego wants to clap back. To fall silent when your spirit says, not yet. That's strategy. That's mastery. That's what makes them afraid of you now. They told everyone you were finished. They bragged about how they left you behind. They assumed your silence was a death sentence. But while they were loud and messy, you were crafting your return like a weapon. And now, one move from you shifts the entire landscape. Because when the chosen one returns, nothing stays the same. You see, your power isn't in being constantly visible. It's in being unforgettable, even in absence. They tried to move on, but your energy lingered. Your name stayed in their mouth. And that quiet storm you were building, it's now a full-blown reckoning. You don't have to announce your comeback. You are the announcement. So never let them trick you into thinking stepping back is failure. It's warfare. It's spiritual discipline. You don't need to be everywhere. You only need to strike once, and the impact lasts forever. They feel played, chosen one, because they thought they buried you. But the whole time, you were just setting the trap. Number 8. They threw you into the fire, but you didn't burn. You became it. They wanted you to break, but you learned how to bend the world instead. This is what they'll never understand. You're not just surviving out here. You're transforming. You're not reacting to life. You're alchemizing it. They gave you pain, and you made it purpose. They gave you betrayal, and you turned it into clarity. They gave you doubt, and you turned it into drive. Every failure, every fall, every scar, you used it. You flipped the script. You didn't just bounce back. You came back different. You are the inner alchemist. While they were looking for shortcuts and applause, you were in the lab, grinding in silence, turning your wounds into wisdom. The heat they thought would melt you only made you sharper. You took that disappointment, those closed doors, that heartbreak, and refined it into gold they now can't stop staring at. They feel played because you were never the victim. You were the vessel, and everything they threw at you, you turned it into fuel. That's your superpower, chosen one. You don't just go through things, you grow through them. You don't sit in the ashes, you build empires from them. You took the life they swore would destroy you and made it art. You don't just endure the chaos. You convert it into elevation. They called it failure. You called it feedback. They saw an ending. You saw a new formula, because the truth is, every breakdown was just a setup for a breakthrough. And you never wasted a single flame. Most people run from the fire. You studied it. You let it teach you. You became it. You are not here to be understood by everyone. Alchemy isn't loud. It happens deep within, quiet, focused, sacred. While they were busy mocking your losses, they didn't see the transformation taking place behind the curtain. And now that you've stepped out, glowing, untouchable, powerful, they feel played, because the one they thought was done is now too evolved to even recognize. Don't let their confusion shake your clarity. They don't get it because they were never built for transformation. They were built for survival. But you were built for transcendence. You take the raw, the real, the painful, and you elevate it. You remix it into power. That's what makes you unstoppable. That's what makes you dangerous. They tried to box you in with your past, but you alchemized your past into your platform. They tried to use your mistakes as chains. You melted the chains down and forged a crown. That's why they talk. That's why they watch. That's why they can't compete. Because no matter what they throw, you just keep converting it. Pain to power, loss to lesson, suffering to strength. That's alchemy, and you own it. So keep creating from chaos. Keep turning storms into strategy. Keep using every failure as firewood. You are not here to stay the same. You are here to become more with every hit you take. And now that they see what you've built from the ruins they left you in, now they feel played. Number 9. You're not just playing the game, you're redrawing the map, and they can't follow. They built walls to contain you, not knowing you were the architect the whole time. You've mastered every storm they threw your way. You moved in silence, You rose from your ashes. You timed your strikes like a ghost with perfect aim. You didn't break, you built. You turned pain into power, loss into lessons, and failure into fuel. You've walked through fire, through betrayal, through isolation, and came out sharper than steel. Now here you are, standing where few ever reach, not as a survivor, but as the architect of destiny. They thought this world would crush you, thought the system would swallow you whole. They bet on your silence. But what they didn't see is that you've been designing this from day one. Every fall, every loss, every setback, you turned it into blueprint material. While they scrambled for control, you were crafting your kingdom brick by brick. You're not just reacting anymore. You're not waiting for permission. You're building reality with intention. They want you to play small, follow their rules, stay within the lines. But you were never made for lines. You were made to break boundaries and write new ones. They feel played now, because the one they tried to erase just flipped the entire script. You're not in survival mode, you're in creation mode. That's the scariest thing about you now. You're no longer seeking validation. You are the validation. You are the design. You are the system upgrade they never saw coming. Life will still test you, make no mistake. But you're not ordinary. You're built different. You carry the scars and the codes. You've earned the vision. And with vision comes responsibility. You are the signal flare in a world full of fog. The blueprint in a world of confusion. The chosen one who no longer just walks through doors, but builds them. And to those still watching from the shadows, still doubting, still hoping to see you slip, let them stare, let them whisper, let them pray for your downfall. Because even if you did fall again, you'd just use the rubble to raise a new empire. That's what an architect does. That's what you do. So step into your power, not halfway, not hesitantly, but fully, boldly, loudly, even if you're silent. Because now, you're not just part of the story, you're the one holding the pen. And they know it, and they feel it. And now, they're realizing they were never the main characters. You were the author all along. And now, we've come full circle. You've seen it all. The silence, the rise, the fire, the transformation. You are no longer just surviving the game. You're redefining it. The power is in your hands now, chosen one, and they feel it. So, don't slow down. Don't dim it. This is your moment to own everything they tried to take from you. If this message hit your soul, like this video, subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments to claim your power. Share this with another chosen one who needs the reminder. We're not done. We're just getting started. When the universe chooses you, it also chooses to protect you, no matter the cost. Chosen ones, listen carefully. Your season of defense has arrived. Someone is finally stepping up, not to use you, not to drain you, but to stand by you, to defend you with everything they have, not with empty words, but with actions, with presence, with power. The shift is real, and it's shaking the ground beneath your enemy's feet. You were never the weak one. They just hoped you'd believe you were. They tried to break you because they knew they couldn't become you. But the truth they never wanted to admit. You were never alone. You were never forgotten. The universe was never ignoring you. It was preparing the response. The attacks against you weren't just personal, They were cosmic mistakes, because when they moved against you, they weren't just fighting a person. They were fighting the chosen. They were fighting alignment. And now the universe is answering back. Before we go deeper, if this message hits home, like and subscribe. Help this message reach more chosen ones like you. When you engage, it tells the algorithm that more people need to hear this, that this isn't just content, it's confirmation. You see, the universe doesn't need to announce when it moves, but when it does, it moves in ways that shake the system. And that's what's happening now. You gave, and gave again. You held others up while your own strength was ignored. You offered your loyalty, your energy, your time, without expecting anything back. And still, they turned on you, smiled in your face, whispered behind your back, tried to erase you like you were forgettable. But chosen ones are never forgettable. We're unforgettable because we were sent. This new person coming into your life, they're not just anyone. They're aligned. They're locked in with your mission. They see your value clearly because they're sent by the same force that chose you. They're not confused about your worth. They're not intimidated by your light. They respect it. They protect it. And they'll defend it at any cost. That scares your enemies more than anything. Because your power with backup, that's a threat they can't handle. They're used to you being alone, isolated, questioning yourself. But now, you're about to be supported, seen, and surrounded. You thought you had to fight this battle by yourself, but the universe is correcting that. The scales are tipping. This is justice. Chosen ones, not by human hands, but by alignment. You're not being saved. You're being reinforced. Your light haunted them before, and now your rise will wreck them. And it's not even revenge. It's resonance. You're resonating with people and energy that matches you, that uplifts you, that mirrors your strength back to you. So don't apologize. Don't shrink. Don't question the shift. The universe moves with precision, and it's moving for you now. Let them watch. Let them whisper. You've got nothing to prove and everything to receive. The abundance that's coming is the result of everything you gave when no one saw. It's not just payback. It's purpose paying off. Chosen ones, it's your time. And this time, you're not standing alone. So if you've ever been crossed by someone who thought you were weak, quiet, easy to play, this message is your confirmation. Because when someone makes the mistake of going against a chosen one, the universe remembers. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you've ever been underestimated, just so we know who's still standing. Stay with me, because what's coming next? It'll remind you exactly why the universe never let you fall. If you're truly chosen, you'll feel it deep. Let's get into it. Number 1. When you starve the right one, the universe feeds them in front of you. They laughed when you struggled. Now they'll choke on their own ego, watching you get everything they thought they buried. This is what happens when someone tries to play games with the system that was built to protect you. They weren't just messing with a person, they were pushing against the current of the universe itself. And trust me, the universe doesn't take betrayal of its chosen ones lightly. You were generous. Too generous. You gave your time, your energy, your love, your ideas. You held people up when they couldn't stand on their own, and in return, they smiled in your face while trying to cut you down behind your back. They mistook your patience for weakness, your humility for inferiority, your silence for surrender. But chosen ones don't fold. We observe. And while you were observing, the universe was documenting every insult, every betrayal, every fake smile, and every door slammed in your face. And now it's payback, but not the petty kind, the universal kind, the kind that shifts the entire energy around you, the kind that turns tables so violently that people who once sat at the head now find themselves on the floor. They thought they were winning. Let them. Because they didn't realize the biggest mistake you can make is hurting someone the universe is actively protecting. It's like mocking a seed in winter. They didn't know you were just underground, preparing to rise. And now, they don't just see you growing, they feel the heat of your harvest. This is your season of receiving. That's not a cliche, it's a consequence. The consequence of your consistency, of your loyalty, of your integrity. You didn't play dirty, you didn't beg, you didn't retaliate, you just kept building, even while bleeding. And that's exactly why the universe has aligned someone right now to come into your life with clarity, support, and elevation. Someone who doesn't drain you, but develops you. Someone who brings not just talk, but tools. They're not here to save you. You never needed saving. They're here to multiply what's already inside you, to take your vision and help you scale it, financially, emotionally, energetically. And this isn't charity, it's divine compensation. Because the universe doesn't forget the ones who gave from empty cups. And it doesn't let its chosen ones suffer forever. Yes, it took time, longer than you wanted, but there's a reason for that too. You had to learn who was with you only for the struggle, and who will stand beside you in the success. You had to learn not to doubt your own light, even when it felt like no one else saw it. Let's talk about that. This habit you had of questioning your worth, of wondering, maybe I am too much, or maybe I really am the problem. No, you weren't too much. You were just too real for fake people, too strong for weak minds, too deep for shallow souls. Stop doubting the design. The universe picked you for a reason, and when you're chosen, you're held to a different standard because you're built for a different purpose. Your challenges were training, your pain was preparation, and your silence? That was strategy. Let them laugh, let them underestimate, because they're not laughing anymore. Not when you're glowing with peace they can't disturb, walking through doors they never knew existed, and aligning with people who don't just clap for you. They build with you. They thought they broke you, but in trying to bury you, they watered the soil. And now they have to sit front row and watch what it looks like when the universe steps in and says, enough. This is the power of being chosen. When your season comes, it comes with interest. Everything you lost is being returned, multiplied. Everything stolen is being replaced, upgraded. And everyone who doubted you? They're being silenced, not by your words, but by your results. So walk like it, own it, speak like someone who's backed by the force that made the stars, because you are. And they can feel it now. The shift is happening. The tables are turning. And this time, you're not coming to survive. You're here to thrive. Number 2, you can't heal in the same room that made you bleed. They didn't walk away, they were removed. The universe pulled them out like poison. Be grateful you survived the infection. Let's stop sugarcoating it. You were drained, used, taken for granted by people who wore the mask of support while sucking the life out of you behind your back. They didn't love you. They loved your light, your healing, your presence. The way you made them feel like they mattered, while they made you question if you did. That's not love, that's theft. And those people, those so-called friends, lovers, family members, even co-workers, let's call them what they are: energy vampires, parasites dressed in compliments, leeches disguised as loyalty. They didn't want to see you grow. They just wanted to stay close enough to feed off your glow. They'd applaud you in public and curse your name in private. They'd borrow your strength and then blame you when they failed to rise. But here's the truth. They never intended to build with you. They just knew you were the foundation, and they hoped you wouldn't notice how heavy they were getting. Well, the universe noticed. You see, the universe doesn't need your permission to protect you. It waits, it watches, but once it's clear you're too loyal to cut off the poison yourself, it'll rip it out for you, painfully, suddenly, completely. That's why that connection broke without warning. That's why they ghosted. That's why you were betrayed so viciously. It wasn't just an ending. It was an extraction. You didn't lose them. You were freed. They weren't just bad for you. They were blocking your next level. Your energy was too valuable to keep wasting on bottom feeders. And the universe knew that. That's why everything that wasn't built on truth is collapsing now. Not because you're cursed, but because you're chosen. Let's get this straight. Being chosen doesn't mean being worshipped. It means being targeted, because your light exposes lies. Your energy disturbs demons. Your purpose doesn't align with comfort zones and the people in your life. They couldn't keep pretending once your glow got too bright. So they had two choices: grow or get out. And most of them chose to get out. Don't cry for that. Don't mourn the loss of those who were draining you. That wasn't rejection. That was divine intervention. Still confused? Still wondering why it hurt so much? Let's break it down. You're not crazy for loving deeply. You're not weak for wanting connection. You're just powerful. And powerful people attract everything: lovers, liars, healers, haters. The light doesn't discriminate who it shines on. But that doesn't mean you should let everyone stay in your sun. Not everyone deserves your energy. Not everyone is meant to be in your circle. Just because they had access doesn't mean they had good intentions. You've got to stop letting loyalty keep you in places where you're only being used. That's not love. That's self-destruction. Stop watering dead plants and wondering why nothing's blooming in your life. Some of these people were never meant to go with you. They were lessons, detours, distractions. The breakup, the betrayal, the sudden silence, that was your soul being saved. You see, vampires don't stop feeding until there's nothing left. You think they'd have left you on their own? Never. They would have drained you dry and then blamed you for being empty. That's why the universe had to step in. And now, look at you, still here, still rising, still glowing, even after they tried to dim everything about you. And if you're still wondering why they turned on you after all the love you gave them, it's because they knew they could never become you. So they tried to break you, because broken things are easier to copy. But they forgot. Being chosen means you don't break. You transform. You don't shrink in darkness. You adapt. You burn brighter. You become unignorable. You're not meant to be small. You're not meant to be quiet. You're not meant to be surrounded by people who only clap when they're ahead of you. You're meant to lead. So stop looking back. Stop missing what was only meant to last one chapter. The people who left weren't your tribe. They were placeholders, tests, noise. And now that they're gone, your path is clear. This is your clean slate. This is your rebirth. This is the clearing, the great removal of everything and everyone not aligned with your purpose. And yes, it's lonely. Yes, it's confusing. But it's also the most powerful space you'll ever step into. Because in this clearing, you can finally hear yourself. You can finally rebuild from truth. You can finally step into the real you without carrying the weight of everyone else's shadows. Chosen one, your light was never meant to be shared with just anybody. And now that the energy vampires are gone, your power is returning, stronger, sharper, focused. So what's next? Reconstruction. You're not healing to return to who you were. You're healing to activate who you've always been. They underestimated you. They fed off you. But they never broke you. So now, rise. With purpose. With pride. With power. Walk like someone who survived the storm and became the lightning. Speak like someone who lost everything fake and gained everything real. Move like someone the universe personally defends. This isn't just motivation. This is confirmation. Your peace is protected. Your path is cleared. Your energy is sacred. And your time, it's now. Let them watch. Let them wonder. Let them regret. But don't let them back in. Because once the vampires are gone, you don't open the window again, just because the night looks calm. You close the door, you lock it, and you build the kingdom they thought you'd never live to see. You're not just chosen, you're untouchable now. Number 3, they didn't break you, they built your weapon. Some came dressed as blessings, but were really the tests. And now that you've passed, the rewards are hunting you down. Let's cut through the noise. This pain you've been carrying, it was never meant to break you. It was the chisel, the sculptor's tool, the blade that carved your purpose out of your silence. You're not broken. You're being reshaped. And every tear, every betrayal, every lonely night was part of the blueprint. Those people, the ones who smiled in your face while secretly trying to block your shine, they were never real. They were actors in your training ground, masks over motives, envy hidden behind fake encouragement. They didn't want to help you rise. They wanted a front row seat to your fall. Not because you failed them, but because your presence reminded them of everything they're not. They called it love, but you felt the tension. You saw how they only clapped when your win didn't outshine theirs. You heard the silence when your name was mentioned in rooms full of noise. They claimed loyalty, but loyalty without honesty is just manipulation in disguise. Wake up. That heartbreak you're nursing, that ache in your chest, that's not damage, that's displacement, the pulling away of everything that couldn't go where you're headed. The universe does not subtract without a reason. It removes to replace. It clears to rebuild. It shakes the ground to make sure your next chapter isn't built on cracks. You're not falling apart. You're shedding dead skin. The pieces of your life that were only pretending to fit are being ripped away, so your true alignment can finally lock into place. This isn't destruction, it's redirection. This is spiritual engineering at work. And let's be honest for a second. You felt it. You knew something wasn't right. You felt the shift before it happened. You tried to convince yourself to hold on, to be the bigger person, to love through it. But chosen ones aren't meant to carry snakes. You were trying to feed people who were only there to eat you. You are not here to be devoured. You are here to be deployed into purpose, into power, into alignment. And nothing sharpens you like betrayal. Nothing wakes you up like heartbreak. Nothing pushes you forward faster than the pain of being undervalued by people who couldn't handle your value in the first place. That pain, it's fuel now. It's not holding you back. It's launching you. Because once you've been stabbed in the back enough times, you learn how to walk with armor. You learn how to spot envy through a smile. You learn how to discern real love from emotional leeches. You stop begging for seats at tables that were never built to hold you. And suddenly, that pain becomes power. Because now, you don't just know your worth. You feel it. You own it. You walk like someone who survived a storm, with fire in their chest and clarity in their eyes. You speak with purpose. You move with direction. You no longer ask for permission. You give notice. What they tried to destroy became your evidence. What they hoped would break you became your breakthrough. The darkness they threw you into, that was just the place where your roots grew deep enough to support the greatness coming next. So here's what you need to remember. The space they left behind was never meant to stay empty. It's being cleared for people who will love you right, support you without envy, and show up for you without hidden motives. And the abundance that's coming. It needed room to land. This isn't just the end of pain. It's the activation of your purpose. You are not here to be understood by those who only see you as competition. You are here to be seen by those who recognize your power and don't flinch when it grows. Your future isn't about proving them wrong. It's about proving to yourself that every moment of suffering had a point. And it did. Because now you walk with eyes wide open. Now you move with intention. Now you know being chosen comes with a cost, but the reward is always heavier. So let them whisper, let them regret, let them sit in the silence they created when they decided your light was too much. You're walking into a season where everything that hurt you becomes irrelevant next to everything that's about to bless you. You didn't lose. You leveled up. And now it's time to collect. Number 4, the setup was spiritual. They thought they were playing you, but they played themselves. Every fake connection was a pop quiz before your breakthrough. Now that you've passed, the universe is bringing in the real ones, the ones who come with keys, not chains. Let's get one thing clear. Nothing that happened to you was random. Not the betrayal, not the love that turned cold, not the loyalty that turned into leeching. Every encounter was an appointment. Every heartbreak, a pop-up exam. And every smile that hid a knife was a test to see if you had finally learned to protect your light like your life depended on it. Because it does. These weren't just people. They were walking mirrors placed in your path to reflect your own wounds back to you, so you could finally see them, so you could stop bleeding for others and start choosing yourself. They were sent to challenge your boundaries, to poke holes in your self-worth, to drain you and make you question your place in the world. Why? To see if you'd give your soul away just to be liked, or if you'd rise up and say, "Enough. I know who I am now." You were overgiving, overextending, overloving, and the universe couldn't let that go on any longer. There's a law, an energetic law, written into the fabric of this universe, and you were violating it. You were letting people feast off your energy while you starved. And that's not balance, that's betrayal of your own spirit. So the universe stepped in. Cosmic justice doesn't always come with thunder. Sometimes it comes in the silence after someone walks away. Sometimes it looks like the sudden disappearance of someone you thought would be there forever. And sometimes it looks like you, sitting alone, wondering what went wrong, when the truth is, everything finally went right. Because now you see it, now you feel it, the shift, the clearing, the empty spaces that once held vampires and parasites are now sacred ground, cleansed, prepared, ready for the meeting that was always meant to happen. You're not crazy for wanting depth, for craving real connection. You were just ahead of your time, surrounded by people stuck in survival mode, while your spirit was made for ascension. But now that you've learned the lessons, now that you've proven you can hold your worth, even when no one's clapping, the universe is bringing in someone new, someone aligned, someone equipped, someone who sees you without you having to shrink, explain, or earn it. This isn't just a new friend or lover. This is a force, an ally, a divine arrangement forged from every tear you've cried and every boundary you finally held. They're not coming to complete you. You've already done that. They're coming to add to you, to multiply your vision, to protect your peace, to speak your name in rooms you haven't even entered yet. This is not a coincidence. It's cosmic compensation. Because the universe remembers everything. Every time you gave without return. Every time you lowered your voice so someone else could feel taller. Every time you bent over backwards to be understood by people who had no intention of understanding you. And now it's rebalancing the scales. This meeting, this connection that's about to happen, is a reflection of how far you've come. It's not just about them, it's about you. You finally being in a place where you no longer mistake attention for affection, where you no longer pour into people with holes in their cup, where you no longer ignore red flags just to feel chosen. Because now you know you were chosen, but not by people, by the universe. And when the universe chooses you, it sends people who match your energy, not drain it. People who recognize your light without trying to dim it. People who don't compete with your gifts. They complement them. You're not too much. You're finally just enough for the people meant to receive you. So stop replaying the past. Those people were your proving ground. They were there to make sure you were ready to receive what's coming next without self-sabotaging it. Because the worst thing isn't missing the blessing. It's getting it too early and not knowing how to protect it. But now, you're ready. You've been tested. You've been refined. You've been stripped of everything fake so that what's real could finally find you. And it's on the way. That connection, that collaboration, that divine partnership. Not the kind that drains you, but the kind that reminds you why none of the others worked out. Chosen one, get your energy right. Speak your truth louder. Sharpen your vision, because the meeting is already arranged. And when it shows up, it won't be to fix you. It'll be to run with you. You've done enough surviving. Now it's time to build the empire. Number 5. You weren't meant to carry it alone. The universe was just waiting for you to let go. The second you stop playing savior to people who enjoy watching you drown, the universe sends a lifeboat that doesn't ask for your story, just tells you, get in. Feel that? That pressure slipping off your shoulders, that breath you didn't know you were holding finally releasing from your chest? That's not relief. That's alignment. That's the moment the universe said, now they're ready. Because you were carrying burdens that didn't belong to you, fighting battles that weren't yours, solving chaos created by people who were never going to return the favor. You weren't helping them, you were bleeding for them. And the truth is, you only kept carrying it because you thought no one else would. But here's the thing, chosen one, you were never supposed to do this alone. The reason the pressure broke you down was because you were moving outside of alignment, trying to be the healer, the fixer, the one who holds the whole damn building up, while everyone else walked in and out like you were the doorframe, not the foundation. And you took it. You absorbed the pain. You told yourself, if I don't do it, no one will. But the universe heard that, and it said, enough. Because here's what they never told you. The moment you let go of what's breaking you, the universe starts sending what will build you. It doesn't send help to the one clinging to dysfunction. It sends help to the one finally brave enough to walk away from it. And now that you've dropped the dead weight, the scales have shifted. The tide is turning, and you better believe reinforcements are coming. No, not just anyone. The person being sent to you, they're not a placeholder. They're not another test. They're not another lesson in disguise. They are a power move by the universe itself, an asset, a mirror, a door, a key. This connection isn't about romance or friendship or status. It's about strategy. This is alignment on a cellular level, the kind of energy that doesn't knock quietly. It kicks the door in and says, I got you now. Let's go. You've been outnumbered for too long, misunderstood, underestimated, surrounded by people who took from you and called it love, who watched you drown and called it growth. But the universe, it's been watching too, and it just hit a point where cosmic law demanded correction. And so now, someone is being deployed into your path. Not a savior. Don't get it twisted. You didn't need saving. You needed support. You needed someone with eyes sharp enough to see your value, with hands strong enough to carry their own weight, and with a spirit clean enough not to poison yours. And that's who's coming. This person will not make you question your worth. They'll remind you of it. They won't shrink when you shine. They'll hand you the mic and tell you to go louder. They don't want to compete. They want to collaborate. And you'll feel it, not in your mind, but in your spirit. You'll feel peace, not adrenaline. You'll feel safety, not confusion. You'll feel momentum, not pressure. Because that's what it looks like when the universe orchestrates, not just allows. When it aligns someone to meet you in motion not sit back and watch you hustle in exhaustion. But here's the catch. You have to be ready to receive it. You've spent so long in survival mode that you've convinced yourself no one is coming, that you have to do it all, that asking for help is weakness and needing support is failure. Wrong. What's weak is staying loyal to struggle when abundance is knocking. What's failure is refusing to be helped when help is sent. So when this person shows up, don't sabotage it. Don't analyze it to death. Don't try to match it to your old patterns. This isn't that. This is new ground. This is higher level. This is the proof that the universe didn't forget you. It was just waiting for you to stop choosing the ones who were never chosen for you. This is the shift. The one you prayed for with no words. The one you earned in silence. The one you were prepared for by every storm, every loss, every fake connection that nearly made you quit. And now it's your time to be lifted. Chosen one, help is not coming. Help is already on the way. Number 6. This is bigger than you. The universe scheduled this meeting before you even knew you'd need it. They're not just arriving on time. They are the time. Some connections you choose. Others are assigned. This one, it's not luck. It's not a coincidence. It's not just someone you bumped into. This is a cosmic appointment, an alignment so exact, even your past self would call it impossible. And yet, here they come. They might walk in quietly, no thunder, no spotlight. Maybe it's a business call, a mutual introduction, a friend of a friend, or even just a name that shows up on your screen that you feel something about, before a word is even spoken. But understand this. The power behind this connection is not in how it begins. It's in what it's meant to build. Because this person isn't just carrying charm or potential. They carry blueprints. They walk with strategy, not struggle. Their presence feels like clarity, like momentum, like purpose in human form. They don't come with confusion, mixed signals, or shallow words. They come with execution, vision, and a calm certainty that hits different. They already know who they are, and when they look at you, they see who you are too. Not who you've been pretending to be, not the version you've been surviving with, but the one you buried under years of overgiving, self-doubt, and trying to fit in rooms that never deserved your presence. This person is a mirror, but not the kind that reflects your flaws. They reflect your greatness. They'll say the things you forgot about yourself. They'll challenge your limits, not because they doubt you, but because they refuse to watch you settle for less than your design. This is not someone you chase. This is someone who shows up when you've stopped chasing what's beneath you, when your spirit finally gets tired of clinging to broken pieces, and you open up space for real alignment to land. And here's what will hit the deepest. They know things you don't, not because you're lesser, but because you've carried the weight alone for too long, and the universe is balancing that equation now. You've always been the visionary, the doer, the light. But you haven't always had the strategy. You haven't had someone who could stand next to your fire and say, let's make this flame a legacy. This person is that. They've been through their own storms. They didn't skip the work. They just did it earlier. And now they're being placed in front of you, not to overshadow you, but to fortify you, not to lead you, but to walk beside you with intention. Power recognizes power. And when two people who've done the work connect, it's not a spark, it's a signal. But let's be clear, this isn't about romance, this isn't about fantasy, this is about foundation. This is the type of connection that upgrades your mindset, your finances, your network, your energy, not because you need saving, but because your next level needs structure. And they come with the bricks. Don't let the casual entrance fool you. This meeting has been in motion since long before your heartbreaks, before your betrayals, before your glow-up. This person was being shaped just like you, elsewhere, silently, intentionally. And now, the timeline is merging, not by chance, by cosmic design. Because you weren't meant to build this vision alone. You weren't meant to carry this abundance by yourself. You weren't meant to keep guessing at how to multiply what you were born with. Chosen one, this isn't random. This is recovery. This is activation. This is the answer to everything you thought had been ignored. And here's the most important part. You had to become this version of yourself to be able to handle this connection. Because if they had shown up when you were still in survival mode, you would have rejected them. You would have felt unworthy. You would have sabotaged it, thinking they were too much, when in reality, they were the match to your fire. But now you're ready. You've buried the old version. You've done the work, you've cleared the parasites, and the universe sees that. So now, it's delivering someone who doesn't ask what you bring to the table. They recognize you are the table. So stand tall. Don't overthink it. Don't minimize it. When they show up, you'll know. And when you feel that pull, don't run, don't shrink. Don't let the fear of the past destroy the gift of the now. This isn't an accident. This is a predestined connection, and it's already en route. Number 7. You've been walking this road alone. Now it's time to join the ones who know what you're made of. You weren't meant to do this alone. Power multiplies when it connects with power. And now, your tribe is calling. Chosen one, if you've made it this far, through the betrayal, the inner war, the shedding, the awakening, then you already know this path is real. You've been feeling the pressure, the shift, the pull. You've lost people, outgrown identities, shattered illusions, and still you rise. But here's the truth. No one tells you loud enough. Ascension isn't meant to be done alone. Isolation was a phase. Necessary, yes, but temporary. It was where you met yourself, where you learned to survive, where you burned away the versions of you that were built for approval, not purpose. But now that you've stepped into this next chapter, you don't need isolation. You need alignment. And that's exactly what the Obsidian Inner Order is. This isn't a club. It's not some fake community full of surface-level vibes and empty motivation. This is the nexus, where real ones meet, build, sharpen, and ascend together. You've been praying for the right people, asking for answers, hoping for a space where your energy doesn't feel too much. Well, here it is. Inside the Inner Order, over 450 chosen ones gather every single week, not just to talk, but to go deep, to crack codes, share downloads, trade wisdom, to speak about the things the world tries to silence. Targeted energy warfare, psychological tactics, astral practices, neural upgrades, financial frequency, purpose recalibration. You name it, we get into it. And no, it's not surface. These aren't fluff conversations about vibes and good energy. This is surgical-level knowledge, shared in a container of respect, fire, and undeniable power. And if you can't make it live, every session is recorded. So the keys are always available when you're ready to unlock. But here's what really makes it different. The people. Every single member of this space has walked through the fire. You'll find CEOs, mystics, warriors, healers, creators, survivors, people who've been betrayed, mocked, isolated, underestimated, and still chose light. People who have cried alone in the dark and now build empires with that same pain. This isn't where you have to explain your purpose. This is where people get it, because they've lived it too. And the private discord? It's electric. It's more than just chat. It's where the movement breathes. Topics you've never heard discussed anywhere else. Techniques the mainstream will never understand. Deep dives into sacred knowledge, forbidden texts, energy work, nutrition for ascension, body detox, real tactical tools. It's the stuff no one's talking about, but everyone should be. This isn't about being woke, it's about being awakened, activated, tuned in, and surrounded by people who don't shrink from your power. They celebrate it, they enhance it, they challenge it, they respect it, because they know iron sharpens iron. So, if you've been waiting for your tribe, this is it. If you've been tired of having to dumb yourself down, hide your light, or pretend you don't feel everything you feel, this is your signal. If you've been overloaded with surface-level talk, surrounded by people who only care about appearances while you're trying to transcend the damn matrix, you've found the real ones now. This is not for everyone. It's not supposed to be. That's why it's powerful. That's why it works. Because this space was built for the chosen, for those who didn't fit, for those who outgrew their environment, for those who feel the universe pushing them into leadership, into visibility, into their full potential, and need backup that understands the weight of that mission. You've done the solo phase. Now, step into the circle, not to be saved, but to ascend together. Because the next level of your journey, it's not just about what you do, it's about who you walk with, and the inner order is already waiting. Time to take your seat. Number 8. You're not just meant to be rich, you're meant to be dangerous with it. They laughed when you were broke. They watched you give and give until there was nothing left. And now they'll have to watch you build an empire with everything they thought they drained. Let's be real. This has never been just about money. It's always been about value. How much of your energy was taken without being returned? How much of your wisdom was borrowed but never credited? How many ideas were picked clean from your spirit, like vultures feasting on your light? And through it all, you kept pouring, you kept giving, you kept showing up even when no one showed up for you. But something is shifting. No, something has already shifted. The old constraints are cracking. The invisible barriers that kept your abundance on a leash are being dismantled, not by effort alone, but by cosmic force. The same universe that watched you give from nothing is now positioning you to receive like never before. But this time, it's not just blessings falling from the sky. It's strategy. Because what's coming isn't just wealth, it's power. The kind of power that comes from knowing how to build, sustain, and scale what you've earned. This is not lucky money. This is aligned income. This is legacy building, asset stacking, wealth with intention energy. And if you're reading this, it's not a prediction, it's your confirmation. You didn't hustle in vain. Every sacrifice, every late night, every underpaid job, every time you helped someone grow while you stayed stuck, none of it was wasted. It was compounding, building behind the scenes, waiting for your frequency to match what the universe has been holding for you all along. And now the door's opening. But don't get it twisted. This isn't about chasing riches so you can flex. This is about equipping the chosen with what they should have had all along. The resources to protect their purpose, build their vision, and never beg to be seen again. This is about making sure no one ever has the power to silence you because you can't pay the rent. This is about making sure your voice, your mission, your calling can't be bought, censored, or controlled. Because that's what real wealth does. It doesn't just change your bank account, it changes your stance. It lets you walk away from any table where you're disrespected. It lets you choose peace without sacrificing survival. It lets you turn down fake help because you've finally got options. And options, that's power. So stop shrinking, stop apologizing for wanting more, stop thinking being spiritual means being broke. The universe doesn't reward self-sacrifice, it rewards alignment. And when you're aligned, money becomes magnetized, strategy becomes second nature, resources flow, partnerships click, ideas hit, and you stop surviving and start scaling. So yes, this is more than a membership. It's more than some group. This is a movement of chosen ones, waking up to their full power, financial, mental, spiritual, and global. Because when we stop fighting each other and start building with each other, we don't just rise, we take over. We stop being the underdogs. We stop being the ones who had to make do. We stop playing small to fit into rooms that were never built to hold our energy. And we start creating our own rooms. This is wealth with purpose. This is currency backed by consciousness. And if you've been feeling like something's coming, you're right. But it only lands when you're in position. This is your positioning moment. Stop scrolling. Stop hesitating. Stop asking if it's real. You've always known this was coming. Every vision, every pull in your gut, every time you dreamed bigger than your circumstances allowed, you weren't delusional. You were tapped in. You just didn't have the tools. Now you do. So here it is. Your invitation, your confirmation, your next move. Click the link, step into alignment, join the movement. Let the world feel what happens when the chosen are no longer tired, broke, and surviving, but focused, funded, and building empires. Your wealth is waiting. Your strategy is loading. Your season is here. Move like it. Number 9. You didn't come this far to play small. You came to wear the crown. The crown was never lost. You just had to bleed enough to prove you could carry its weight. You were built for this moment, not created by chance, not thrown into this world without purpose. You were engineered for impact. Every struggle, every betrayal, every dark night where you thought you wouldn't make it, that was training, not punishment. You didn't just survive. You were being forged. The delays, the isolation, the heartbreak, they weren't setbacks. They were refining fires, shaping you into the one who could stand tall when everyone else crumbled. The crown you're about to wear wasn't handed out. It was earned. And not through entitlement, but through endurance. Because only those who've been broken and rebuilt can rule with wisdom. Only those who've walked alone can lead without needing validation. And that's you now, standing at the threshold between who you were and who you're about to become. This is the transformation point, the moment the chaos clicks into place. The past stops haunting you and starts making sense. Every fragment of your journey lines up with divine precision. Every scar becomes a symbol, not of pain, but of power. And the question is no longer, are you ready? The question is, will you finally stop running from what you were born to be? Because the crown is already here. The calling has already been issued. The kingdom is already watching. All that's left is your choice. Do you keep playing down your power to make others comfortable? Do you keep hiding because you're afraid of being too much? Or do you rise fully, unapologetically, and claim what's been yours from the beginning? Chosen one, the wait is over. The universe has cleared the board. The parasites are gone. The old roles are dead. What remains is you, raw, refined, ready. And this next chapter, it requires your full presence. No more half-stepping, no more shrinking. The crown is heavy, but so are you. With wisdom, with grit, with light that can't be faked, and a presence that shifts rooms. So wear it. Not for ego, not for clout, but because the mission demands it. Because someone has to lead, someone has to carry the vision, someone has to walk first so others can believe it's possible. That someone is you. Rise, not just because it's time. Rise because it's already yours. The crown, the calling, the kingdom. It's all waiting. Step into it. And now, as the final piece falls into place, understand this. You were never becoming the chosen one. You've always been chosen. Everything you lost, everything you endured, it all led you right here. To your crown, your power, your rise. No more waiting, no more shrinking. It's time. If this message hit your soul, like this video, subscribe for more truth made for chosen ones. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you're claiming your crown, and share this with someone else walking through the fire. Let's awaken the others. The time is now. Let them feel the shift. The universe hides its sharpest blades inside the ones it chooses. When they cut through the noise, the world bleeds truth. They thought they could crush you, mock you, silence your truth. But they weren't fighting just you. They were battling the force that chose you. And now, the universe is correcting that mistake. It's not just justice. It's cosmic payback. One by one, the same hands that tried to break you are now being broken by the very system they once hid behind. Their shields are cracking, their lies are unraveling, and the silence they forced on you, it's screaming now, in their direction. If this message hits your spirit, make sure to like and subscribe. It's not just a button, it's a signal to the algorithm that more chosen ones are awakening, and this message needs to find them. You never know who's watching this next, needing the strength only your story can give. Now listen closely, because this isn't just another video. This is recognition. The truth is, being chosen isn't about being lucky. It's about being built differently. And that difference makes people uneasy. It exposes what they hide. You didn't fit into their box, so they tried to bury you under labels, lies, and limitations. But here's the twist. They buried a seed. And that seed is growing into something unstoppable. You were never alone, though it felt that way. You doubted your light because the world around you was designed to dim it. But the universe, it never abandoned you. It was watching, calculating, waiting for the perfect time to strike, not just to protect you, but to humble those who dared to touch what was never theirs to break. Your story, your pain, your endurance, it's not just survival, it's a weapon. Every time you speak your truth, someone else finds the courage to rise. That's why the system is shifting, because the energy of truth is louder than their lies. And when the universe chooses someone, no courtroom, no gossip, no manipulation can silence what's already been written in the stars. They thought they were fighting a person. What they didn't know is that when you mess with a chosen one, you enter a war with the laws of energy itself. The karma is real, the justice is loud, and it's only just begun. Let this be the reminder. Your enemies never hated you. They hated the way you exposed their weakness just by existing. They hated your resilience, your peace, your power. And now, they're haunted by the very light they tried to smother. So no more doubting yourself. No more asking, why me? The answer is simple. Because only you had the strength to carry this fire without being consumed by it. The universe saw that in you before you saw it in yourself. Justice is no longer a fantasy. It's unfolding, loud, public, and undeniable. And this moment, this reckoning, it's not just for you. It's for every silent soul watching, waiting for proof that truth still wins. You are that proof. You are the signal. You are the spark. Stay grounded, stay aware, and remember, chosen ones don't chase revenge. They become it. Before we go any further, take a second. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you feel the shift, if you know justice is finally moving in your favor. This isn't just content, it's confirmation. And now, let's get into it, layer by layer. Because if you really are a chosen one, you'll feel it deep. You're meant to hear this. Let's begin. Number 1. When the tables turn, even shadows can't hide them. They thought they were ghosts moving in silence, but the universe has sharper eyes than theirs, and now it's dragging them into the light they used to fear. They moved like snakes in the grass, smug behind fake smiles and secret alliances. They believed they were untouchable, that because you were quiet, you were weak, that because you stood alone, you wouldn't stand for long. They were wrong, dead wrong. What they didn't realize is that the moment they touched a chosen one, they signed a contract with the universe. And now the fine print is catching up to them, with interest. You see, being chosen isn't about lights and praise. It's about being built to survive betrayal, after betrayal, and still rise. While they laughed behind closed doors, the universe was taking notes. While they plotted in whispers, justice was listening in louder than they could ever imagine. And now, those shadows they thought would protect them, they're turning on them. Their own footprints are betraying them. Because justice isn't always loud. Sometimes it watches, then it strikes. The system they once used to corner you is folding in on them like a trap they set for themselves. And the irony, they weren't even fighting you. They picked a fight with universal order, and that's a war no coward wins. So let this burn into your mind. The eyes that once rolled at your pain are now wide with fear. They've been seen fully. No more masks. No more pretending. You were never crazy. You were never imagining things. Your intuition wasn't paranoia. It was prophecy. You felt something bigger moving, even when no one else could see it. You were being backed by something beyond human power. Something that waits. Something that builds pressure in silence, then explodes with truth. And let's not pretend you didn't doubt it. There were days you almost gave in. Days you believed their lies about you. Days you thought, maybe I am the problem. And yet, you kept going, even bruised, even silenced, even isolated. You kept showing up in a world that wanted you erased. That's power. That's chosen energy. And that's exactly why the universe is now showing up for you. So here's a question burning in your mind right now. Why now? Why are things finally starting to shift? Because truth has a divine timestamp. You don't decide when the scales tip. The universe does. And now, it's had enough. These enemies of yours thought they had time, thought they had control. But control is an illusion. The real force has always been with you. And now it's clearing your path with precision. Let me be brutally clear. Your enemies aren't just being exposed, they're being dismantled. The same system they hid behind is now the one turning them inside out. The system was never broken. It was just waiting for its target. And that target isn't you anymore. It's them. And to the chosen ones, still questioning their worth, still asking, why me? Wake up. They didn't try this hard to break someone meaningless. You were dangerous to their delusion, a walking truth bomb. And you still are. That's why they're losing sleep. That's why their world is crumbling while you rebuild yours. So stop shrinking. Stop apologizing for being too alert, too intense, too different. You were designed for a higher frequency, one that disrupts everything false around it. You weren't paranoid. You were prepared. You weren't overreacting. You were being shown what they tried to hide. And now, the shadows have turned against them. Every secret's turning into evidence. Every backstab is becoming their downfall. The same silence they once used to trap you is screaming their names now. In courtrooms, in investigations, in public whispers. The energy has flipped. The universe is collecting. This is your moment of reckoning, not just theirs. Because while they're falling, you're rising. Not with vengeance, but with validation, with clarity, with unstoppable momentum. They wanted you broken, but you became the blueprint. Your story is inspiring others. Your scars are maps for someone else's survival. And now you walk with a quiet roar, because you know the universe didn't forget, and it never will. Number 2, when patience becomes a weapon, the trap closes loud. Silence is never surrender, it's set up. And when a chosen one goes quiet, it only means the fall will be louder. They thought your silence was defeat, that your absence meant retreat. But you weren't hiding, you were setting the stage. Every time you bit your tongue instead of reacting, every time you walked away instead of retaliating, every time you cried in private instead of cursing them publicly, you were sharpening a blade they couldn't see coming. You see, chosen ones don't fight dirty, they fight smart. And while you suffered in the shadows, while you moved in stillness, the universe was gathering ammunition, witnesses, records, energy. It watched as they played their little games, thinking no one was paying attention. And now, the trap has snapped shut. They're scrambling, panicking, because nothing terrifies the wicked more than unexpected justice. And what they're realizing too late is that while they were laughing at your silence, you were building a cage around them. They walked right into it, proud and unbothered, never once imagining the walls were closing in. Every lie they told, logged. Every message they sent, archived. Every manipulation, every threat, every smug move they thought vanished into the void. It was all evidence. And not just earthly evidence. No, something much bigger was at work. Something that doesn't miss, doesn't forget, and never loses track of what's owed. The courtroom didn't come out of nowhere. The momentum didn't appear by magic. It was earned through blood, through betrayal, through sleepless nights and soul-crushing days where you questioned if any of it would ever turn around. But now you're watching it all unfold exactly how it was always meant to. Because when the universe picks its moment, it doesn't miss. It doesn't show up half-prepared. It comes with force, with precision, with karma sharpened to a blade. Your patience was never weakness. It was the ultimate strategy. They thought you were slow. You were surgical. They thought you were afraid. You were focused. They thought you were losing. You were listening. And now, the noise they made is becoming the soundtrack to their downfall. They never thought this day would come. That's why it's hitting so hard. Because people who build power off lies never prepare for truth. They didn't expect the paperwork, the warrants, the subpoenas, the sudden wave of legal heat that's now flooding their life like a dam that finally broke. Their past is catching up to their present, and the future they bragged about, it's dissolving in front of them. But this isn't just about their punishment, it's about your vindication. This is the moment where the universe flips the script and says, "See, I told you I had you." Because it did, even when you couldn't feel it, even when you thought it abandoned you. It was there, building the perfect storm. And now, the courtroom isn't just a room, it's a stage, a battleground, a cosmic echo chamber where their lies collapse under the weight of your truth. The system they once used to dodge accountability is now the very machine dragging them into the light. It's poetic, it's brutal, it's deserved. Let this be a warning to anyone who ever played with a chosen one like they were disposable. We don't fall, we fold back, quietly, strategically. And when we rise, we don't come back alone. We come with proof, power, and a purpose. So if you're still asking, why did it take so long? Because perfect justice isn't rushed. It's tailored, precision-timed. And now, the timing is divine. They're being exposed exactly when they've run out of lies. Exactly when their pride is highest. Exactly when they've stopped looking over their shoulder. That's the trap. And maybe part of you still feels guilty. Maybe the old version of you is whispering, "Did I go too far?" Let me crush that doubt for good. You didn't go far enough. What's happening now isn't revenge. It's realignment. This is not payback. This is balance. And balance is what the universe demands when one of its own is violated. Understand something. When you are chosen, your pain is not wasted. It becomes a force, a frequency, a legal storm. It moves through systems, through people, through hidden channels you don't even know exist, until they suddenly erupt in your favor. That's what's happening now. That's why everything is moving at once. Because your pain reached a tipping point, and the universe said, now. And the most brutal part for your enemies, they can't stop it. Not with tears, not with charm, not with manipulation. The same charisma they used to fool others is useless now, because the system they once used as a shield has turned into a weapon pointed right at them. They were comfortable, untouchable, but the illusion is shattered. They're finally feeling what you felt, confused, powerless, terrified. And while they break down, you build up, quietly, steadily, because your story doesn't end in court. It starts there, with the truth, with your voice, with the undeniable shift that tells the world, you messed with the wrong one. So take this moment in, let it sink deep, because you're not witnessing karma, you're becoming it. You're walking proof that silence is strength, that calm is a strategy, that the universe always shows up for its own. And now that the trap has closed, you no longer have to explain yourself. You just have to watch. Watch as everything they built on your suffering collapses under its own weight. And remember this, the next time they call you too cold, too distant, too quiet, smile, because the last time they heard your silence, it was the sound of a storm forming, and that storm just wiped their world clean. Number 3, when the law flips, even the puppeteers get strangled by their own strings. The sharpest sword is the one they forged for you, turned back against them by the very hand of justice they once controlled. They bent the law like it was theirs to command, twisted the system into a weapon aimed straight at your throat, smirking, calm, calculating, so sure they had the upper hand. They thought the laws were their shield, their plaything. But here's the part that always gets them. The law remembers who pulled the strings, and eventually it cuts loose. And when it does, it doesn't warn, it erupts. The very same rules, codes, and technicalities they used to drag your name through the mud are now the ones dragging theirs through concrete. One by one, the statutes they misused, the legal loopholes they exploited, the false narratives they weaponized, they've turned sharp and surgical, slicing through their lies with devastating accuracy. Because the law doesn't forget. It just waits for the truth to rise high enough to crash down like judgment. What they didn't see coming, the person in power, that one set of eyes, high enough to matter, sharp enough to catch the lies in motion, and hungry for truth. This wasn't an accident. Someone with real authority, someone who doesn't flinch at titles, threats, or fake reputations, got the full picture. Not bits, not pieces, everything. It hit like a lightning strike. And just like that, the energy flipped. Now, things that would normally take years are moving in days. Procedures that used to crawl are sprinting. Paperwork is being signed, filed, processed, at a speed that feels unnatural. And your enemies, they're stunned, frozen, scrambling behind the scenes, trying to make sense of how fast the ground is cracking beneath them. But here's what they'll never understand. This isn't just legal motion. It's universal acceleration. This isn't ordinary justice. It's cosmic correction. When a chosen one suffers long enough, when they endure silently while snakes play games in the dark, the universe doesn't just correct, it collapses the illusion. That's what's happening now. Their timelines are compressing. Their options are shrinking. Their carefully crafted image melting under the heat of truth. Watch closely. You'll notice how they flail, how they reach for explanations. Why is this happening so fast? Who's behind this? How did this spiral out of control so quickly? They're asking the wrong questions, because this isn't human work. It's consequence. It's the system they manipulated turning intelligent, turning hostile toward their lies. It's everything they thought they could control, flipping into chaos. And the beauty in this, you didn't have to force it. You didn't bribe, beg, or break the rules to make this happen. You simply survived. You endured long enough for the system itself to get sick of being abused. You outlasted the darkness. And now the law, the same law they used to humiliate you, is treating them like a cautionary tale. It's poetic, it's brutal, it's perfect. They were so sure they had you pinned, that no one would listen, that no one would care. But they forgot something vital. Chosen ones don't just awaken people, they awaken systems. This is what happens when the universe taps someone in power on the shoulder and whispers, "It's time." No appeals, no delays, no mercy. Just swift, exact, and unrelenting justice. So let them panic. Let them call lawyers at midnight and send desperate emails hoping to patch up what's already crumbling. Because the law doesn't answer to them anymore. It's been rewired by truth. And for you, this is the validation. This is the undeniable evidence that you were never crazy, never dramatic, never lying. This is the moment where you feel the power of being chosen, when reality finally echoes the truth you carried in silence for far too long. So stop questioning whether this is really happening. It is, and it's only the beginning. They opened the door thinking they were leading the hunt. Now they're the ones cornered, exposed, and utterly unprepared for the legal avalanche barreling toward them. This is more than justice. It's prophecy fulfilled by process, and there's no loophole for that. Number 4. When truth speaks, lies start screaming. They tried to bury you in delusion, but truth has a pulse, and now it's testifying in your place. This is the moment their fear turns physical. The mask slips, the posture stiffens, and reality finally hits them like a courtroom hammer. Because now, the truth is public record, and the lies they told to protect themselves are the very noose tightening around their credibility, their image, their entire identity. They called you crazy, unstable, delusional. They spun whole narratives, convincing anyone who'd listen that you were the problem. Not because it was true, but because they had to. It was the only way to keep their empire of lies intact. You were too clear, too awake, too disruptive to their illusion. So they threw labels at you like darts, hoping to discredit the only person brave enough to speak the truth out loud. But now, that same truth is standing in court, on paper, in audio, in screenshots, in sworn testimonies. It's no longer just your word, it's proof. And nothing scares a manipulator more than their victim becoming the source of undeniable evidence. Every time they told someone you were making it up, they unknowingly created a witness. Every whispered conversation, every fake concern, every moment they tilted their head and said, "They're just too emotional," became another point on a growing map of lies. They thought they were isolating you. But really, they were building your case, brick by incriminating brick. Now the gaslighting campaign they orchestrated with such smug precision is being dismantled in the most public way possible. That fake image they painted of themselves as calm, composed, rational, it's cracking. And the irony? They're the ones now stumbling to appear sane, choking on their own words, shaking in interviews, contradicting themselves under pressure. And what about you? The one they once mocked as too intense, too paranoid, too much. You're not just vindicated, you're center stage, not as a victim, but as the voice of reason. Your words carry the weight of reality now, not theory. You walk into the room with the quiet power of someone who no longer needs to prove anything, because the proof is everywhere. They can't laugh it off anymore. They can't shift the narrative. The world is watching, and worse, the law is listening. Every attempt they made to question your sanity now reads like a desperate smokescreen. And it's not just you who sees it. It's the judge, the attorneys, the media, the people they once had in their pocket. They didn't just lose control of the story, they lost control of themselves. The roles have reversed completely. You no longer carry the burden of doubt. They do. You no longer live under the shadow of shame. They do. And that's not just karma. That's the consequence of thinking truth could be silenced forever. Let's be honest. They never thought it would get this far. They assumed you'd break before the truth had a chance to speak. But you didn't break. You bent, you bled, but you stayed standing. And because you endured, their lies had nowhere to go but down. That look in their eyes now, that's not just fear. It's the realization that you were always right. That every sleepless night, every gut feeling, every time you said, something isn't adding up, you were aligned with something real, something powerful. And now, with the universe clearing the fog, everyone can see it. The transformation is brutal. You went from the unstable one to the undeniable one, from scapegoat to whistleblower, from crazy to correct. And the fallout? It's only beginning, because now others are starting to piece it together, realizing they were fed a lie. The apologies will be quiet, if they come at all. But the justice? That will echo. They built an entire reality on the belief that no one would ever believe you. That's what makes this collapse so beautiful. It was built on arrogance. And now, every document that proves your truth is like a wrecking ball to their facade. So breathe it in. This isn't just justice, it's reversal. Their weaponized words are returning home, and they cut deeper on the way back. What they once used to silence you now exposes them. What they called madness is being quoted in court. What they labeled delusion is being backed by timestamps and testimony. And you're not just a survivor. You're the one who outlived the lie. You're the mirror they can't avoid. And you're the reason they can no longer rewrite the story. Because now the truth has a witness. Everyone. Number 5. When the money freezes, so does their power. They stole from you like you were blind, But the universe sees in all directions, and now their gold is turning into chains. Money was always part of their weaponry, not just greed, but control. They used finances to dominate, to humiliate, to create the illusion that they were ahead, that you were dependent, broken, unstable. They told people you were delusional while quietly building walls around your wealth, choking you from the very things that were rightfully yours. But here's the brutal truth they never prepared for. Paper leaves prints, and arrogance always forgets the trail it leaves behind. Now, everything they thought they secured, every dollar, every asset, every gift they claimed was theirs, is locked down by the very hands of the system they once manipulated. Frozen, seized, rerouted. The accounts they once bragged about? Untouchable. The property they thought would keep you out? Under review. The luxuries they flexed online? Quietly disappearing while they still try to fake smiles. Because behind the scenes, it wasn't just legal eyes watching your story unfold. Financial investigators have been tracing every transaction, every offshore transfer, every clever disguise they used to bury your resources. And the irony, their obsession with paperwork, those meticulous records they kept to cover their tracks, ended up doing the exact opposite. They didn't hide the money, they mapped it. Now, the narrative is flipping in real time. The same courtroom where they once pushed false claims about your mental state is now the stage where your financial testimony is being read out loud, word for word, line by line, document after document, and the sound of your delusions being validated. That's the sound of justice. That's the sound of reclamation. They thought they were smart, that no one would notice, that you were too emotional, too confused, too broken to fight back. But you weren't confused. You were being silenced. You weren't delusional. You were being stolen from. And now the universe is collecting with interest. Make no mistake, this isn't just financial loss. This is identity loss for them. Their power wasn't just in the lies, but in the lifestyle they built on top of them. And now that lifestyle is crumbling like a house built on sand. When their bank accounts froze, so did their confidence. When the assets disappeared, so did their image. And what about you? You're not just getting back what's yours. You're watching justice touch every layer of the wound they caused. This isn't just restoration, it's redirection. The universe isn't giving you what you lost. It's giving you what you earned, what you endured for. For years, they paraded around with your blessings. They used your light to shine in rooms they didn't belong in. They smiled on stolen ground. But the ground is shifting now, and they're sinking in their own illusion. There's something poetic about it. The same money they used to distance themselves from accountability is now the chain linking them to the truth. The same trail they thought led to safety is now the blueprint for their unraveling. And no matter how much they try to cover it now, to plead or negotiate, it's too late. The system they thought was theirs has awakened. Their fake generosity, their manipulated contracts, their quiet backdoor deals, they're all fuel for the fire now burning down their empire. You don't have to chase revenge when the universe handles receipts. And the receipts are in, bold, undeniable, and backed by names, dates, wire transfers, signatures. This isn't a story, it's a case. And your part in it? Victim turned victor. Let this sink in deeply. They didn't just steal money, they tried to erase your worth. And now, the same energy they used to belittle you is stripping them of everything they built on your suffering. That's not karma, that's correction. So when you see them fading into silence, looking worn, scattered, lost, know this: it's not just the financial hit that's destroying them. It's the exposure. It's the awareness that you were always the source, and they were nothing but leeches with pretty words and cheap disguises. And you're not just reclaiming assets, you're reclaiming identity, power, freedom. The chains are off, and they're wearing them now. Number 6. When the veil rips, there's no hiding in the light. They thought they buried the truth beneath firewalls and fake names, but the universe doesn't need passwords. It needs justice. The final curtain has been pulled back, and what was once hidden, buried under layers of fake accounts, offshore deception, and digital smokescreens, is now standing exposed in the brightest light possible. They thought they were untouchable, that money could be made invisible, that the truth could be outmaneuvered with enough encryption and paperwork. But there's one force they never accounted for: cosmic justice. Because when the universe wants a reckoning, no amount of firewalls or legal tricks can stop it. The very web they spun to protect their stolen empire has now become the same web, choking every ounce of control they once had. With each frantic login, each failed transaction, each desperate attempt to move the money one last time, they leave behind digital footprints. And those footprints? They don't vanish. They multiply. Financial experts and legal analysts aren't just watching from the sidelines anymore. They're tracking every step, every suspicious move, every flicker of panic in the data trail, each failed password attempt, each trigger of a flagged account, each last-ditch effort to salvage a crumbling illusion. It's all evidence now. Evidence that screams louder than any testimony could. And what's most poetic, the wealth they worked so hard to reroute is coming back full circle. Not just returning to you, but returning multiplied, as if the universe itself is demanding interest for the pain you endured. This isn't restitution. This is retribution in full color. Think about that. What they tried to erase is now being magnified. What they thought they'd hoarded in silence is being redistributed under full legal authority. It's as if the very systems they once mocked for being slow or corrupt have awakened, and now they move with the kind of supernatural precision that can only be described as divine intervention. No longer just whispers in legal circles. Your story is everywhere. No longer buried in legal jargon, red tape, or backroom hearings. It's front-page news, headlines, broadcasts, social media feeds exploding with shock and truth. The same narrative they tried so hard to bury is now the loudest voice in the room. And their name? It's not being whispered anymore, it's being exposed. Not as the victim, not as the noble figure they pretended to be, but as the manipulator, the thief, the liar. The truth, once buried under gaslighting and intimidation, is now public knowledge. That's the real unveiling. The collapse of their image, the annihilation of their fake power, the tearing down of every mask they ever wore. And you don't need revenge. You're walking vindication. You are the storm they didn't see coming, the force they never believed in until it tore through their foundation. Every word they twisted, every story they distorted, every truth they denied has now turned against them. And the world is watching it all unfold. This isn't just about money anymore. It's about message. The universe is using your story as a message, as a warning, as a sign that truth doesn't just survive, it wins. That pain doesn't go unaccounted for. That the lies of the powerful cannot withstand the weight of time, truth, and cosmic alignment. They were never smarter than the system. They were just temporarily ahead of exposure. But now, time's up. The divine unveiling has arrived. And no amount of fake charity, no crocodile tears, no sudden healing posts can undo what's now written in law, in records, and in headlines. What they thought they got away with, it's dragging them down publicly, relentlessly, and as their empire crumbles into dust, you're not just receiving your peace, you're receiving your power back. The kind of power no one can steal again. The kind of clarity that silences every voice that once doubted you. So stand tall, let the truth ring out. You never needed to prove yourself to anyone. The universe did it for you. And now, what was once hidden has become undeniable. They thought they could operate in darkness. But the light never misses a target. Number 7. When sacred justice strikes, reputations burn in broad daylight. They built their image like a fortress, but truth doesn't knock. It kicks the door off its hinges. This is no quiet ending, no behind-the-scenes slap on the wrist. This is sacred justice, and it's unfolding in front of the world with brutal, beautiful precision. The kind of justice that doesn't just punish, it exposes. And not just for closure, but for correction. Because someone powerful, someone whose name alone shifts momentum, has taken a personal interest in this. Not out of charity, but out of righteous obligation. They've seen the full scope now. They've read the receipts, watched the footage, reviewed the lies, and they've made a decision. This will not be buried. This will not be handled quietly. No, this will be made loud. You see, sacred justice doesn't just operate in courtrooms. It unfolds across screens, headlines, timelines, whispers in offices, and conversations at dinner tables. And right now, your story is becoming a case study, a warning, a cultural reset. The public disgrace of your enemies isn't just happening, it's being scheduled, orchestrated, timed for maximum exposure. Because their downfall was never going to be silent. It was never going to be hidden behind legal jargon or fine print. The universe is using them as an example, a sacrifice on the altar of truth. Every career they built on lies is unraveling. Every handshake, every endorsement, every respectable title they flaunted in your face, gone, under the weight of revealed truth. The facade has shattered, and there's no saving face now. No rebrand, no redemption arc. Just the cold, raw collapse of image and influence. They spent years crafting a version of themselves for the world. Charming, respected, unbothered. But that version is now melting under the heat of what they really did. The evidence speaks louder than their charm ever could. And now the public is watching, really watching. This isn't just a fall from grace. This is a controlled demolition, executed with sacred precision, because the timing isn't random. Your truth is rising exactly when the world is ready to hear it, when the collective eye is open, when people are tired of fake power, tired of manipulation, tired of wolves in leadership roles. And now, what happened to you? What they tried so hard to cover up? is front and center in the public consciousness. People are listening, they're angry, they see themselves in your pain, in your story. Your voice is echoing through the cracks they never thought would form. That's sacred justice. It's not revenge, it's revolution. Understand this. The same universe that saw you being torn down in silence is now raising you in volume, not to just uplift you, but to strike fear into the next predator who thinks they can abuse power and walk away untouched. Your story is now the consequence. There's no hiding anymore. Their names, their faces, their histories, it's all being broadcast. Careers are ending, respect is vanishing, allies are fleeing, and their silence now. It's not power, it's panic. The kind of silence that screams, "I got caught." Let's be clear, this isn't personal destruction, it's spiritual rebalancing. The scales of justice, so long tilted against you, are now slamming into place, and the sound is shaking entire institutions. They're not just falling, they're being remembered for the fall. That's the true punishment. Not prison walls or legal fees, but legacy turned to ash. The knowledge that everything they built was fake, and everyone knows it now. And you're not just the survivor. You're the reason it stopped. You're the turning point. You're the name people whisper when they say, "That's when everything changed." So stand still. Don't gloat. Don't chase closure. Sacred justice doesn't need a victory dance. It dances for you. You just need to breathe and watch it work. This moment, this exposure, this fall, it's the price they pay for mocking your pain, for using their power to crush your truth. And now the world sees them exactly as they are, and they will never be unseen again. Number 8. When one chosen one rises, thousands remember who they are. Your story wasn't just about justice, it was an alarm clock, and now the ones who were asleep are wide awake, and they know exactly who they are. This moment was never just about you. Yes, it began with your pain, your betrayal, your fight, but it was always meant to be bigger. You are not just a survivor, you're a catalyst, a trigger, an activation point. And now, one by one, the chosen ones across the world are waking up because your truth broke through the fog. What you went through, the darkness, the silence, the gaslighting, the manipulation, it wasn't just trauma. It was a signal, a code embedded in your experience, meant to resonate with those who have felt the same. Your vindication, your rise, was never meant to happen in the shadows. It was meant to be seen, loudly, visibly, because your truth is the spark that others were waiting for. And now, they're remembering, not just what happened to them, but who they've always been. This is why the energy around your case doesn't feel normal, why people in the courtroom can't explain the chills, why hardened officials feel something shift in their gut when they look at your file. Because something greater is in motion, something sacred, ancient, and undeniable. Court officials, those trained to be logical, detached, unshaken, are finding themselves guided by intuition they can't explain. A random file pulled from a pile ends up being the missing puzzle piece. A forgotten witness suddenly remembers a detail at the exact moment it's needed. Evidence shows up in inboxes without explanation. The dots connect with impossible accuracy. And even the machines, yes, even the technology, is obeying this unseen order. Files corrupt only when they were altered to hide the truth. Surveillance footage that had technical issues suddenly replays, clean, sharp, unedited. Mics fail when lies are spoken. Recordings resume when truth is ready to be heard. This isn't coincidence. This is divine choreography. You've felt it. You've known it. The moments where you almost broke, and then something unseen held you up. The nights you were done fighting, and the next morning, a breakthrough landed in your lap. That was never luck. That was alignment. The very room your case is unfolding in feels charged. The air itself feels heavier, more focused. It's not just the law present there. It's truth sitting in the room like a silent witness, and everyone feels it. They can't explain it, but they know. Something bigger is happening. And while they're trying to interpret it logically, you already know what it is. It's the power of being chosen, the universe backing its own. Because when one chosen one wakes up, it sends a frequency through the collective, a ripple, a call, and the ones who've been doubting themselves, hiding their stories, suppressing their light, they start to stir. They see your face, hear your truth, and something clicks. Wait, I'm not crazy. I'm not weak. I'm not alone. That's what this is about. Not just personal justice, but collective awakening. So don't underestimate what you've started. Your courtroom became a stage for truth, but more than that, it became a beacon. And now, the ones who were told to sit down, shut up, and stay small are realizing they were chosen to roar. You didn't just survive the storm, you became the thunder, and the universe is amplifying that sound across time and space. They tried to silence you because they knew if one of you rose, the rest would follow. And now, it's too late to stop it. The chosen ones are awakening, slowly at first, but now it's speeding up. And as your name gets cleared, your light shines even brighter. You're not just proof that justice exists, you're living evidence that the system doesn't own truth. It answers to it. So walk in that room knowing what you carry. The weight you feel isn't pressure, it's purpose. And now that the truth has been spoken, the universe is echoing it through every heart that needs to hear it. The chosen ones are not only watching, they're remembering, rising, activating, and you were the trigger. Number 9. When earthly trials reveal cosmic purpose. They tried to bury your voice, but didn't realize it echoed across realms. What's happening now isn't just legal, it's cosmic. The courtroom has become something more than four walls. It's hallowed ground, a place where unseen forces and earthly institutions collide, where truth meets timing and justice shows up, not just as consequence, but as divine revelation. You were never just another person caught in a fight for justice. You were chosen. Chosen not because you were perfect, but because your frequency could withstand a level of warfare most wouldn't survive. Your strength, your sensitivity, your resilience, they were all part of the design. Because this was always your cosmic assignment. They tried to use the justice system as a weapon, to trap you in confusion, to silence you. But every attempt they made to erase your truth only gave it more gravity. You didn't crumble. You absorbed the fire and transformed it into fuel. And now, the same system they bent to break you is the platform on which your truth is being amplified. From the shadows, a powerful ally steps forward. Someone you never knew was watching. Someone your enemies never expected would switch sides. But they've seen enough. They feel the shift. They recognize something sacred in your stance. You didn't just endure, you exposed. And now people who once stood neutral are becoming protectors of your truth. This isn't about sympathy, it's about alignment. They're drawn to your frequency, pulled by something greater than logic. Their timing, impeccable. Their influence, strategic. And their presence, a signal that you are not, and never were, alone in this battle. The ones who mocked you, who tried to paint you as fragile, unstable, or too much, they're watching alliances form around you that no amount of manipulation can break. Your enemies are being made into examples, not out of vengeance, but because the universe demands accountability. This isn't just justice. This is message. Your story is touching more people than you realize, not because you screamed it from the rooftops, but because the universe is broadcasting it now, through every courtroom update, every headline, every whispered conversation about what really happened. You're not just getting justice, you're becoming medicine. You were chosen to carry something heavy so others could be freed. And now, the same path they tried to use to destroy you is healing people you've never even met. That's the power of purpose. That's the magnitude of your assignment. And it's only just beginning. And so, as the dust settles and the truth stands tall, let this be your reminder. You were never just a victim. You were chosen for this exact moment. Everything you endured wasn't in vain. It was preparation for a purpose bigger than you imagined. Justice has found its voice, and that voice is yours. If this message spoke to your spirit, like this video, subscribe to join the movement and drop the number 77 in the comments if you know this was always your assignment. And share this with another chosen one. It might be the signal they've been waiting for. The universe doesn't speak in words, it moves in silence. And when it moves for the chosen, it shakes everything that dared to stand against them. They laughed, didn't they? Thought they had you cornered. Thought you were weak, alone, some soft target with no backup. They mocked your silence, mistook your stillness for surrender. But what they failed to see was this. You weren't just standing still. You were being watched, not by the world, but by the universe itself. And now, it's not just you they have to deal with. It's the full weight of something far bigger than they ever imagined. They didn't know they picked a fight with someone whose silence is louder than their screams. The kind of person whose pain doesn't break them, it activates something ancient, something deep. Now the storm is here. Not because you chased it, but because they invited it. Not realizing you are the storm. If this message is already hitting you deep, then don't forget to like and subscribe. It's more than support, it's a signal. It tells the algorithm to push this to more chosen ones out there, the ones who need to remember who they are. Because when you hear this truth, it doesn't just reach your ears, it awakens you. So tap in. Let's remind the world. You were never ordinary. You were never meant to blend in. You carry something that can't be explained. That power, it's not in your words, it's in your presence, in the way people get uncomfortable without knowing why. In the way enemies try to break you and end up breaking themselves. That's the cost of messing with someone chosen, not by man, not by titles, but by the universe itself. They're not just angry, they're haunted by your glow, Your energy sticks to their skin like smoke in a closed room. They try to shake it off, but it lingers. Their attempts to bury you only taught them you were a seed. They thought they ended you, but all they did was start something they'll never be able to stop. The truth is, they weren't fighting you. They were fighting what backs you. The force that doesn't need to show up loudly, because it doesn't have to prove anything. The universe chose you, and that alone is enough to terrify people who've spent their lives pretending power comes from money, status, or noise. But your power? It comes from alignment, from pain, from fire, from every time you got up when no one expected you to. And let's be real for a second. Stop doubting yourself. Stop acting like you're out here alone. You're not. You've been protected, guided, covered, even in the darkest moments when you felt abandoned. The universe never left. It was just quiet while building your comeback. Don't insult your journey by thinking your silence meant defeat. It meant preparation. To the chosen one listening to this, remember, your light exposes lies. Your presence wakes the sleeping, and that's why they attack. You threaten everything fake. You unsettle everything shallow. But what they don't understand is that the more they push, the more they prove who you are. So let them talk, let them laugh, let them underestimate. Because by the time they realize who they messed with, it'll already be too late. They'll be standing in the ruins of what they tried to build off your destruction, wondering why the ground beneath them keeps shaking. That's the power of being chosen. It's not loud, but it echoes. It doesn't seek revenge, but it delivers consequences. You were never just someone. You were the lesson. You are the karma. And now they're learning. So if you're still here, that's no accident. The universe brings messages like this to the ones who are ready, not the loudest, not the most liked, but the real ones. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you've ever been laughed at, doubted, or pushed aside, only to rise stronger. That wasn't weakness. That was your power loading. Stay with me, because what's coming next will hit different. Especially if you've ever had someone cross the line thinking there'd be no price to pay. And now, let's break it down, step by step. If you're truly chosen, you won't want to leave. Let's get into it. Number 1, they laughed too soon, and now the joke's on them. You were never the problem. You were the mirror. They broke it trying to destroy the reflection, and now they're bleeding from every shard. They laughed because they thought you were powerless. They rolled their eyes, dismissed your instincts, mocked your silence. They called you crazy, delusional, paranoid. And yet, everything you said came to pass. The same people who told you to sit down are now standing in the ruins of their own arrogance, trying to figure out why everything around them is crumbling. Here's the answer they'll never say out loud. They messed with someone chosen, and that's a game with no restart button. They underestimated you, not knowing that the universe was keeping the receipts. Every slight, every lie, every snide comment behind your back. They thought they were just playing games with a regular person, but what they didn't realize is, when someone is chosen, they're not walking alone. They're walking with alignment, with divine timing, with a force so precise that it doesn't scream for attention. It moves in silence and strikes with timing so perfect, it looks like fate itself stepped in. And now, the storm is here. It's poetic, really. The same mouths that once laughed at you are now whispering your name like it's a warning. The same hands that tried to throw dirt on you are now clawing at the ground, trying to dig themselves out of what they started. It's brutal, but it's just. You know what hurts most? You knew this would happen. You saw the pattern. You've always seen it. You tried to warn people. You tried to walk away, give them peace, even doubted yourself when the weight of loneliness kicked in. But now, those visions that once kept you up at night, they're no longer nightmares. They're reality. You weren't paranoid. You were tuned in. You were tapped into a frequency most people will never access. You are a signal in a world of noise. Still, let's call it out. You're tired, aren't you? Tired of being doubted. Tired of being attacked just for being you. Tired of wondering if maybe they're right, if maybe you're too much, too intense, too sensitive. And here's the brutal truth. You're not too much. They're just too small. Small-minded, small-hearted, small-souled. They've never encountered someone the universe personally put on a path, and because they can't define you, they try to diminish you. But here's the twist. They weren't fighting you. They were fighting the very system that made you. They were picking a war with alignment, thinking they were just taking shots at a person. But when you mess with someone chosen, you're not breaking a human. You're disrupting a universal order. You're slapping the blueprint of destiny and thinking it won't snap back. Now they're learning what that snap feels like. This is what chosen looks like. Misunderstood, mocked, misjudged, but never moved. Because no matter how many storms you walked through, you still carry light. Even when you doubt it, especially when you doubt it. The universe didn't choose you because you were perfect. It chose you because you were purposeful, built to last, forged in fire. And every time you started to dim, it sent a reminder. I didn't bring you this far just to let you fall. So stop doubting yourself. Seriously, stop playing small to make people comfortable. Stop trying to fit into spaces that shrink you. Stop thinking you imagined it all. You didn't. You've seen too much, felt too much, survived too much for it all to be a coincidence. That's not imagination. That's confirmation. And yes, they underestimated you. But maybe, just maybe, you've underestimated yourself too. You thought you were alone, but the truth is, you've never been alone. You've been protected in silence, covered in shadows, hidden from those who weren't meant to walk with you. The loneliness. That wasn't punishment. It was preservation. And the isolation wasn't exile. It was training. Every room that rejected you was just a reroute to the path that was already written. Every delay, a divine recalibration. They weren't keeping you out. They were keeping you aligned. And now, the same people who doubted you are out here choking on the dust of your rise. The same ones who thought you were done are watching your name echo louder than theirs ever will. That's what happens when the universe finally says, enough. Because there comes a point where the scales tip, where silence turns into movement, where energy rearranges itself to serve its purpose. And when that moment comes, when the universe finally stops holding back, it doesn't whisper. It roars. It flips tables. It clears paths. And it doesn't ask for permission. That's the moment they're in right now. So to every chosen one reading this, doubting their worth, asking why it had to be so hard, wondering when the tables turn, they already are. You're not in a breakdown. You're in a breakthrough. You're not cursed. You're called. You're not behind. You're being built. The pressure you're feeling isn't failure. It's power forming in real time. Remember, when they laughed, they were just showing you their level. And when they crossed you, they didn't just test your patience. They tested the very order that protects you. And now that order is moving. The same universe they mocked is correcting their mistake. They laughed too soon. And now they're the punchline. So rise. Not for revenge, but because you were always meant to. Shine. Not to prove a point, but because it's who you are. And walk like someone who's backed by more than just strength. You're backed by purpose. That's why you're still here. They messed with the wrong one. And now, the universe is answering on your behalf. Number 2. They tried to break you, but broke themselves instead. They don't see it, but you feel it. In your bones, in your breath, in the stillness of your presence. Something guards you, something ancient, something real. You might not have the words for it, but you've seen the signs. You've watched the ones who tried to harm you unravel in ways no one could explain. You stayed silent, wondering if it was just coincidence. But now you know better. This isn't luck. This isn't karma. This is protection, cosmic, ruthless, precise. The co-worker who spread lies behind your back suddenly finds themselves exposed in meetings they once controlled. The friend who betrayed you for clout now walks in the shadows of regret, their fake smiles peeling off in front of the very people they tried to impress. The family member who trampled over your boundaries, acting like your pain was a joke, suddenly starts losing grip on the things they once took for granted. And through it all, you didn't lift a finger. You didn't fight back. You didn't curse them. You didn't even speak. Because you didn't have to. They weren't just messing with you. They were challenging the very shield that guards you. A field of unseen force that doesn't shout or flash. It just acts. It moves like a shadow in reverse. Not behind you, but around you. Shaping reality in ways you don't even realize until much later. You weren't left unprotected. You were wrapped in order. And order doesn't argue. It corrects. At first, you might have doubted it. Maybe you thought, why does this keep happening? Why do people come against me and fall apart afterward? You blamed yourself. You felt guilty for their downfall, even when you knew you did nothing to deserve the attack. That's the heart of a chosen one. You question your impact because you're too aware of it. But what you need to understand is this. Their collapse was never your fault. It was the system around you doing exactly what it was built to do, neutralize the threat before it grows. This protection is not always gentle. It's not always obvious. Sometimes it looks like delay. Sometimes it looks like rejection, but you'll always see it in hindsight. That job you didn't get, it would have drained your soul. That relationship that collapsed, it was rooted in deception. That opportunity you missed, it wasn't a loss, it was a redirection. And the person who betrayed you, they only revealed themselves so the system could eliminate the virus before it spread deeper into your life. The universe does not play when it comes to those it has marked. It may be slow to act, but when it does, it moves like thunder rolling beneath the surface, not loud, but undeniable. And when it protects you, it's not just sparing your life, it's preserving your purpose. You weren't sent here to be broken. You were sent here to disrupt, to awaken, to shift timelines. That kind of mission requires a firewall no human can see, no enemy can penetrate. Understand this. Being chosen doesn't mean you won't be attacked. It means every attack is already accounted for. Your enemies are playing a losing game, a game where every move they make becomes their undoing. And what's wild? They won't even know why things are falling apart until it's too late. That's how clean the universe moves. It doesn't make a scene, it makes an example. And to you, the one who still wonders if it's all real, ask yourself this. How many times have you been surrounded and still came out untouched? How many moments did you feel like it was over, only to rise up stronger than before? How many times have you watched people walk away from you, only to realize later, you were the blessing the whole time? Stop doubting your light. Stop questioning your protection. What surrounds you is not accidental, it's intentional. It's been here long before the pain, and it'll be here long after the storm. It's not loud, because it doesn't need to be. It doesn't flex, it functions. And when someone decides to cross the line with you, they're not stepping into a fight, they're stepping into a consequence. They tried to break you, but every time they reached for you with dirty hands, the system responded. Quietly, brutally, righteously. They thought they were just hurting you. What they didn't know is that your energy is part of a larger current. And that current? It corrects imbalance without needing to explain itself. So keep your head high, keep walking, let them talk, let them plot, let them fall right into the trap they set for you. You are not alone. You are protected by something they'll never understand. And no matter how many times they try, they'll always end up on the wrong side of that shield. Number 3, they dug graves for you and fell into them themselves. The universe doesn't punish, it rebalances. And when someone chooses to move against what's aligned, they don't get revenge, they get results. There's something poetic, brutal even, about how the universe handles those who move against its chosen. Not with fireworks or explosions, but with a slow, devastating precision. Like clockwork, their downfall begins the moment their intent turns rotten. You've seen it too many times to call it coincidence. People smile in your face, plant seeds of sabotage, speak your name in crooked rooms, and suddenly their plans fold in on themselves like paper in a storm. And you're still standing. The ones with good hearts glide right through your space. They're met with calm, with clarity, with alignment. But the ones who come cloaked in manipulation, envy, and double agendas, they bounce back like a curse, ricocheting off its target. Not because you retaliated, but because your energy is wired into something far greater than you. A system designed not to seek revenge, but to preserve order. A shield that doesn't ask questions, doesn't wait for you to notice danger. It moves before you do. It sees the intention beneath the smile, the lie behind the compliment, the betrayal already blooming behind their eyes. And once that intention registers, it's already too late for them. They don't fall because you wished it. They fall because the vibration they're operating on is incompatible with yours. Your frequency rejects what isn't real. You were never part of their game. Your energy simply revealed the truth of it. That's why things fall apart when people come against you. Not because you cursed them, but because they cursed themselves by standing in the way of what was aligned. Watch closely. Every time someone with malice steps into your orbit, chaos follows them, not you. Their circles collapse, their plans derail. The very lies they hoped would trap you become nooses around their own necks. This isn't magic, it's law. The universe is neutral, but it is not blind. It recognizes intention and reacts accordingly. And if someone throws shade at a tree the universe is still watering, they better be ready to deal with the drought that follows. You don't even have to respond. That's the part that gets them. They expect retaliation, they expect noise, but what they get is silence, and then slow collapse. their efforts start misfiring. Their fake allies start turning on them. Everything they tried to build off your name starts rotting from the inside out. And still, you remain untouched. Why? Because your protection is built into the contract of who you are. You were not meant to beg for fairness. You were designed to embody alignment. You don't chase revenge because the system doesn't allow chaos to win against order. The ones who come with respect, honesty, and clean hands, they're elevated in your presence. That's the other side of this. Your energy multiplies the real, but it destroys the fake. It amplifies truth and disintegrates lies. And for the ones who still don't get it, who still underestimate what it means to move against a chosen one, here's the truth. You don't have to lift a finger. They'll do it to themselves. Every act of malice they throw your way becomes a weight around their own ankles. They sink under the very force they tried to use to pull you down. You've probably noticed it already. You didn't clap back, but they still fell. You didn't expose them, but somehow the truth still came out. You didn't beg for justice, and yet justice arrived anyway. That's not coincidence. That's alignment. The universe doesn't miss. It simply waits until the noise fades, and then it corrects. So next time someone shows their hand, next time you feel that shift, the fake smile, the odd tension, the gut feeling that says something's off, trust it. That's not paranoia. That's the system alerting you before your mind catches up. The same system that shields you from what you don't even know is coming. And when the dust settles, when you're still standing and they're lost in the chaos of their own making, you'll remember this truth. You were never outnumbered. You were out-aligned. Chosen ones don't fight back. They watch. They don't chase revenge. They carry resonance. And when you carry that, your enemies don't just lose. They destroy themselves trying to stop you. Let them fall. Let the universe handle what your hands were never meant to touch. Your rise is a recalibration, not just for you, but for everyone who dared to believe you were easy to break. Number 4. They doubted you then, but time is about to prove them dead wrong. The ones they laughed at become the ones history bows to. Time doesn't just tell the truth, it worships it. You were never lucky. You were aligned. And the difference is everything. Luck can fade, trends can die. But alignment, that's eternal. That's legacy. You didn't stumble into survival. You were preserved. Not because the road was easy, but because your purpose was too important to lose. While they laughed, while they whispered, while they tried to erase you from rooms you were destined to lead, time was already taking notes. And now, the clock is about to cash those receipts. What you carry isn't loud. It's not attention hungry. It doesn't need applause. It just works. Silently, consistently, relentlessly. You've walked through storms others wouldn't survive. You've kept moving with weight on your back they never even noticed. And all the while, people mocked what they didn't understand. They saw your struggle and thought it was proof you weren't chosen. They saw your pain and thought it was weakness. But here's the brutal irony. What they mocked was actually the mark. The mark that's always been on those the universe refuses to let fall. You are not new. This energy has walked the earth before. It was in the bones of every visionary, every seer, every misfit who saw the truth before others were ready to accept it. They mocked Tesla while he held the future in his hands. They ignored Cassandra while she spoke the truth with fire in her throat. They exiled prophets, betrayed warriors, and silenced the light-bringers, until the very things they warned about came crashing down exactly as they had seen. And then silence, then regret, then revision. That's always the pattern. First they laugh, then they panic, then they rewrite history like they supported you from the start. But don't get it twisted. You remember who doubted. You remember who pointed fingers while you bled in the dark. And most importantly, you remember who you were before the world was ready to see you. You may not have recognition now. You may feel like you're walking invisible, unheard, passed over. But time is not your enemy. Time is your witness. Time is your advocate. Time is your vindication waiting to be unwrapped. Because when you walk in alignment, delays are not denials. They are setups. Setups for moments so undeniable that even your enemies will be forced to admit they saw it coming and ignored it anyway. Your path stays clear, not because it's easy, but because it's needed. You are necessary to something much bigger than what's in front of you right now. The universe doesn't protect people without purpose. It protects assets. And you are an asset to the future. That's why the betrayal didn't break you. That's why the loss didn't take you out. That's why the silence only sharpened your voice. Let them think you've faded. Let them assume they won. Because by the time your truth arrives, it will land with a weight no one can deny, not even them. They'll see your face where they never expected to. They'll hear your name in rooms they tried to lock you out of. And they'll remember how they laughed and how you never needed to respond. Because vindication is loud enough on its own. Don't rush it. Don't force it. The power of being chosen isn't in instant gratification. It's in inevitability. What's yours will rise, not because you scream for it, but because the universe has already carved out space for it. You are not a maybe. You are a matter of time. So when it gets hard, when the world looks away, when they mock what they don't understand, remember this. You're not just walking, you're becoming. Every delay is a redirection. Every closed door is an upgrade in disguise. Every insult is fuel. And every second that passes is 1 second closer to your moment, the one no one can steal, silence, or sabotage. They thought they had the final word, but time writes the last chapter, and it's got your name all over it. Number 5. They called you crazy, then watched everything you warned about come true. The eyes that once rolled at your warnings are now wide open, watching the wreckage you predicted unfold with terrifying precision. They said you were too much, too intense, too emotional, too sensitive, but what they meant was too aware. They couldn't handle the weight of what you saw before it arrived. You weren't reacting to the world. They were just too late to feel what you already knew was coming. And now, the same people who dismissed you as paranoid, dramatic, or unstable are standing in the middle of chaos, the exact chaos you tried to warn them about. This isn't irony. This is cosmic law, served cold and without apology. You were never exaggerating. You were tuned in. You read energy like a language, picked up signals others were too numb to notice. And because your clarity exposed their comfort, they tried to shame you into silence. But the universe doesn't operate on their opinions. It operates on truth. And when someone tries to distort the truth carried by a chosen one, consequences aren't a possibility. They're a promise. They thought your boundaries were optional, thought they could gaslight your instincts into submission. But the universe doesn't play with that kind of disrespect. There's a cost for crossing lines drawn in soulfire. And that cost is always proportional to the offense, not because you're petty, but because the system itself is precise. Like gravity, it doesn't care who believes in it. It doesn't wait for approval. It simply reacts. Always. Look around. Pay attention. That coworker who dismissed your instincts now deals with the exact fallout you predicted. That friend who called you dramatic now drowns in the drama you tried to protect them from. That relative who laughed when you set a boundary, now they're backed into corners you saw forming long before they existed. These are not accidents. This is not payback. This is the record of consequence, written in the exact language they ignored. Reality. There's no need for revenge when your truth is built on resonance. Time, energy, and alignment do the work for you. You are not the avenger. You are the witness. And your job is not to explain, not to defend, not to convince. Your job is to watch. Watch as what once mocked your sensitivity now suffers from its absence. Watch as what tried to call you weak now crumbles under the weight of everything you carried silently. Still, here's the part they'll never understand. You never wanted to be right. You weren't warning them out of ego. You were hoping to spare them. Your heart was in protection mode while theirs was stuck in denial. And now they live with the result of ignoring what you saw coming like a train in the distance. You didn't speak to be heard. You spoke because the truth was loud enough to move through you. That's not drama, that's duty. Chosen ones don't speak just to make noise. They speak to deliver warnings that ripple far beyond emotion. And when no one listens, the silence becomes its own teacher. And now, here you are, still standing, not gloating, not celebrating their downfall, just watching it all unfold, exactly as it always does. Because you've seen this before. The cycle repeats. They doubt, they mock, they cross the line, and then they suffer. And each time, your heart breaks a little less. Your energy gets a little stronger, your voice a little sharper. Because now you know, being chosen means being ahead. Not in status, not in praise, but in awareness. You're the early warning system in a world that only reacts once it's too late. And every time they ignore you, the record grows. One more example, one more lesson, one more confirmation that what you carry cannot be dismissed without consequence. So stop shrinking, stop apologizing for seeing what others pretend doesn't exist. You are not sensitive, you are accurate, you are not dramatic, you are a signal. And anyone who chooses to ignore that signal will eventually learn the truth the hard way. You are not here to convince the blind. You are here to remind the awake. Let the record show. You spoke, you warned, you stood firm. And now the universe is doing what it always does. It's writing the rest in results. Number 6. They never listen until it's their turn to feel the fire. They laughed when they saw you quiet. They stopped laughing when they realized silence was your last warning. It always starts the same way. They think you're bluffing. They see your calm as weakness, your silence as submission. They treat your grace like a green light to push boundaries, disrespect your presence, and question your worth. And then, just like clockwork, the pattern repeats itself. They cross the line. The universe responds. And suddenly, they're left standing in the ruins of a mistake they thought they could get away with. You've seen it so many times, it doesn't even shock you anymore. One by one, they fall. Not because you wished it, not because you clapped back, but because the law that governs your life doesn't tolerate imbalance. That law is older than fear and sharper than revenge. It's a built-in consequence machine designed to correct every misstep aimed your way. And while the fools rush in thinking they're smarter than the system, the wise ones, they observe, they adjust, they feel the shift and back off, not out of fear, but out of respect. And still, no matter how many examples the universe makes, another one always shows up. Another arrogant face, another inflated ego thinking they're the exception. Let them. That's part of the rhythm now. You're not even surprised anymore. You're almost bored by it. But the universe, it never tires. It teaches again and again until the lesson lands, until the smirk fades, until that exact moment their eyes change, not from pain, but from realization. You know the moment. You've seen it often. It's not loud, it's not dramatic. It's just that quick flicker in their expression when it finally hits them. They weren't dealing with someone ordinary. They weren't dragging down a pushover. They weren't sabotaging a pawn. No. They picked a fight with alignment itself. With someone who's never been alone, even in silence. Someone whose path has been cleared by forces they'll never fully understand. It's in that moment, when their ego collapses under the weight of reality, that the shift happens. That flash of recognition, the slow understanding that they misread you entirely, that you weren't a threat because you were loud. You were a threat because you didn't have to be. Let them test the limits. Let them ignore the warnings. You are done trying to save people from lessons they insist on learning the hard way. You are not here to stop the fall. You are here to witness it. That's the difference now. You no longer internalize the betrayal, the lies, the disrespect. You observe it with clarity and composure, knowing full well what comes next. The awareness always rises, not when you speak, but when reality speaks on your behalf. Because your life is proof of a deeper law in motion. People either learn from how the universe reacts to you, or they become the next example. Either way, the pattern continues. Either way, the law stands. The chosen don't demand recognition. They reveal truth through experience. Your life teaches without trying. Your boundaries are educational. Your presence shifts the temperature in every room you walk into. The moment someone decides to test you is the moment the system around you begins to prepare their lesson. And by the time they understand what you are, it's already too late to undo the mistake. And here's what's wild. You've warned some of them. You gave them signs. You extended peace. You were more patient than they deserved. But they saw kindness and assumed weakness. They saw empathy and assumed naivety. What they didn't know was that your quiet wasn't submission. It was containment. You were holding back the storm to give them a chance to get it right. And when they didn't, the storm didn't roar. It just arrived. So let them test it. Let them smirk. Let them say, I'm not worried, because you've seen this story play out too many times to doubt how it ends. And this time, you don't even flinch. You don't explain. You don't warn twice. You just step aside and let the universe do what it's always done. Restore balance, protect its own, and make examples out of those who refuse to learn any other way. Awareness always rises, either through wisdom or through wreckage, and either way, they will learn who they were dealing with. Number 7. They tried to erase you, but the universe was taking notes the whole time. The world may forget, twist, and ignore, but the universe never misplaces a single detail. Every slight is a seed, and justice is the harvest. They underestimated you. Of course they did. That's how it always starts. The greatest disruptors, the most powerful souls, the ones destined to alter timelines, they never arrive with applause. They come as shadows, outsiders, misfits. They get dismissed before they get discovered, laughed at before they get listened to. They called you a nobody, just like they did all the others who came before you. But what they failed to understand, what they always fail to understand, is that the universe keeps receipts. And those receipts are loud when they arrive. The books of history are cluttered with names that were once nothing more than jokes to their generation. Moses was written off as a stuttering exile. Joan of Arc, a teenage peasant girl, burned because she dared to lead. They weren't born into thrones. They were carved by fire, by rejection, by pain, and then revealed when the timing was no longer optional. Just like you. You didn't rise through comfort. You were shaped by the furnace of being overlooked. You are not outside the tradition. You are in it, walking in the footsteps of the underestimated, the mislabeled, the prematurely judged. But what sets you apart now, what makes this era different, is how fast the universe is moving, how sharp the justice is becoming. There is no more waiting generations to be vindicated. Time itself is folding, and the reckoning is unfolding in real time. Every disrespect, logged. Every false narrative, recorded. Every time someone tried to make you small just to feel bigger, accounted for. This is not superstition. This is not fantasy. This is cosmic law. And while humans forget, distort and rewrite reality to suit their egos, the system above them operates on truth only. It doesn't forget who you are just because others failed to see it. In fact, it uses their blindness as part of the revelation. You don't need revenge. You don't need to prove yourself. You're already being positioned. You're already part of a bigger strategy. Every time they dismissed you, the system recalibrated, not to punish, but to prepare. The delays weren't denials, they were staging. The isolation wasn't exile, it was alignment. And now, the very people who tried to erase you will have front row seats to the unveiling they thought they could prevent. Let them talk. Let them rewrite history to center themselves. It won't matter. Because when it's your time, the truth arrives with evidence. Not just stories, but transformation. The kind they can't deny. The kind that makes people pause mid-sentence and realize, we were wrong. And by then, you won't even need to say, I told you so. You'll just be. They'll see the rooms you now walk into, the energy that surrounds you, the doors that once slammed shut, flying open. And what will haunt them most is knowing they had access, but chose arrogance. They looked at you and saw what they thought you were. But the universe always knew what you actually are. An assignment in motion. A force disguised as a whisper. A threat hidden behind humility. They thought they could diminish your light. But all they did was strengthen the contrast, so that when you rise, it's unmistakable. And here's the truth they'll never admit out loud. They saw it. Maybe not all of it, but they felt it. That discomfort in your presence, that quiet power they couldn't name, that shift in the room when you spoke, even when you weren't trying. They didn't mock you because they thought you were nothing. They mocked you because somewhere deep down, they knew you were everything they pretended not to notice. And now, the orchestration is reaching its crescendo. The score is building. The stage is lit. And you, who were once the background, are now the center frame. Not because you begged for the spotlight, but because the truth always wins the long game. Always. This is justice that doesn't need a courtroom. It doesn't need applause. It moves through time like a current. Quiet, patient, exact. You don't need to explain who you are anymore. The results will do it for you. The life you're about to step into will speak louder than anything you could ever say. The universe is not just defending you, it's revealing you. And the ones who thought you were nothing, they're about to watch everything they ignored become undeniable. Number 8. They stole what was never meant for them, and it's tearing them apart. Energy doesn't lie. What was meant to heal through love becomes toxic when touched by theft. You weren't just protected, you were encoded. They thought they could take what made you powerful and use it for themselves. They copied your words. They mimicked your presence. They tried to imitate the way people felt around you, thinking if they dressed like you, talked like you, moved like you, they could be you. But here's what they didn't understand. Your light was never transferable. It wasn't for sale, and it damn sure wasn't theirs to steal. And now they're learning the hard way. What they tried to harvest is turning to rot in their hands. What they extracted through manipulation is poisoning them from the inside out. Not metaphorically, energetically. You've watched it happen, the slow decline, the unraveling, the confusion in their eyes as the very energy they hijacked starts working against them. And still, they don't get it. They don't get that your light isn't a brand. It's a frequency, a divine signature woven into your being. Something sacred that only thrives in authenticity. When someone with clean hands connects with you, your energy multiplies, heals, expands. But when someone comes with greed, envy, or hidden motives, that same energy turns on them like an immune response, because it was never meant for them in the first place. This isn't magic, this is design. You are not some accident of intensity. You are a blueprint, and your existence, your essence, was encoded long before you even knew your own power. Science can't explain it. Most people can't recognize it. But the energy field around you knows exactly who you are. And more importantly, it knows exactly who's not supposed to be near you. That's why some people enter your life and immediately fall apart. It's not you. It's the fact that their intentions were never aligned. Your presence doesn't just expose, it activates. And when it activates someone impure, someone parasitic, someone false, the results are catastrophic. Their lies begin to eat themselves. Their masks start slipping in rooms they once controlled. They tried to feed off you, not realizing you were wired to reject anything that came from hunger, not harmony. This is the level of protection most people won't ever understand. Because it doesn't come from favoritism. It doesn't come from religion or rituals or begging to be spared. It comes from placement. From being born into this time with a role that reaches far beyond anything ordinary. You're not just here to exist. You're here to evolve the human code. Your DNA carries something ancient, something unrecognized by the systems that pretend to measure intelligence, success, and power. You've always felt it, that feeling of being different, not better, not above, but other. A sense that you were made for something that most people couldn't name if they tried. That's not ego. That's activation. And with that role comes immunity, energetic immunity. Not in the sense that you never get hurt, but in the sense that any attack made against you becomes self-inflicted. When someone tries to use you, harm you, manipulate you, they don't get to walk away clean. They absorb what they tried to throw. Because your field doesn't operate on human timelines or moral debates. It operates on resonance. And if someone tries to access your energy without alignment, the cost is built in. Automatically, unavoidably. You don't even have to defend yourself anymore. The more you evolve, the more your field does the work for you. You become immune not by avoiding harm, but by being coded to transmute it. Your pain becomes growth. Their lies become revelations. Their sabotage becomes fuel. And all the while, your path stays clear. Not because you're lucky, but because you're needed. You are essential to this moment. You, exactly as you are. The way you see through people. The way you sense shifts before they happen. The way you stand in rooms that weren't built for you and still hold your power. That's not coincidence, that's assignment. So the next time someone tries to copy you, compete with you, or covertly steal your shine, don't flinch. Don't lower your frequency to meet them. Just watch. Because what they took without permission is already turning on them. The system sees it. And so do you. You are not just protected. You are programmed for this. And anyone who tries to take what was written for your soul alone, they'll choke on it. Because some light was never meant to be stolen. It was only ever meant to be earned. Number 9. You were sent here to shift the scale, not swing the sword. You were never meant to waste your energy on vengeance. That's beneath your assignment. The universe takes care of justice with a level of precision no human hand could ever match. It clears your path, removes what's misaligned, and makes sure that what tried to harm you becomes its own undoing. That's the gift. You get to focus on building while they're busy unraveling. You are not just a person, you're a living recalibration. Your presence either aligns people or exposes their distortion. That's why they either rise with you or fall around you. You're not protected because you're above anyone. You're protected because you're part of the system itself. You are necessary, essential, coded with something the world didn't even know it needed until now. So keep walking forward, not to prove anything, but because the mission demands it. The universe keeps the record. Nothing is missed. Every lie, every betrayal, every attempt to dim your light, it's all logged. You're not here to fight. You're here to fulfill. Let the universe handle the justice. You handle the becoming. And so, after everything, after the laughter, the doubt, the betrayal, one truth remains. The chosen are always revealed in time. You were never here to be understood by the masses. You were sent to shift frequencies, to wake the sleeping, to stand unshaken in storms others can't survive. Let this be your reminder. You are not alone, and you were never mistaken. If this message hit your spirit, like and subscribe to keep this energy flowing. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you're ready to fully claim your power. And share this with another chosen one. It's time they remembered who they are. Lions don't lose sleep over the opinions of sheep, especially when the sheep are secretly praying the lion forgets who it is. They smile in your face, but every glance hides a wish. That you stumble, fall, and need them. They don't hate you because you're doing wrong. They hate you because you're doing it alone. You remind them of everything they wish they had the courage to be. Bold, self-sufficient, focused, and free. Before we dive deeper, if this message is hitting home, like and subscribe. Not just for you, for the ones who need to hear this. Every like pushes this message further. Every sub sends a signal to the algorithm that chosen ones are rising. Let's flood this space with truth, power, and clarity. For those walking their path with no applause, just purpose. Now listen closely. This is not just a motivational speech. This is a wake-up call to the chosen ones. You were never meant to fit in. You were built to stand out, even when it means standing alone. And the reason they can't stand you is because your light exposes their shadows. Your silence makes their noise feel empty. You don't move with the crowd because the universe carved a lane only for you. While they fight for attention, you move with intention. While they copy trends, you create waves. You're not just different, you're a mirror. And when broken people see themselves in you, it shatters what little illusion they have left. They're not fighting you. They're fighting the universe that chose you. They're punching the wind, thinking it'll stop your storm. But here's what they'll never understand. When the universe picks someone, it protects them differently. You may be alone, but you're never unguarded. Forces move in silence to clear your path. That delay wasn't punishment, it was positioning. That rejection wasn't a loss, it was redirection. The ones who tried to break you just made you unshakable. And yet, some of you still doubt yourselves. Still sit in rooms wondering why no one claps for you. Still question why it feels so lonely on the path. Let me remind you, being chosen isn't easy, and it's not supposed to be. Diamonds form under pressure. Legends rise in silence. Stop asking for understanding from people who can't even understand themselves. Your power scares them. That's why they call it arrogance. Your focus confuses them. That's why they label it antisocial. You intimidate their ego simply by existing. You don't need their approval, never did. You were born with something they can't fake, alignment. While they trade authenticity for applause, you stand in truth, and it burns them. They can't figure out how you're moving without their help, how you're glowing without their praise. But deep down, they know. They're watching someone who doesn't just walk their own path, but owns it. So no, you're not too quiet. You're just not for everyone. You're not cold. You're focused. You're not bitter. You're aware. And if they think your independence is a threat, it's because it shows them how little control they really have. Remember this, you're not walking alone. You're walking ahead. And that terrifies them. So if this message is hitting that spot deep inside, the part of you that always knew you were built different, don't scroll, stay locked in. Drop the number 77 in the comments if you're done dimming your light, just to make others comfortable. This is more than a video. It's a signal to every chosen one out there who's been walking alone, second-guessing their power. You're not crazy. You're not too much. You're just ahead. And now, let's go deeper, step by step. If you're truly chosen, you'll feel that magnetic pull to stay till the end. Let's get into it. Number 1, when you're built. Different, they pray you crash, but the universe put armor on your spirit. They don't fear your rise. They fear the fact that nothing they do can stop it. They've thrown shade, lies, silence, and sabotage, and you still shine. That's power they'll never understand. Let's be clear. They don't just dislike you. They despise the fact that you don't need them. Your very existence is a reminder of their dependence, their weakness, their addiction to validation. You stay in your own lane, head down, energy focused, and that kills them inside. Why? Because you're everything they pretend to be. You're self-sufficient. You're disciplined. You glow without a spotlight. They chase claps. You chase purpose. They follow crowds. You follow alignment. Every time you walk into a room, their souls feel it before their mouths can speak it. That chill in the air, that pause in their fake laughter, that's your presence pressing on their ego like a weight they can't lift. And don't get it twisted. They want to like you. But envy poisons admiration, and their pride can't stomach the truth, that someone out here is doing it without them and doing it better. You've felt it since you were young, that low hum in your chest telling you you're not like the rest. You noticed things others missed. You saw patterns, sensed energy, felt storms before they arrived. You didn't just know too much, you were receiving. While others were busy trying to fit in, you were slowly waking up. That awkwardness, that isolation, that was the cocoon before the wings. The reason they laughed at you back then is the same reason they watch you now in silence. Fear wrapped in fake smiles. But some of you forgot. Some of you started believing them instead of you. You questioned your instincts, dimmed your light, tried to be normal. Let me wake you up. There is nothing normal about being chosen. There's nothing average about carrying a frequency that disrupts entire rooms. That anxiety you felt wasn't social awkwardness. It was spiritual signal interference. Your system was built to detect false energy. You were never supposed to vibe with everybody. And the fact that you feel alone right now, that's proof you're still rising. Eagles don't fly in flocks. The universe has always had your back, even when you thought it abandoned you. That delay in your plans, that wasn't punishment. That was the universe locking doors that weren't worthy of your energy. That betrayal, it wasn't random. It was a redirection from people who had plans for your downfall before you ever stepped into your power. They weren't just playing with you. They were fighting the system that supports you. They picked a battle with forces they can't even see. Here's the thing. Being chosen doesn't mean easy. It means targeted. It means misunderstood, watched, copied, and resented, but still standing. They've tried everything. Talking behind your back, stealing your style, pretending to care just to study your next move. But here you are, stronger, smarter, sharper. The universe built you with pressure. While they were partying, you were preparing. While they were faking connections, you were growing roots, deep ones. But let me call out the ones who forgot who they are. The ones who got so tired of the attacks, they started watering themselves down. You can't shrink yourself small enough to be loved by people who were sent to hate you. Stop trying to be digestible. You're not for everyone. You're not even meant to be. You are a disruptor. Your frequency shifts dynamics. Your silence screams truth. You don't blend in because you weren't built to. So, why doubt yourself every time someone looks at you sideways? They see your light. It just burns their eyes. You don't owe anyone your energy, not when they only show up to drain it. Not when their support is performative and their praise is poisoned. You owe yourself loyalty, and loyalty to your path means ignoring the noise that tries to pull you off it. You are not here to convince anyone of your worth. You are here to walk in it, loudly, boldly, and alone if you have to. Let's talk facts. Your discipline, it makes them uncomfortable. Your peace, it threatens their chaos. Your ability to detach, that's the real flex. They want you reactive. They want you chasing. They want you begging to sit at tables you could build in your sleep. But every time you choose silence over drama, growth over gossip, purpose over popularity, the universe claps for you. It removes what you don't need and replaces it with what aligns. That's the contract you signed when you were chosen. And don't think for a second that your power goes unnoticed. Even when they don't comment, they're watching. Even when they pretend not to care, they're copying. They envy you in private because they know they couldn't survive a single day living with your truth. You've carried pain, pressure, betrayal, and expectation. And somehow, you still show up. You still rise. You still glow. Remember this: they can't cancel someone who's connected. They can't silence someone whose voice is backed by the universe itself. Every attempt to break you has only polished your armor. Every storm you survived has sharpened your aim. You're not just walking in purpose, you are the purpose. And the more they push, the more the universe pulls you forward. So if you're tired, that's okay. But don't you dare back down. Don't you dare question your path because the noise got loud. Lions don't lose sleep over sheep. And you? You're not even in the same jungle. Keep walking. Eyes forward, heart guarded, spirit untouchable. Because when you stay in your lane and do it unapologetically, not only do you threaten them, you remind them of everything they'll never be. Number 2, you weren't built to fit the mold. You were designed to break it, burn it, and build something new. From the very beginning, the universe placed a different kind of weight on your spirit. Not a curse, a code. A signature written into your DNA that says, this one won't follow. This one is here to change things. While others were being trained to conform, you were being wired to disrupt. You've probably spent most of your life feeling like you don't belong. And you're right. You don't. Because where you're headed, there is no map. You're the one drawing it. See, chosen ones aren't just special, they're dangerous to the system. Why? Because you don't move like the masses. You're not here to nod along to mediocrity, to repeat cycles, or to play roles that suffocate your soul. You're a pattern breaker. You walk into rooms and the atmosphere shifts. Not because you try to be loud, but because your very presence carries a frequency that short-circuits lies, exposes masks, and demands change. Without saying a word. That instinct you have to go left when everyone goes right. That's not rebellion. That's alignment. That's the blueprint kicking in. You're not resisting authority. You're refusing programming. And that's what makes them uncomfortable. Your energy sends out a signal that disrupts every broken pattern around you. Family curses, toxic relationships, fear-based thinking, generational stagnation. You were sent to end it, to fracture the illusion so truth can flood in. They don't get why you won't settle, why you keep pulling away from shallow circles, small talk, and meaningless praise. It's because you've been hardwired for something deeper. Your spirit rejects the surface-level life because you were never meant to swim in the shallow end. You crave depth, not drama, alignment, not attention. You'd rather be alone than surrounded by empty noise, and that terrifies people who rely on noise to feel alive. And let's talk about this isolation. You didn't stumble into it. You were led into it. That solitude you keep getting pulled into. That's where your code gets activated. That's where the noise dies down and the truth gets loud. It's not a punishment, it's a preparation. Because the universe can't pour next-level vision into a space filled with distractions. You were pulled away to be reprogrammed, not to survive, but to rewrite the rules entirely. You are not like them. Stop trying to be. Stop shrinking to fit into frameworks you were born to dismantle. You are not too much. You're just around people who've been conditioned to be less. You don't lack anything. You carry what they wish they had the courage to face. You are not broken. You are the breaker. The fracture point where old systems collapse and new blueprints rise. Think about it. All the times you felt misunderstood. That wasn't rejection. That was redirection. The rooms that pushed you out weren't equipped to hold what you bring. Because your energy doesn't just fill space, it shifts it. When you walk into a room, you're not asking for permission. You're unconsciously showing people what authenticity looks like. And that stings. Not everyone is ready to be real. The power you carry is rare. It's silent but strong. It doesn't yell to be heard. It simply walks in truth. It doesn't beg for space. It becomes the space. You're a walking reminder of the freedom they gave up for comfort. And that's why they resist you. That's why they call you difficult, antisocial, or arrogant. Because your existence demands that they question theirs. But don't get bitter. Get focused. Let their discomfort fuel your clarity. You weren't built to explain yourself. You were built to express your truth, fully and unapologetically. You don't need validation from a system you were sent to interrupt. You don't need a seat at the table when you were born to build your own. And don't let the loneliness fool you. The universe only isolates those it intends to elevate. The pressure you've been under, that's the universe pushing out every last ounce of false identity. It's stripping the noise so the real you can emerge. And once you step fully into that version, the one that doesn't flinch, doesn't chase, doesn't need, that's when everything around you starts to shift. Not because you forced it, but because when the blueprint activates, reality has to respond. So walk in your truth, even if you shake, even if you're the only one doing it. You're not here to fit the system, you're here to flip it. You're not crazy, you're calibrated differently. You're not lost. You're just traveling roads most are too scared to walk. This isn't rebellion, it's realignment. This is the power of being chosen. Number 3, they call it cold because you don't beg, but your silence speaks louder than their screams ever could. They mock what they don't understand, label what they can't control, and envy what they'll never become. They say you're antisocial, too quiet, too distant, but what they're really trying to say is this: you don't need us, and that scares the hell out of us. Because in a world built on noise and fake connections, your ability to stand still, untouched, unfazed, and unapologetically alone is a silent rebellion they cannot decode. You don't walk into rooms looking for attention. You walk in carrying presence. That's different. That disturbs people. They're used to energy that begs for validation, that performs for applause. But your energy? It doesn't seek, it commands. And the ones who live off performance can't understand authenticity that doesn't play to the crowd. So they call you cold, distant, antisocial. They project their discomfort and dress it up as criticism. But beneath the insults lies fear. You are everything they pretend to be. Your detachment isn't weakness, it's strategy, it's armor. You've learned how to pull your energy back, not out of fear, but out of wisdom. You don't engage just because someone demands a reaction. You don't attach to chaos just to feel connected. While they feed off drama, you feed off peace. You've trained yourself to let people go without falling apart. That kind of power, that level of emotional discipline, it terrifies them. Let's get real. Most people are addicted to connection, any connection, even if it's toxic. They can't sit in silence because silence forces them to face themselves. But you've made silence your sanctuary. You don't just tolerate solitude, you thrive in it. You've made peace with your own mind. And that kind of independence breaks the mental framework of people who can't survive without outside approval. They'll never say it out loud, but the truth is this: the less you need them, the more they want your validation. That's the twisted irony. The moment you stop chasing their approval is the moment they start chasing yours. They crave your energy, because it's pure, untamed, and unbothered. You're not another echo in the crowd. You're a frequency, one they can't copy, can't predict, and sure as hell can't control. That's why people orbit you, not because you're trying to be seen, but because your presence makes them feel. Your authenticity wakes up the parts of them they buried long ago. Every time you choose solitude over fake support, you force them to question the loyalty of the crowd they hide in. Every time you hold your energy sacred, you shine a light on the parts of them that gave theirs away for cheap attention. But let's flip this for a second. Some of you, even as chosen ones, have doubted this strength. You've questioned whether your detachment is a flaw. You've felt guilty for not needing people the way they need you. Let me make this clear. Your solitude is not a defect. It's your design. The universe didn't build you to be easily accessible. You're not a vending machine for comfort. You're a gatekeeper of truth. And truth doesn't yell. It just is. When you detach, you protect your alignment. You guard your purpose. You conserve energy for the real battles, not emotional playgrounds. You don't distance yourself out of bitterness. You do it because peace is expensive and you're done giving discounts. You've learned that proximity doesn't equal loyalty and loud voices don't equal real support. So now, you move in silence, observe everything, and choose yourself daily. They want you to second-guess this. They want you to believe you're broken for not clinging. But here's the secret. You're whole, and that wholeness exposes their emptiness. Your emotional independence shatters the illusion that needing people is the same as loving them. It's not. You can love and still let go. You can care and still protect your energy. And the more you master that balance, the more your power grows. People don't follow you because you're flashy. They follow you because you're true. You walk in a frequency that reminds them of who they were before the world told them who to be. You're a mirror, unfiltered, raw, real. And mirrors don't lie, even when people hate what they see. So stop explaining your distance. Stop apologizing for your peace. You weren't sent here to entertain. You were sent here to elevate. And that mission requires silence, solitude, and serious boundaries. You're not isolating yourself, you're insulating your purpose. They called you cold because you didn't fold. They called you distant because you didn't dance to their chaos. But guess what? You're still standing, still chosen, still aligned, still dangerous. And if that bothers them, good. Let them talk. While they try to decode your silence, you'll be too busy building something they'll never understand. Number 4, they think you're alone, but you're in a room they don't even have the keys to. True power isn't loud. It grows in silence, sharpens in solitude, and speaks only when necessary. That's why your silence is mistaken for weakness, because they don't know how sacred your stillness really is. They look at you and see distance. You sit alone at tables, walk your path without applause, and disappear for seasons. They whisper, "Aren't you lonely?" while suffocating in crowds of people who don't even know the real them. You see, they confuse connection with closeness. They think attention equals love. But you've learned better. You've walked through the noise and found nothing there. You've tasted the shallow praise, the empty conversations, the fake loyalty, and you spit it all out. Because you're not starving for company, you're fasting for clarity. Chosen ones don't fear isolation. We understand it, we respect it, we lean into it. Why? Because that silence isn't empty. It's sacred. Every time you step back from the chaos, the universe steps closer. Every time you disconnect from what's draining, your soul reconnects to what's divine. That space others pity is the exact space where your next level is born. While they chase connections like addicts, you've learned that not all contact is progress. You'd rather walk alone in truth than be surrounded in lies. That makes you dangerous, because you don't need the noise to feel valid. You don't need the crowd to feel confident. You don't need constant feedback to know you're walking right. Your alignment tells you everything. And in isolation, that alignment becomes loud. But let's get even deeper. Isolation isn't just a break from the world, it's an upgrade from it. It's in those quiet seasons that your spirit expands. When the calls stop, the invitations fade, the rooms grow still. That's when the real work begins. Your vision sharpens, your energy refines. The universe starts sending messages not meant for everyone, only for the initiated. You begin to see through facades, to recognize truth in whispers. You move from reactive to receptive. They think nothing's happening in your silence, but that's only because they can't see how the universe is rearranging everything around you. Connections are being severed. New paths are being designed. Hidden enemies are being exposed without your involvement. Opportunities are aligning themselves like puzzle pieces, waiting for your next move. What looks like nothing is actually everything, happening in your favor, behind the veil. The universe doesn't train warriors in front of crowds. It prepares them in silence. When you were pulled back from the noise, it wasn't rejection, it was redirection, not punishment, positioning. You weren't being forgotten. You were being fortified. You weren't being abandoned. You were being armed. But some of you still feel the sting of separation. You wonder why people fall off, why doors close without warning, why it feels like you're the only one doing the work. Let me tell you this. It feels like you're alone because not many are chosen. This path isn't for the majority. It's not built for comfort. It's built for transformation. And transformation always starts with isolation. You are not behind. You are becoming. Let that sink in. Every moment you spend in solitude is sharpening your discernment. Every quiet night you sit with your thoughts, refusing to numb them away, is healing a part of you that the world said was too broken. Every day you walk alone is a statement. I choose truth, even if it costs me company. And that choice? That's what separates the chosen from the crowd. So next time someone asks, "Don't you get lonely?" smile. Because while they're surrounded by people who drain them, you're having meetings with the universe, while they seek external noise to escape their internal chaos. You're learning to master your own inner world. You're receiving blueprints they can't see, instructions they wouldn't understand, energy upgrades they're not ready for. And here's the beautiful part, they'll never see it coming. When you emerge from that season of silence, you won't just return the same. You'll be reborn, louder, clearer, stronger, unshakable. That version of you? They won't recognize it, and they're not meant to, because the one who walks out of the fire never looks like the one who walked in. So protect your solitude like the sacred space it is. Guard it like it's gold, because it is. That's your womb, your forge, your throne. While the world is out there performing for attention, you're aligning for elevation. Let them call it lonely. Let them call you distant. Let them misunderstand your absence. But know this, you're not alone. You're being aligned. And when the universe is done working in silence, the whole world will hear your name. Number 5, you see what they can't fake, and that's why they fear you. They call it paranoia because they've never lived with a spirit sharp enough to read what eyes can't see. You walk into a room and feel the energy before the first word is spoken. A shift in tone, a glance that lingers too long, a smile that doesn't match the eyes. You catch it all. People think you're overreacting, too sensitive, imagining things. But you're not reacting, you're reading, you're not guessing, you're knowing. That gut feeling you get about someone, that sudden discomfort in your chest, that's your intuitive shield kicking in. That's your spirit scanning the room, decoding intentions faster than words could ever form them. And they hate that, because it means they can't lie to you. Not for long. They can pretend, perform, manipulate, even convince themselves of their own illusions. But you'll always see the crack beneath the mask. You'll always catch the energy shift behind the compliment. That makes you dangerous to the ones who build their lives on performance. Because you don't just hear what people say, you feel what they mean. You've always had this gift, even when you didn't have a name for it. As a child, you probably knew who to stay away from without knowing why. You felt drained around certain people, uneasy in certain homes, heavy in some conversations. That wasn't fear. That was your sight. You weren't anxious. You were being warned. You weren't cold. You were being protected. But the world didn't teach you to trust it. Instead, it tried to shut it down. You were called paranoid, dramatic, too guarded. But that's what people do when they can't manipulate you. They label you. They gaslight your intuition because they can't gaslight your spirit. You make people uncomfortable because your very presence demands truth. Your energy is like a lie detector they can't turn off. So you started doubting it. You second-guessed your instincts. You let the benefit of the doubt override your inner voice. And every time you did, you paid for it. You stayed too long. You trusted too deep. You forgave too fast. And it drained you. Because when chosen ones ignore their intuition, it doesn't just hurt. It disconnects them from their divine protection. Let me remind you of something. Your no is not just a boundary. It's a spiritual shield. Your silence is not avoidance. It's a decision to guard your energy. You're not closed off. You're selective. You don't have a wall. You have a filter. And anything that doesn't move in truth gets blocked. Not out of fear, but out of alignment. You're not here to be liked. You're here to be clear. And clarity doesn't always feel good to people living in fog. That's why they snap when you call out their energy. That's why they get defensive when you speak what they thought they were hiding. But the stronger the denial, the sharper your vision. The more they protest, the more you know you've struck a nerve. Because truth doesn't need permission to sting. And your gift? It exposes what people are trying hardest to keep buried. People can't handle your clarity because it reminds them how long they've been lying to themselves. You're the mirror that shows them what they've been avoiding. That's why they distance themselves. That's why they go quiet after being around you. Not because you did anything wrong, but because your presence forced a truth they weren't ready to face. Protect that gift. Honor it. Sharpen it. Don't let the world convince you to mute it. The more you trust it, the louder it gets. The clearer it becomes, and the more unstoppable you grow. Because the truth is, most people are playing games. They're just not used to someone who's read the entire playbook. You see the pattern before the first move. You hear the lie beneath the compliment. You feel the shift in loyalty before the betrayal arrives. That's not paranoia. That's perception. And here's the most powerful part. Your intuition doesn't just protect you, it protects your purpose. You weren't just given sight for personal use. You were given sight to stay aligned with your divine mission. Every time you say no to the wrong energy, you make space for the right one. Every time you trust that inner warning, you dodge a detour that was sent to delay you. That's spiritual warfare. That's mastery. So the next time someone tells you you're too sensitive, smile. Let them think that, because while they're caught in illusions, you're walking in truth. While they're chasing vibes, you're following vision. And while they perform for applause, you stand still, grounded in clarity, knowing that nothing can move you unless it aligns with where you're meant to go. You were chosen, and the universe didn't choose you blindly. It gave you sight to see what others miss. Use it, stand by it, trust it, even when it makes people uncomfortable. Because the truth doesn't need a crowd. It just needs a vessel. And you, chosen one, are the vessel. Number 6. You're not too sensitive. You're an upgraded system built to feel what others can't even detect. What drains them doesn't touch you. What touches you would obliterate them. That's not weakness, that's calibration. You're not broken, you're built different. Let's set the record straight right now. That exhaustion you feel after being around people isn't social anxiety, it's energy overload. You're not shy, you're not moody, you're not too emotional. You are a walking, breathing, energetic processor. A human satellite tower constantly picking up signals from everyone and everything around you. Signals most people don't even know exist. You don't just hear words, you hear the energy behind them. You don't just feel moods, you absorb frequencies. What others chalk up to vibes, you translate like a language. Every smile hides a vibration. Every room carries a charge. Every conversation is a data stream of unspoken truths. And your system is picking up all of it, even when you try to shut it down. And it's heavy. No one tells you that, right? That being this open, this aware, this tuned in, costs you. It drains you. Because while others can coast through surface-level living, you're constantly processing layers of unseen energy, unconscious tension, emotional residue. It's not that you're weak, it's that you're running a more advanced operating system than they are. You're not built to ignore. You can't tune it out. Your soul came equipped with upgraded software, and that software demands silence, solitude, and recovery time. You're not just sensitive. You are sensitive technology. And like any highly sensitive device, you require proper care, clean energy, and time away from interference. That need to disappear after a long day? That shutdown mode where you just want silence, nature, or total stillness. That's not escapism, that's maintenance. You're not avoiding people, you're protecting your signal. See, the world around you is loud, chaotic, saturated with emotional static, and while others walk through that fog blind and numb, you feel everything. You notice shifts that others are trained to ignore. And that's a gift, but it's also a weight. Not everyone could handle what you carry naturally. Most people would short-circuit if they had your sensitivity for 5 minutes. But let's go even deeper. Your system doesn't just absorb, it transmutes. You don't just feel energy, you clean it. That tension in the room that disappears when you walk in. That's not a coincidence. That's you unconsciously absorbing collective noise and filtering it through your field. You're an energetic alchemist. You take heaviness and turn it into healing. You're a purifier, and that's why people feel better around you, even if you feel worse after being around them. Sound familiar? That's because the world has trained you to treat your gift like a flaw. It taught you to apologize for needing space, for being overwhelmed, for crying when no one else does, or sensing things no one else sees. But you don't need to explain your design. You need to honor it. And here's the brutal truth. Most people don't deserve access to your energy. Not because you think you're better, but because you're wired for higher frequencies. You can't keep plugging your system into unstable sources and expecting to feel whole. Some environments are poison to your clarity. Some people are glitches in your code. You know it because your body reacts before your mind can rationalize. That fatigue, that tightness in your chest, that sudden need to pull away, that's your internal tech throwing up red flags. Pay attention. The universe gave you this sensitivity for a reason. It didn't just want you to feel the world. It wanted you to heal it, to sense what others suppress, to speak what others are too afraid to name. You're the frequency breaker, the energy corrector, the human reset button. But you can't do any of that if you're constantly depleted. You must protect your signal. You must guard your field. So stop calling yourself weak. Stop apologizing for needing to recharge. Stop explaining your stillness to people who thrive in chaos. You weren't made for chaos. You were made to calibrate it. You're not here to survive toxic energy. You're here to shift it. And to do that, your system must be clean, strong, and aligned. Let people call you distant. Let them say you're too quiet, too soft, too sensitive. What they don't know is this. Your silence is tuning into codes they don't have access to. Your distance is protection, not isolation. And your sensitivity, that's not your weakness. That's your weapon. And when it's fully activated, it turns you into the kind of force this world has never seen coming. Number 7, your growth isn't an accident. It's a system upgrade, and not everyone gets the download. Your instincts aren't random, they're sacred signals. Every time you honor them, the universe adjusts your path in real time, protecting your mission from sabotage you can't yet see. Here's the truth they don't want you to know. Your evolution is by design. It's not a phase, not a lucky streak, and definitely not a coincidence. You are becoming exactly who the universe built you to be. And with every step forward, you're breaking away from people, patterns, and places that no longer match the level you're rising into. That urge to pull back from certain conversations, that discomfort around people you once tolerated, that sudden disinterest in environments you used to crave, that's not moodiness. That's energetic intelligence. Your spirit is no longer willing to pay the price for staying small. Your frequency has shifted, and everything that cannot match it is falling off, loudly, painfully, but perfectly on time. Chosen ones don't just change, we upgrade. And with each upgrade comes a new layer of discernment. You start to notice things you didn't before. The slight dishonesty behind someone's concern, the draining energy behind fake support, the uneasiness that creeps in when you override your intuition. That's your soul saying, this no longer serves us. And the longer you ignore it, the louder the discomfort grows. Every time you honor your need for space, you're not just setting a boundary, you're declaring a spiritual standard. You're telling the universe, I trust your signals more than their opinions. And the universe listens. It adjusts your path. It moves people out. It accelerates growth. Because alignment isn't just about what you gain, it's about what you're willing to let go of. You see, boundaries are more than defense mechanisms. They're filters. They let in only what matches your future, not your fears. When someone tries to guilt you for pulling away, understand this: their access was never permanent. Some people were only meant to witness your cocoon, not your wings. And when your soul starts flying, don't expect applause from the ones who never thought you'd take off. That aversion you feel towards certain people, that discomfort that rises for no clear reason, that's not paranoia, it's precision. It's the divine guiding you before the damage comes. Trust it. Don't wait for betrayal to validate your instincts. Don't wait for collapse to honor your exit. Every time you choose distance over drama, solitude over noise, you accelerate your evolution. You signal to the universe that you're ready to move higher. And higher is never crowded. But this kind of growth comes at a cost. You're going to outgrow people who swore they'd be with you forever. You're going to lose comfort, lose approval, lose the need to be understood. And it's going to hurt. Not because you're doing something wrong, but because your path demands clarity. Your mission needs clean energy. And the old version of you was simply too accessible, too forgiving, too eager to explain. Not anymore. From now on, you move with intent. You don't ask for permission. You don't lower your frequency to make others feel safe. If they can't rise with you, they can't ride with you. The people who are meant to walk with you will meet you at your level, not guilt trip you into stepping down. You'll notice this shift in real time. The more you trust your gut, the faster things fall into place. People will show their true colors. Opportunities will align. Your energy will feel lighter. That's the beauty of living in alignment. It clears the fog. It makes decision-making less about logic and more about listening. Listening to that inner pull, that intuitive nudge, that voice that says, "This is for you," or just as powerfully, "This is not." And here's the twist. The more you evolve, the less you need to explain your evolution. You no longer waste time justifying your silence, your solitude, your standards. You simply live them, and those who are aligned will feel it. You'll attract people who don't drain you, conversations that feed your spirit, environments that energize you instead of depleting you. That's the reward for trusting the process. That's what evolution feels like. So no, you're not being distant. You're being deliberate. You're not isolating. You're initiating a new level, a higher timeline, a version of you that knows not everyone deserves access. Not everything deserves a response. Not every energy deserves your presence. You're not changing for the worse. You're becoming undeniable. You're not cold. You're calibrated. You're not detached. You're divinely guided. And every single time you honor that inner voice, the universe clears a path. Because when you walk in alignment, you're not just evolving. You're becoming unstoppable. Number 8. They didn't reject you. They couldn't handle the frequency you were carrying. The universe didn't hide you to punish you. It hid you to prepare the world for what you carry. You've spent years questioning why things didn't click like they did for others. Why you felt out of place in rooms where everyone else seemed at ease. Why the very spaces you tried to belong in kept pushing you out. Let's make one thing very clear. That separation wasn't rejection. It was protection. It was precision. You weren't made to blend in. You were made to break patterns, shift realities, and activate a level of awareness this world hasn't been ready for. That weirdness you've been told to tone down, that's not weirdness, it's wiring, divine design. You were encoded with a frequency that hits different. You don't just walk into a space, you alter it. Your very presence disrupts illusions, cracks facades, and exposes the energy people are trying to hide. And that alone? That makes you a threat to anything built on lies. You don't even have to speak. You walk in and people shift. They feel the weight of your truth, the discomfort they feel around you. That's their spirit responding to your frequency. You're not doing too much. They're just not used to someone who isn't performing. They don't know what to do with someone who doesn't play the game, who doesn't bend for approval, who stands still in truth. You are a living portal, not because of what you say or even what you do, but because of who you are. You carry codes in your energy that speak to people's subconscious. You activate memories in them they didn't even know they had. You stir up the forgotten parts of others' spirits. And that's why people get uncomfortable around you for no obvious reason. Their ego may smile, their words may praise you, but their soul, it feels exposed, awakened, even agitated. And that's how you know you're walking in your design. You've been kept apart from the crowd for a reason. While others were getting caught up in trends, caught in loops, drowning in distractions, you were being fine-tuned. Every so-called setback was a strategic slowdown. Every time you were left out, delayed, ignored, it was the universe locking you in, not shutting you out. It was preserving your purity, protecting your signal, making sure you didn't absorb too much of the static the world tries to normalize. Because what you carry can't be replicated. Your vision, your presence, your energy, it's unmatched. You weren't made in bulk. There's no copy. And the world needs what's real more than ever. You don't have to sell it. You don't have to explain it. Just be it. That's the activation. When you speak, people pause. Not because you're loud, but because your words hit their core. That's not charisma. That's coding. Your language unlocks something deep. You don't need to shout to be heard. Your energy speaks first. Your eyes, your silence, your walk. Everything about you is a transmission. And for those ready to receive, it awakens something ancient. But don't get it twisted. Carrying this kind of energy comes with pressure. That's why your life has been anything but average. You've had to carry weight others couldn't see. You've had to walk alone. You've been misunderstood, underestimated, even betrayed. But all of it? Training, refinement, calibration. The universe doesn't give this level of light to just anyone. It trusts those who can hold it. And you've proven yourself in ways you don't even realize. So if you're wondering why your path has been so different, so heavy, so isolated, know this. It's because your life isn't just about you. It's about what flows through you, the shifts your presence causes, the healing your truth provokes, the clarity your energy brings. That's why the universe took its time with you. Because once you're fully activated, you don't just evolve, you trigger evolution in others. Some will hate that. They'll resist, reject, even resent the transformation your presence brings. That's okay. You're not here to be liked. You're here to be aligned. And alignment has never been about comfort. It's about truth. You were made to move with divine intelligence, to follow instinct over logic, energy over appearance. And now, more than ever, that design is rising to the surface. This is your reminder. You are not random. You are not extra. You are not broken. You are strategically placed energy in human form. So stop questioning your instincts. Stop shrinking to be accepted. Stop wondering if you're too much. You're not too much. You're just too real for those still hiding from their own reflection. And when your energy is fully aligned, it doesn't just shift the room, it shifts the world. Number 9, stop apologizing for the signal you were born to send. You are the transmission. You weren't made to fit in because you are the shift. The moment you stop dimming, the world starts aligning. You were built different, and not by accident. You were engineered for impact. From your voice to your silence, from your instincts to your resistance. You are a walking broadcast of truth in a world wired to avoid it. That restlessness in your spirit, that deep knowing that you're meant for more, even when you can't fully explain it, that's not ego. That's assignment. You carry frequency. You are the frequency. All those traits you were shamed for, too intense, too quiet, too bold, too sensitive, they were never flaws, they're signatures. Proof that you were designed to disrupt, not to conform. You weren't made to blend in. You were made to break through. Every time you silence yourself to keep others comfortable, you short-circuit the very purpose you were sent here to fulfill. And this world? It doesn't need more filters. It needs raw signal. Your energy isn't supposed to be soft, safe, or easy to digest. It's supposed to be real, unapologetic, undeniable. Your frequency shakes things loose. It agitates illusions. It activates truth in others. Truth they've buried so deep, they forgot it was ever there. That's why people react to you in extremes. Some are drawn to you without knowing why. Others reject you without cause. Don't take it personal. Take it as confirmation. Your energy is doing exactly what it was built to do. Transmit. And your transmission must not be diluted. This is not the season to play small. This is not the time to seek comfort in conformity. You are being called to stand fully in your sovereign energy. No bending, no shrinking, no hiding. Because the codes you carry, the frequency you emit, weren't meant for someday. They were meant for now, for this generation, for this shift, for this exact moment in time. Every time you speak your truth, the air changes. Every time you stand your ground, the energy recalibrates. Every time you choose alignment over acceptance, the veil thins. You're not just living a life. You're anchoring a reality. You're proof that integrity still exists, that authenticity still breathes, that not everyone's sold out to the noise. And yes, it's a lonely path. Yes, it's exhausting to hold a frequency most people don't even understand. But you weren't built to be understood by everyone. You were built to guide, to shake, to light the damn path. Even if it means walking it alone. You're not here to make people like you. You're here to wake them up. So stop apologizing for your intensity, for your vision, for your gut instincts that don't make sense to anyone but always turn out to be right. Stop downplaying your presence just to make insecure people feel safer in their shadows. You weren't sent here to shrink. You were sent here to shine so hard it exposes everything false around you. They'll call you intimidating. Let them. They'll call you arrogant. Let them. They'll question your confidence, your clarity, your conviction. Let them. Your mission doesn't require their understanding. It only requires your obedience to the truth coded in your DNA, to the frequency flowing through your soul. This is cosmic purpose. This is spiritual broadcast. This is divine disruption. And if you ever feel tempted to doubt it, just remember, the world never attacks what's irrelevant. The resistance you face is proof of your potency. If your voice didn't matter, they wouldn't try so hard to silence it. If your energy wasn't real, they wouldn't scramble to discredit it. But they can't mute what's divinely aligned. They can't cancel what's cosmically coded. Because you're not chasing the signal. You are the signal. You are the anchor. You are the chosen. And now, it's time the world hears you, unfiltered,